Yes, I do.
I know what a circle is.
Okay, so we can have a circle on a piece of paper, right?
Yeah,
Okay, a flat piece of paper.
yeah.
Yeah, and you can go if you mark counterclockwise east and clockwise west, you can go east and west and end up back at the same place on
That's
something
where,
that's flat. Hey, why
no,
did you
that's
interrupt
where
me?
you're
Why did
wrong.
you interrupt me right at the end?
Yeah, because you're wrong.
Tell me what I just said.
The thing that where you're wrong is that if you're going east, you said that it's clockwise. That's not true because you're eventually gonna go north or like south.
Why? I'm
Because it's a
keeping
circle.
equal distance from a point.
Yes, but you're gonna change directions if you like
The point
move
is north.
clockwise or counterclockwise.
No, the point is north, dude.
What?
The point is north. The
Well, it
North
doesn't
Pole
matter
is a
where.
point, right?
Well, this is the only northern point, but there are many other circles on that map.
So I can travel along the circle and I'm never going towards that point, right?
If you're like maybe like I really need MS Paint to like visually show you like what I'm trying to
There's
say.
nothing to visually show me, okay? This is very simple first grade level shit. A circle is equal distance from the point. If you mark the point as north and you go around the circle, you're never going towards that point because you're staying in equal distance. Equal distance. Do you know what that means? The
Yes, if you're
distance
going
doesn't
through the
change.
yes, yeah, if you're going around, like if you're going,
That's right. East and
yeah,
west is going around. And now you get it.
yeah,
East.
around.
Yeah, that's what east and west are.
Oh no, you're okay. I really need fucking MS Paint, dude.
Let me ask you, are east and west on a globe a circle?
Just 1 second.
Is east and west on a globe a circle?
Just 1 second, please.
I'm running out of patience with you. Is east and west a globe on a circle?
Wait, I can't stream into this channel. Can I
Yeah, you're
stream?
goddamn right. Answer the fucking question.
I need to stream because I need to show
No,
you.
you don't. You're not gonna stream. You're not gonna fucking post images. You're not gonna do any of that shit. You're just gonna answer whether east and west on a globe is a circle.
No, east and west are like points, like directions, cardinal directions.
Are they a circle though? Do they go in a circle?
No, they're not a circle.
So how on a globe do you end up back at the same point?
Well, that's really weird. How do you do that?
Because it's a fucking circle?
Wait, well, yes, it's a circle.
It's like pulling
Exactly.
fucking teeth.
So,
He doesn't.
so the Earth is
Like
round.
if you ask,
Thank you.
remember when you
No,
So the Earth is
because
round.
you can have a circle on a flat surface, which you already admitted.
You said you can keep going west and end up at the same point.
That's right. You go in a circle and end up back at the same spot.
Yes.
Yeah, on a flat piece of paper.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, you're saying like what you're saying means that the Earth is a globe.
So circles only exist on a globe.
Can I please stream?
So
to-
circles only. I can't give you permission to stream in here. Circles
Can
don't
you
only exist
stream
on a
and
globe.
I-
You can draw a circle on any surface.
Can
You're
you
being
stream
intentionally
and I
idiotic.
show you what I need to draw? Like can
Hey,
you
No.
remember you gave me the definition for a circle? I bet you ask him again what a circle. He still
See-
doesn't get the circle part. He
Yeah,
doesn't know what it is yet.
Look in the chat. Look in the side chat. Platter, thank you for
Well,
helping
yes,
me out.
yes. In the chat, yes. in
Is
the
that a
chat.
sphere? Is that a globe?
It's a circle. It's like a disc.
Yeah, is that a globe though?
No, it's not.
Yeah, but he's going in a circle and ending up back at the same spot. How's that possible?
Yes, but notice how he's going north.
He's not going north. The
he's-
compass is pointing north. You see that's a compass. There's a magnet in the middle, and it's pointing north. He's not going north.
He is changing directions as he's moving.
That's right, in a circle, east and west.
Well, yes, that's the Earth from top.
But that's flat. Thank you. That is the Earth from up top. Thank you.
Well, well,
Not a
it can
globe.
still go. Yes, it can still go like below. Like
Yeah, below. There is no below, brother. Look,
you can still do this on a globe.
fantastic, but you can do it on a flat Earth too. So what?
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
It was your argument. So your argument doesn't prove anything. Thank you.
Well, that was
Well
not my
done.
argument.
Well played.
Well
Yeah,
done.
well-
Thank you for wasting our time with your argument that didn't prove anything. What would prove the Earth is flat? Get good. Get good. What would prove the Earth is flat to you?
Oh yeah, now I see it. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. This obviously doesn't prove a flat Earth. Maps would never prove a flat Earth or a globe Earth. It's not possible. Just as a matter of basic logic. What would prove a flat Earth or a globe Earth to you? What type of
Well,
evidence?
maybe if you can go like really high and see how flat it is.
Well, you can see how flat it is from here. Why would you want to get farther away?
Because it's so big.
How do you know that?
Well, it is big. I can also see that.
Yeah, I know the Earth is big, but how do you know you don't see how it really is unless you get a different viewpoint? How do you know it looks flat because it's so big and it don't look flat because it just is flat? Because that's a possibility, right? It just looks flat because it is flat?
Yes, but on your map, like you can't do the opposite.
That's your map.
No, the map you posted me in, like the circle.
Oh, the one Platter posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about that?
Well, you can do it like in east-west, but you can't do it north-south.
Well, good, because no one's ever actually done that.
No one ever went south, like
Never
from-
been a north-south circumnavigation. No, there hasn't.
that never happened. Like nobody ever
Nope.
went from like the
No, well, they claim they
from
did it, but they don't
Africa.
actually. They don't actually go over the poles. They go like around them.
No one went from southern Africa to Greenland before by going south.
No, what you need to do is go from the South Pole to the North Pole.
Well, yes. So in order to go to
No one's ever done that.
no one's ever went from South Africa to Greenland by going south.
It's only up one side of the Atlantic Ocean. Oh, by going south? No, of course not.
No, they. Oh, okay. I see. No one ever done that.
No. There's claims to north-south circumnavigations, but then when you look at the route that they traveled, they didn't actually do a north-south circumnavigation. They went in like a north-south circle, like an oval around, but they didn't like go over. They never really crossed into, allegedly Antarctica and come out the other side. What they'll do is they'll dip down, right, close to the coast, and then come back up. So they'll go down, like, say, the east side of the Atlantic Ocean, and then they'll come back up the west side of the Atlantic Ocean. Now, if the Atlantic Ocean was, 12,000 miles wide, that might fucking serve as a circumnavigation, but it's not that wide. It's only freaking 6,000 miles wide. So they're going up like a quarter of the slice.
No one actually ever did it. That's insane.
You might believe and maybe have a vague idea that someone has done it because you've seen too much programming like TV, movies, sci-fi, fictional stuff. And someone might have done that, like Superman flying and doing it in a movie. And that's the vague idea that you think it might be truth. But no.
You're talking earlier about the bodies on Everest. I'm getting kind of upset that there's bodies up there, dude. That's not right. I mean, if they can claim that they went to the moon and to Mars, why can't they get fucking bodies off of Everest? That's bullshit. Really great engineering. Not great engineering enough to get freaking corpses off of Everest, apparently. Just leave
Right.
them up there. Well, just think about it if you think about it for a second. Like, they say they can do all this stuff, that they're smashing atoms together and discovering the secrets of the fucking universe. Looking back in time, 90 billion light years. Oh, there's some bodies on top of Everest. Oh, it's too hard to get those.
Is it too hard? It's not worth the risk. Like, there's no benefit to getting the bodies off.
What risk? Why not just wear spacesuits and fly the Mars helicopter?
No, for the bodies on Everest.
Yeah, wear spacesuits and fly the Mars helicopter.
I think a coat would work better.
Well, they need air. That's why you get the spacesuit.
Oxygen
Right.
mask. You don't need a spacesuit for it.
Well, we want maximum safety, so we're going with spacesuit. And then they say helicopters won't fly, but they flew a helicopter on Mars.
Look, I won't stop you from wearing a spacesuit on Mount Everest. By all means.
How about the Mars helicopter?
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, they landed a helicopter on Mars, but there's no air on Mars, so we're wondering how they did that.
There is air on Mars.
The air on Mars is equivalent to being at something like 180,000 feet or something.
So you're saying that this never happened?
What? If people went to Mars? No, no one's ever been to Mars.
No, I posted the picture on the side.
No, that never happened, dude. Is that like some flight route or something? They don't fly over Antarctica. They're not allowed to because there was a crash in the 1970s where they smashed into a mountain and it took 20 hours to rescue the fucking people. Well, they didn't really rescue them. Recover their bodies is more like it. And they prohibited any flights going anywhere near Antarctica. The flight that crashed into something called Mount Erebus, which is on the coast. So they weren't even really in Antarctica that far. But, you know, they don't let anybody fly over there anymore. So this graphic is bullshit. Nobody flies over Antarctica.
What if I could prove you wrong?
Yeah, what if? You're going to search and you're going to find maybe QF47 and it'll show you a little graphic of it going into Antarctica, but it doesn't actually do that. See, that's the funny thing is there's stories and then there's data. And the stories never match the data. That's what you guys don't seem to comprehend. You can't possibly believe that the data doesn't support the narrative. But they don't have to worry about it because you guys never check. Y'all are on auto-believe.
This story versus data.
Yeah,
Would you
story
agree that video is data, not story?
Data of something.
Or, I guess, and
Data with an airplane would be telemetry data.
I'm saying video.
Telemetry data as in the direction, the flight route
Video,
that the plane is.
dude.
Yeah, video is only so good.
Okay, but is it
How does video get into
data,
court?
or is video story?
Well, it could
which
be.
you're
It depends.
discrediting?
It depends.
On?
There isn't like all video is all video data.
I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
depends.
You could have shitty video, or you could have like a 24-hour time lapse.
All you have to do is
of
miscaption
a
it.
SpaceX satellite going over the southern hemisphere. And that would be data, because you can tell, hey, what's the weather in Greenland? Well, I can see Greenland from video. It says it's during this time,
Bullshit.
this date.
Dude, stop it.
And then I can go cross-compare
Stop,
that to
dude. You're
ground
making
data.
shit up. SpaceX
I'm not
satellites
making
fly
shit
at
up.
225 miles. The field of view at 250 miles is 3% of the surface of the Earth. You think Greenland is 3% of the surface of the Earth? You wouldn't be able to get Greenland even if you had a
Can you address
whole
what I said
360
instead of
degree
talking
view.
about some?
No, like
You're talking
there
about the
has to be
script.
what you can see from
Address
the
what I said.
altitude, right? What you can see from the altitude has to match the geometry of the globe, right? You just don't get to like, oh, hey, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's video, but you have to be able to evaluate the video for authenticity. It has to match what's actually on the ground. Because
But
if you
if
show
we
a video of a
concede
pink
that
house
it's
on the
real,
fucking, how do you?
would you agree
can?
that
What do you mean you can see that it's real? What does that mean?
if you just give me that point that it is real, not fake news,
I have no way to
would
know.
you
if
agree that
real.
it's data?
It doesn't mean it's data, but that doesn't mean what it said it is.
Okay,
It is what it actually is. So check this out. Now, if I show an explosion and it says child's being blown up at a daycare, but I could also label that explosion mining blast looking for gold. And I could also label that, now it's a real photograph now. It's 100% real photograph taken of the real world. But how I caption it and how I present it changes whether it actually is the thing I'm representing it to be. And all I did was change words. I didn't alter the photograph. I didn't do anything like that. This is how most fake photography, well, quote unquote fake, it's real photography. It's just miscaptioned.
Can you give me an example of what you're talking about? So I think I'm with you, but
Okay, the
an
USS
example of
Maine, it was called Yellow Journalism. That happened back in the time of Hearst. Hearst would show he'd show basically thugs that were hired by union busters beating up union strikers, people on strike for the union. He'd miscapture them and saying the union busters were getting beat up, and it was the union protesters that were doing the beating when it was actually the other way around. You had no way of telling from the photograph. All you saw in the photograph was violence. You didn't know who was who. They would just miscaption it. So
And
you
and
can
I
take a
would both
picture
agree that
claiming
we're against
purporting to
that kind of
be.
thing.
You could take a
We're
real
against that kind of thing,
photograph
right?
purporting to be of the Earth, and it's just a painting. Right? You ever seen hyper-realistic painting?
You'd agree that a painting that depicts reality is more valuable than one that depicts, falsehoods. Regardless of if it's a painting, a CGI, or real life image.
There's no way to
Correct.
tell. That's the point. You have no
I think there
reference.
is.
Oh, how? You have no reference.
Well, for example, like I would, concede the fact that you can make up ChatGPT or Grok videos today at the consumer level. Who knows what the government has? But despite this fact, there's no feasible way to recreate 24-hour footage of not GoPro, but it's like 360, Insta 360, I think. They brought one of those up on the ISS, and they're floating weightless, and they're doing all this stuff. I would put forth the idea that this is data. This is up for being able to be disproven, but it
So
has
because
not been.
you don't know
And
how
this
they
just keeps stacking.
no,
as time moves
because
on,
you
we're
don't know
advanced.
how they can make it because your ignorance about cinematography means it's real. I can
don't
show you
think that it
shit from
relies on my ignorance.
1927. I can show you shit made in 1927 that you can't tell is completely fake. In the 20s.
I don't see why my ignorance has to do with you.
Because
and how
you just
determine
said it's not
reality
possible.
versus. Oh my
You
gosh.
can't. You
Can I
have no
stop now?
reference. Do you understand what I mean by no referent? You have nothing in your memory from which to compare it to. You don't know what the Earth looks like from space because you've never seen it. So if somebody shows you any image of the Earth, you have no way of looking at it and going, yes, that looks like what the Earth I saw looks like. But if I showed you a picture of a horse and you saw a picture, that's not a fucking horse, that's a giraffe. You would have a reference because you saw a horse before. You have a reference in your mind, a memory of seeing a horse. You know what one looks like that you can refer to in memory and compare what they're representing it to be to what your memory is. You don't have that with Earth. You've never seen the Earth from that point of view, so you don't have any reference from which to even to evaluate the image by. Do you understand? You've never seen people weightless. You've never seen people in space. You've never seen any of those things. The only thing you have to compare it to are other images that people also represented it to be real, that you also have no way to evaluate.
Dude,
It's all chain of bullshit that you have no
Okay.
way to tell the authenticity of. You have no.
I'm listening to what you're saying.
Actually, you can
But hear
verify.
me
You
out.
can verify bullshit. But their nonsense is the thing that you cannot actually verify. The bullshit I can find in the physical and natural world, but what they claim, the globe Earth in the vacuum of space, curving Earth, that you cannot find it in nature, like bullshit.
I mean, that's a good
I
point.
think the thing that adds up for me is that as time progresses, more companies, more nations, more private individuals, they're funded by their YouTube channel. They're sending rockets up. They're getting video down. I have a reference point into what Earth looks like from abroad. I've been to a
You
beach.
don't.
I've been to a landscape, and I can deduce that this
Did the Earth look
footage
flat
is
at the
probably more
beach or
likely than
curved?
what?
Did the Earth look flat at the beach or curved?
I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I did. That was your reference. You went to the beach. You saw a flat Earth. That's your reference.
Okay, is the ocean blue is
Yeah.
the sand gray or brown?
Well, it depends. Look,
We'd agree.
different oceans have
And
different colors depending on.
if I took my
The
drone,
ocean is.
bear
Hold on.
with
You
me.
asked me a
I let you
question.
talk.
You
I let
asked
you
me a
talk.
question, and so
you
you're gonna let me
answered already.
answer. No, I didn't. No, I
The
didn't
ocean
answer.
can be also
The
red and
oceans are
orange.
different colors depending on
Yes,
what part
I
of the
agree.
ocean you is and what time of year it is.
Why are you being pedantic?
I'm
My
not.
point is, okay, follow where I'm
It's
going.
not always blue.
You're
Sometimes
telling
it's
me I
green.
have no reference point. You're telling me I have no reference point when I see these videos, when I see these images of Earth abroad.
You don't know their Earth,
above.
dude.
Stop.
You don't
When I'm
know
telling
their
you,
Earth.
when I'm telling you right now, just build it from the ground level up. Let's assume
That's what we're
everybody's lying to
doing.
me.
You don't know
But-
their
but-
Earth. You're trying to skip a step.
Can you listen for 2 seconds?
No, you're trying to skip
Okay, I
a
didn't
step.
think so.
You're trying
That
to
would be my
jump the
question to
shark
him.
and say, yes, I already know their Earth. You don't know that.
these guys
That
are
would-
going to
Can
lose
you
their
listen? That
shit
will be
when
my
they
question
know
to
what
you.
the
Can
gyrocompas
you
is.
listen?
How did
Can
you
you repeat
evaluate?
anything
Okay,
India
tell me
said?
any video you've ever seen. What did you do? Tell me the process you went through to evaluate whether that was an authentic image of Earth from space.
So why I'm here is because I've seen 2 sunsets in the same night. And when you're telling me I can't have any clue what Earth actually looks like from
Okay, that would
abroad,
happen on a flat Earth too.
I'm
You're just
telling you,
ignorant.
let me finish. I let you
Yeah,
talk.
but that's not
Shut the
evidence of
fuck up.
anything. That would happen on a flat
Let
Earth too. You're
me
wasting our time,
finish.
dude.
Let me finish.
Okay, go with the thing that doesn't prove anything because it works on a flat Earth just the same fucking way. Go ahead.
You're just like the other guy.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to
When
hear
I-
something from 2017. Go ahead, genius.
When I was at this beach, I saw 2 sunsets. And because
Mhm.
I took my drone up in the air, right now where I'm at, I'm limited to 400 feet in the air. But I can take my drone up and I can see the beach, the color of the water, and guess what? I can watch the sunset from my eye level and watch it set. I can take my drone up 20 feet, watch it set. I can take my drone up 400 feet, watch it set again.
Okay, that
Despite
means
this
what?
Despite this fact, my point is build from there. I can go watch a YouTube channel right now.
That would
funded
happen
by
on a flat
YouTube
Earth.
viewers. Can you let me finish?
Yeah, but that would happen on a flat Earth. I want to know how you're building from there because that would happen on a flat Earth too.
Yeah, your drones.
What do you
actually
think the
evidence with
horizon is on a flat Earth? The edge? What do you think the horizon is that the sun sets behind on a flat Earth?
What do you think the horizon is where the sun sets?
Yeah, on a
and
flat
you
Earth.
can't see it anymore.
Yeah, what is
on
the
a flat Earth.
horizon, brother, that the sun you think is setting behind that you said sets twice?
You already know
When-
what I think, and I think you're derailing. I
On
don't
a
think you're
flat
answering my
Earth, I
question.
said. On
You're
a
just
flat
interrupting
Earth.
me again and
On
again and
a
again.
flat listen closely, on a flat Earth. What do you think it is on a flat Earth that
Who
makes you
cares?
say?
Why don't you?
Because you're saying I saw this happen. This indicates to me it's a globe because I saw two sunsets.
No.
So it didn't tell you the Earth
You
was
are
a globe.
so far away from what this conversation is. When I'm talking about seeing these double sunsets, I'm telling you why I'm here, and what this argument is about. Is never mind. I think I'm a little
He
bit.
doesn't
Yeah,
even know
your
why he's
script fell
here.
apart, huh? Your
Well,
script fell apart. You think look, dude, you're
what
the one
is
that's
this
new to
argument
this,
about?
not
What
us,
was it
bro.
before this?
He
Somebody
couldn't
help me.
even tell you
Look,
his
brother,
own claim.
look,
Why
we
I'm
know-
here is because
Look, brother, we know what you read on the internet. You can see two sunsets. It would work the same on the flat Earth.
No,
It's ignorant people that say that
No,
shit that it would be different
was
on a
about-
flat Earth because
it
they
was
think
about
the
how we
horizon on a
can't-
flat Earth is the edge of the Earth.
Okay, I'm sorry. The conversation was about how we can't imagine, or we have no reference frame for what the Earth looks like. And my point
From
is
space.
that from drones to airplanes to spacecraft, these track. I can tell you. I posted a link in the comments. And it
These
was like an
track.
exact date, an exact time, and a satellite orbiting Earth. I think it was the ISS. I'll post the link again. But my point is that you can see this go across the sky. You can see the weather down below, and you can cross-reference this, and you can track
That's a
this
lie.
with your own telescope.
That is a
you can
lie.
predict this.
That
I've
is
done
a
it.
lie. I've been listening to you Globers say that for almost a decade, and never once have you actually ever produced
Almost
evidence
a decade.
confirming.
Holy shit.
Shut up, dude. Shut up, because I won't tolerate liars, dude. Not once in 10
Shut
years
up,
has any of,
Grover.
not once in 10 years has any of you ever presented one iota of evidence of ground confirmation of what's been seen by a satellite. ChatGPT used to even say it and would give you references to papers that don't fucking exist. So this one particularly irritates me when people say this shit. Give us the data of the ground confirmation of what was seen by a satellite and simultaneously observed from the fucking ground. Show it now, please.
So you're like asking for like a live feed from a satellite.
What the
and
data that
in a
you've
video-
already
Hold on,
seen,
let me finish.
the
I'm
shit you've
asking
already
a
seen that
question.
you're referencing.
I already posted it in the side chat, but the problem is right now I'm banned from posting in the side chat. Why would I be banned?
I'm not in control of it. And you didn't
I
post
don't have
anything in
permission
a
to
side
send
chat
messages
about
on
a
this
ground
channel anymore.
confirmation from a
This is the
satellite.
cult that I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah, you're in the
it's
cult,
to
dude.
interrupt and to ban and mute.
You're
I
in the
think that
cult.
You're being disingenuous.
You're in the cult. Okay? You're in the cult. You just made up 3 fucking lies, dude.
I'd be
And your
happy
call
to
is
post
saying
a
we're in a
video
cult, but you just
in the
lied 3
chat if
times.
you'd unmute me.
But you lied 3 times. There's in the chat. So you're telling me right now, Whiskey, you're very specific. In the chat right now is an observation from the ground that confirms what was seen from a satellite. In the chat right now.
Yeah, I tried to clarify what
Confirmation
you're
on the
asking
ground
for.
of what was seen from a
and you're
satellite
interrupting.
is in the chat.
Case in point. Anybody
It's a
else
yes
want to
or
try
no
to talk to
question,
me
dude.
like an adult?
It is a yes or no question. Stop dodging. Is it in the chat or not?
What's your yes or no? No, I can't post in the chat. It is in the chat. It was the most recent message I posted, but I'm muted now.
Okay, that's fine. But what you posted in the chat is a ground confirmation of something that was seen at the satellite, simultaneously observed from the ground.
When you say ground confirmation, what are you talking about? Like
Meaning,
right now,
there was an image in a satellite,
oh my God.
and somebody,
You see how
whatever
you can't let me
feature.
talk?
Well, I'm answering your question. So whatever
I'm
feature they
asking a
observed,
question and you're interrupting.
whatever feature they observed, you're asking a question about what I'm asking for. I'm telling you, so you're not confused.
No, you're
An image claiming to be from an image, dude. I don't have a strategy, dude. You're the
listen
dumbest
to my
person
question
in
in
this
its
fucking.
fullest length instead of just grandstanding. Listen,
I'm not grandstanding.
you're
I'm
asking-
telling you
when
what
you're
I want,
asking-
but you're
when
not.
you're
You don't want to
asking-
hear it because
Oh
you
my
know
God,
it's not
yeah,
in the
'cause
chat,
you're over
and you
talking.
know you
You
lied.
go, princess.
No, you lied. You lied when you said there's a ground confirmation of something that's been seen from a satellite. You straight up fucking lied, and you know it.
Let me know when you're done.
I want satellite photograph confirmed via ground observation of what the satellite saw was also seen from the ground from the other direction. Got it? Do you understand that? Is it in the chat? Yes or no? The answer is no. The answer is you've never seen that. That doesn't exist. And you fucking know it.
So what I posted in the side chat was, before I was muted, and I'm still muted, Earth at night on May 17th, 2025. Okay? I don't know what time it was. But are you asking me that you want me to give you a time? You know I have a heads up that SpaceX is going to be over Florida. They're going to be live streaming their launch, and they're going to be orbiting around Australia 6 hours after launch. And I go set up, you can use plain eyes, but let's get a pair of binoculars. And I tell you, hey, the SpaceX is going to, cross the surface of the sun. Maybe binoculars is a bad idea, but it's going to cross the surface of the sun or the moon or whatever at this time in Australia, based off of this launch, 8 p.m. in Florida. Are you asking for both the live footage from the launch as it's going over Australia and live footage from Australia, watching, maybe through
I'll tell you what I want. I want this. I want the thing you said you already had. That.
Oh, okay. Here. I'd love to post it, but I'm muted. It's
DM it to me
from space.
Okay. So where's the ground confirmation of what they saw from space?
There you go.
Is also seen from the ground.
Okay, I think that's the barrier of proof that I have not.
That's what you.
hit
So you didn't. So no one did that.
Let me finish with this video. But the fact remains is that what I just described
is a story.
Is done, has been done, will be done. Because we're only getting better at this stuff.
We can't even get bodies off of Everest. Believe whatever you want.
But this guy almost sounds. This guy, you almost sounds like one of those people that call every day, like the scammers that call you.
I know. What are you gonna sell us next? Really simple.
Do you have an argument, or are you just gonna complain?
Argument against what? Your claims
are wimping out, and now it's
your claim.
Me in the side chat.
Listen, let me ask you
the evidence I give.
Let me ask you.
Interrupt me any chance you get, because it's a part of your strategy.
I don't need a strategy for you. You're weak sauce, bro. You're weak sauce. I don't need a strategy. I don't have a script, bro. I got tens of thousands of hours of debating people. You're weak sauce. Okay. Really simple. Our claims evidence, yes or no? Our claims evidence. Our claims evidence.
No.
Okay. So the claim is whatever video you posted or are going to post was taken from space. What's the evidence that that's true? Oh, they said so. Is that the evidence? Because they said so?
I've seen launches in real life.
No, this video that you posted. Don't talk about some other shit. Focus. The video that you posted.
No, I thought we clarified earlier that the burden of evidence that you're really asking for.
You haven't presented any evidence.
Okay, already interrupted. Jesus Christ.
But you haven't presented any evidence.
Let me know.
You said claims are not evidence, right? So if claims are not evidence and you haven't presented evidence, then what? We're just supposed to go with your claim?
He wants to make more claims. He doesn't want to pose the evidence.
See, this is what it's called claim stacking. And all you're doing is stacking claims on top of claims on top of claims. You're not presenting any evidence the claims are actually true. We have no way to evaluate them. Either we believe what they're represented to be, or we don't, which is completely subjective preference. I have no reason to believe their claims.
About 30 minutes ago, but we established that video is data. Do you remember that?
No, it's not data. Data is measurement, bro.
No, you already conceded the fact that it's data.
No, I didn't, dude. Good try, debate, bro. Good try, debate, bro. Good try, debate, bro. I did not
Okay.
concede that. We record this.
You didn't just concede it.
I never
walked
concede.
you into admitting that.
Don't you
And
mean
just
you
don't
listen
remember
to me?
because your IQ is below room temperature.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. We record this. You see that little YouTube bot up there? You see
okay,
that little YouTube?
I would
This
love
is
to pull the
recorded.
clip. Give me access. Give me access so I can pull the clip
It's on
myself.
YouTube. Type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You'll get the YouTube screen. I want me saying I concede that video is data.
And you'll do the same, right?
No, I want you playing me conceding
didn't
that
think
because
you
you
would.
said I did. Don't try to
doesn't seem
straw
that
man
we're
and
live
change
right
the
now.
subject and use red herrings. That shit ain't gonna
looking
work,
at the
debate bro.
YouTube right now.
Look, we know
It
your
doesn't say you're
debate bro
live.
tactics. We
Where's
know
it
the
at?
debate bro tactics. You try to
Where's
get
the
people to
YouTube?
agree to something and then reverse it in the middle of the conversation
He
and try
thinks
to
because
take
he
our
works
position.
against.
Specific.
We know
Be
the
specific.
tactic.
What did I reverse?
We know
he
the
knows,
tactic.
Quit
he knows that
grandstanding.
because
Just be specific.
this works
No one's
against
grandstanding.
children.
We know.
Yeah, because you
know
won't
the
be
tactic.
specific. What exactly did I reverse? Be articulate for once.
This is
Quit just
children tactics.
crying.
This
I just wanna
tactic
know.
that you use against children doesn't work here, though.
Yeah, really don't. So it's really simple. You've made a bunch of claims. We want the evidence the claims are true. I pointed out you can't even evaluate whether they're true. It's not even possible. It's not possible for me. It's not possible for you. It has to be taken on faith. I have no reason, any reason to take what they say those videos are as true. Why do you take them as true? That's why I asked you is how you evaluated them. I'm being completely fair to you.
What facts
did
are
you
you taking as
evaluate them?
faith?
How did you evaluate the videos to their authenticity? They are what they are. Say they are the Earth from space. How do you know how do you know that's what the Earth looks like? Maybe the Earth's purple. How do you know the Earth ain't purple? And they recolored it. How did you evaluate that whatever image they're
How many
presenting to you?
questions are you going to ask?
Well, I want you to get the
I'm still
idea.
stuck.
I
I'm still
want-
stuck on
Can you repeat to me what
kinda
I said
giving
to
off
you?
this idea.
Repeat to me one of the questions I asked you.
Yeah.
Repeat to me.
You were asking how can the what I wanted to ask you was why are you asking?
Yeah, what?
Bear with
You
me.
haven't been listening, have you? That's probably why I'm having a hard time. Because you're not actually listening to the answers.
No, you're just asking a bunch of questions and spazzing
I asked
out,
it.
and then asking me to
No one's
recall on
spazzing
one of
out,
your
dude.
spazzes.
It's just meta
I was
nonsense.
still stuck 30 seconds ago when
I'm
you
asking you
were
very
asking.
specific questions about
Oh
the
my gosh.
evidence.
You can't let me talk, can you? I think I'm
Because you're
done.
trying to meta, dude, and I'm not doing it. I want to
No, you're
look.
not
I
talking.
try to focus very like a laser on evidence. I don't want to hear narrative. I don't want to hear spin. I don't want to hear anything. I want to see the actual evidence and how we know the evidence is true and how to evaluate its truth. That's
Okay.
it. I don't care about the fluff.
So earlier I established that video is
In-
data. I gave you video
You
proof
think no?
that,
No.
hey, you
It's not
can
data.
watch this. You can watch this launch. You can watch this rotation around the Earth, and you can see, hey, here's the weather patterns
You
in
haven't
Australia.
established it's a
Here's the weather
rotation around
patterns
the
in
Earth, dude. You're
Greenland.
proving the thing. Look, you're assuming the thing you're trying to prove is true. It's called affirming the consequent. You haven't established it's rotating around the Earth. You understand?
Okay. Did you forget the part where you can view this with your naked eye?
You can view a satellite go around the Earth with your naked eye. From where?
When it passes in front of the moon, you absolutely can.
So,
In my
because it
example,
passes-
I gave you a pair of binoculars.
okay,
which really
airplanes
let
flying
you
in
be
front of
able
the
to see
moon. Are they
this.
going around the Earth?
Yes.
Airplanes
Are
are
they in
rotating
orbit?
around the Earth.
No.
But they look the same. It looks the same as with the spaceship,
Okay,
right?
Yeah.
It looks the same as a bird going in front of the moon. It looks the same as
really
a
wanna
fucking
help this
bug
guy?
going in front of the moon. No, you've never observed that.
He
Okay.
thinks you
Yes, I
need
have.
help, Indio. He
I
thinks
did-
you
I
No
need
did
one
just
has
help.
last
ever
night.
observed an
Just
orbit.
last night I observed it. Just last
You
night.
didn't observe an orbit of anything.
Yes, I did.
Indio,
Okay.
for the night, his joke about thinking that you need help from him. I mean, like
Yeah, it is.
this is a good
yeah.
joke, though.
So, You
Hilarious.
did not observe an orbit. You saw something move, and you inferred orbit from the loss of information.
No, you
You
didn't
left
listen.
the information
You
of the
didn't
full
listen.
orbit.
You didn't listen. Here's
I
the
do
facts.
listen. I know what
Here's
inference
the
is.
facts.
Dude.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah,
All right, just
Oh yeah,
hear me
the
out.
facts is-
It's going to take 12 seconds. Hold your horses for 12 seconds. When I'm telling you that we can, we know when the launch is. We know when it's going to go. You know, it launches from Florida. We know when it goes over Australia, and we can see this from Australia, and we can track this, and we can predict this,
Okay. Did you do that?
and we have the video proof.
Oh yeah, really? We have video proof of us from Australia. Let's see it. From Australia.
Link it. I don't.
The
I still
ground,
don't
dude.
have permission.
The
I still don't
ground.
have permission to put
From the
links in
ground? Is
chat.
it from the ground?
The Colt has decided to silence my
Is it
links.
from the ground?
Yes.
Is it from the ground in Australia? Someone tracked.
To be fair, earlier we already went
Why
over
can't
this.
you answer
But
fucking
you're
simple
asking me-
questions that are yes or no?
You're asking me. I'm just going to keep talking if you're just going to keep interrupting. Earlier, you were asking me the same question, and I clarified with you that it sounds like what you want is not just video proof of the
No, I
launch,
want
but video
evidence
proof
for your
of the
claim.
observation in the ground in Australia predicting this launch. Is that what you want?
That's what you just claimed happened.
Okay, is that what you want? I'm
That's what you
asking
claimed
yes or no.
happened.
Yes or no? It's not that
I
hard.
want your evidence, dude. All
Okay, I
you
already
want to do
posted
is
it,
tell-
but I'm muted right now in the chat.
Brother,
If you'd like
I'm
me to
an-
post it again,
I'm an
unmute me in the
empiricist.
chat.
I'm an empiricist. I go with empirical evidence.
Okay,
I don't go
you're a
with
fucking idiot. Why am I still muted in the chat? Let me post it.
I don't know who muted you, and I don't know why you're muted.
Hey,
I don't undo
send it to
people's
me.
mutes.
Send it to me. I'll post it for you. Send it to me.
Really simple. I'm an empiricist. I want evidence. I don't want your storytelling. Okay. You know what times it fucking launched from fucking Cape Canaveral or whatever it launched from. So what? You said then we can track it and we can do this. You didn't do any of that shit. Someone told you some shit. Okay. You heard some hearsay. What I want is empirical evidence that shit is in doing what it said.
How much evidence do you need? What kind of evidence
not
do you need? Because
empirical
we
evidence.
can get GPS data in the middle of the ocean. We have
GPS
Starlink in
keeps Earth
places that
centered.
didn't
You're
have
going to
signal
embarrass yourself.
before.
Stop. GPS uses a coordinate system called Earth-centered Earthfix,
Yeah,
which is
okay, I know you're on the script, but if you'd let me finish,
okay,
you
but
could respond
GPS
to the
is
whole
not
thing.
evidence of a globe because it doesn't use fucking globe geometry, dumb fuck. Just because it says latitude on your fucking phone doesn't mean that's what the receiver uses.
When I said we can get signal out at sea when we couldn't before,
That's because there's no fucking vol
it
in the
goes
way.
beyond GPS.
There's no vol in the way. That's why you can get a signal at sea. There's more transmissions at sea level that are 800 fucking miles because there's no vol in the way. There's 1918 radio transmissions at 10,000 miles because there's no fucking vol in the way. You only think it's fucking unbelievable because you think there's a big fucking hill of water between point A and point B. There's not.
So are you under the impression that before satellites we could have achieved
did.
data in the ocean far off the coast?
Farthest transmission in 19
Using
miles.
satellites,
Listen to me really
pay for
carefully.
satellites, maintain satellites.
Never needed
in orbit.
satellites at all.
They're all lying to us.
They were never required to ever make a transmission. In 1918, they communicated Cornwall, United Kingdom to Sydney, fucking Australia. And the reason they even tried to do it is because they were listening to fucking German radio from Berlin in Australia. There's no ball in the way. That's why you can listen to the fucking German radio in Australia. Fucking
How was the quality?
Admiral Byrd fucking gave a weekly radio show from Little America in Antarctica, directly transmitted to fucking Long Island, New York, which was 9,600 miles. How do you do that? Recently, there was Laura Chirp that was 800
What was the
miles
transmission
sea level.
signal that you're describing?
What do you mean, what was the
Because
transmission?
I think the megahertz matters, right?
Does it?
Yeah, my understanding is that long transmission waves propagate better than short bursts depending on if we're going for distance,
Yeah, that's right, because they have more power,
and it bounces
right?
off
And they
the
don't attenuate.
atmosphere.
They don't
with
bounce off of
firmament.
anything. That was a
Oh, they don't.
post hoc. That's a
Okay.
post hoc excuse, dude. Meaning that idea was invented
Can
after
you
the
prove that
transmissions.
claim?
Yeah, the Knickerbein radio transmissions, the Knickerbein radar bombing system. The Knickerbein bombing system was 2 towers that intersected over England. That they flew planes, and when you were flying to the intersection point, that was your cue to drop bombs. Well, too bad England was 11 miles under the fucking horizon. So how did they drop bombs? How did they freaking pick up a signal?
Were the planes that far under the horizon too?
In 1920, in World War II, planes didn't fly at 11 miles. These were propeller airplanes, and they had to bomb from 8,000
I
feet.
agree with that statement.
They had to bomb from 8,000 feet. So this is where it gets fucked up, because the British, the regular scientists thought, well, they can't be doing that. That's impossible. It's the globe. And one guy was like, yeah, well, Earth might be a globe, but they're fucking doing it because we overheard them talking about it in the jail cell. So they looked for it. He had to get permission directly from Winston Churchill, because all the other scientists go and kick rocks. Earth's a globe. So he went and he found the signal, and then they jammed it. Point is, people literally died because they thought Earth was a globe. Literally. Now, the whole point about this satellite stuff, there's no way to verify any of it. There's no way to test it. There's no way to.
I
Any
already
of us
gave you
do-
examples. You just reject all of it.
How can we test it? It's
I
not a
can
matter of
visually observe
rejection. It's a
launches
matter of why should I
and-
believe it?
in both YouTube and in real life, which I've
Give me-
done.
What? No, you have not. You've never seen a satellite orbit the Earth. Never.
I saw 3 last night. Not even
Okay.
kidding.
How long did you see them?
They were fleeting.
It's 3 seconds, 10 seconds.
Yeah, I would say maybe 5.
Okay. Did they orbit the Earth in 5 seconds?
I was chasing them with my telescope's guide scope.
Okay. Did they
And,
orbit the Earth in that time
that's
period that
fast.
you were watching them?
I don't think they made a full orbit. No.
Yeah, that's right. You've never seen anything orbit the Earth. You inferred an orbit from seeing something in the sky for a little while. Okay, that's a
But
fact.
that same telescope
hu-
I can track, and I can tell my buddy in Australia on the other side of the Earth.
Yeah,
Hey,
you
Bo.
could, but you never did.
Hey, bro. Hey, look up in the sky and watch the same telescope that I just saw crossing my vision. I don't know, 12 minutes ago, whatever it
that-
might be.
Yeah, that's a cool story, but you never did that.
Okay, but you can, right?
How do you know
You
that?
can
You've
right
never
now.
done it. How did
No,
you
no, no.
know that?
Here's how I know that. Because I have an app that
Because
tells
I
me where the
extra believe it.
telescopes are.
Because I have an
Okay,
app.
are you going to keep interrupting? See how you just
You're
can't
getting
handle
more and
yourself?
more ridiculous.
Somebody
You're not
help this
telling me
guy.
how you know anything. You're telling me how you think somebody else knows it.
Take a breather. Try
Okay,
to listen.
I am
instead of
listening.
talking.
I am listening.
All you're doing is
don't-
talking and
You
don't-
responding.
brother,
You're
you
not
don't
even
hear you.
following.
You don't hear yourself. All you're doing is referring to third parties. When I ask you what you know,
No,
you
I
don't
told
know
you
anything.
First-hand
You have to-
observation was a part of this.
Yeah, the first-hand observation was 10 seconds.
And
Indio, he
And
sent
that's
me the
it.
first
The
time
rest of the
knowledge.
stuff you're talking about was made up in your head.
so when I tell you that my buddy in Australia that I'm on the cell phone with, he saw the same thing.
With
when
your boyfriend?
predicted
Yeah, but he
12
didn't, because
minutes
it didn't
later.
happen. You already admitted it.
Okay, just follow my example. Why
Yeah,
is
if
this
I
so
would've-
hard for you?
Yeah, and if fucking look,
Okay,
bro, I'm not
that's so
doing
hard for you.
hypothetical what it could have, should have. What are you trying to convince people of?
This is
Your
real life.
imagination
This is real
true.
life. You just
Real
don't have
life
friends
is
in
your
Australia.
imagination. You never did it. How is it real life if you never did it?
In the same sense, I can call my friend in Australia and say,
Oh my
"Hey,
God,
is
you're
the light out?" Okay, well, it's dark here and the sun's there. In the same sense, I can do that and predict when, where, how much. I can also do that with satellites in the
Can't do
night
that.
sky.
You actually can't do that. because the solar time doesn't use a globe to predict when it happens. So you're just making shit up as you go along, telling us what you think is true.
If
Instead of what
solar
actually
time
is.
doesn't predict when it happens,
Solar
what
time
does?
does not
And
use
give
a
me a
globe.
wristwatch based off of
Solar
that.
time does not use a globe, dude.
Okay.
The predictions of solar time, time and date, SunCalc, all those apps, don't use a globe to predict when the sun rises, when the sun sets, when solar noon is. All
Does
that
it
shit
predict
doesn't
when
use.
it's nighttime in USA
yeah,
versus
yeah.
daytime in Australia? Does it predict
There's
that?
a model. There's a model that
Oh, it
predicts
does?
those things. Hold on. There's a model that predicts those things, but it's not a globe Earth model. It is an observer-centric model where you are at a point at the origin of coordinates. You're not on top of anything. You're not on a globe. You're not on a flat Earth. You're not on a freaking blade of grass.
You're talking through your ass.
No. It's
When I'm
100%,
talking about
100%,
knowing it's going to be
everything I said
daylight in one
is
place
100%
and nighttime in
accurate.
another.
I'll bet
Let
you
me respond.
100 Bitcoin that
Okay.
what I said
Yell.
is
Start
100%
yelling.
accurate. Everything I said is 100% accurate. You guys just don't like it. That you have explanations that and then you think the model and the explanation are the same thing, but they're not. The mathematical model and the mathematics within the model are not the same thing as your explanation. They're not equivalent.
No other flat earths here that are reasonable, don't interrupt, and can address what I'm actually saying?
Yeah, we know what you're saying. You're saying you think
No,
that
you
something
don't.
would happen if you did something, but you've never actually done it. But that's also real life because you imagine.
I have done it. I've watched a launch. I've predicted where the launches are going to be, and I've accidentally seen orbiting satellites around our Earth.
You don't know they were orbiting.
But I do know that the prediction apps that were true are based off of a round Earth.
No, you don't know that. They're actually based off of Keplerian
You
orbital
think they're lying
elements.
to me?
Bro, no.
If you go Google right now,
orbits are
what
predicted
map
using
does Google Maps use?
Brother,
It's a projection map based on a round Earth.
That's
With
just a graphic.
reality, bud.
Just like Google Earth is a graphic that projects a globe out of a
You're all
cylinder.
over the place.
No, Google Earth is a cylinder mathematically, but it projects it as a globe. You think because you see a graphic that underneath the graphic they're using a globe, but they're not. Orbits are predicted using ephemeris, which uses Kepler's orbital elements, which has an origin of coordinates and doesn't suppose it's on a globe.
I'll have a
You have no idea how any of this shit works. You have an explanation in a story, and all you're looking is confirmation of your fantasy.
No, I'm giving evidence to my claim.
Evidence
And all you're doing is whining like a little bitch. Address my arguments instead of whining.
What argument did you make exactly?
You interrupt with what argument?
Yeah, what argument did you make?
Is that the world that we live in, we utilize round Earth philosophies.
That's not true.
Whether it be predicting,
You're ignorant.
whether it be, let me see how you.
No,
can
you're ignorant, dude. You're
okay.
factually
Go cry
wrong.
me a river. Cry me a river.
You are factually wrong. Factually. You thought GPS used the globe.
Yeah, give an example.
Yeah, there you go, T-Dub. Give an example.
Give an example of the round Earth that we live in. Well, the apps that you and I use every day, whether it be
show the
Google
data.
Maps,
I asked you this earlier, bro.
One sentence
about your
and I
app
asked a
that
question.
predicts star positions, and I said, "How do you know that it uses globe to predict?"
Because it's in the developer notes. If you look at Google Maps,
Where?
what they tell you is they use a
show
projection map.
Show it.
Oh, I
Go
would
and
love
grab
to
it
link
and
it, but I
post it
still
in
I would
chat.
love
Let's
to
have a look
post
at
it, but I'm still muted from your cult.
Yeah, otherwise it's just Ipsy Dixit. They do.
He
How much
sent me
trust
the
me,
evidence.
bro, have we gotten
he
out
sent
of
me
you?
the evidence, guys. I'm gonna post it again. He sent it to me. Look, I posted the evidence that he sent
I
me.
I sent him a YouTube video from 20 minutes ago.
Here you go, guys. He sent that to me as evidence of whatever he's talking about.
Hold on. This is your evidence? This?
Yeah, listen to this. All right, keep whining.
I want to ask you a question.
But keep going. We're applauding for an encore. Keep whining. No. I love the whining. Don't ask questions.
About your evidence.
More whining.
I'm asking you questions about your evidence. No one's whining. You have to try to intentionally
whining all day, all night.
You can't defend this. There's no way you can defend this.
Okay, I'm all ears.
You think that
Go
this is
for
what
it,
the Earth
Princess.
looks like from the ISS?
Yes.
You think that this is what the Earth would look like from the ISS? That's what you
Already
think.
answered. If you'd stop talking,
Okay,
you'd hear
so
me.
the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. So you think that this little subsection is what, 1% of the Earth, this little piece? See, the ISS shouldn't show any curvature. It's not high enough.
Do you see how you're already
Because
going
if you
off
look,
on your
no,
script?
if you look at the
You're not
Chinese
even talking
space
to me. You're
I am
literally just
talking to
following
you.
the script. You're no better than
What
like an
script?
Indian
I didn't know
hacker.
how would I have a
But
script for something I
but
didn't even know you were gonna?
But all you're doing is sophistry.
Bro, stop it. How would I have a script with something I didn't even know you were gonna post?
Oh, don't redeem! Don't redeem!
How would I know I have a script with something I didn't know you were gonna post?
The script that you're repeating is
Am I a
from
psychic
his
scripter?
The
Yeah.
script that you saying about this ISS altitude and the percentage, that's his script, India. Don't.
Oh, my script is that the mathematics. Should I cite different mathematics?
Yeah, the point is that you're not addressing the video.
I
and that
am
it tells
addressing it. I'm addressing its authenticity.
Can you let me finish? When the video tells you
Don't
when
start
it
your
happened,
fucking
when it
goddamn
was
statements
filmed.
with poisoning
I'm
the
done.
well.
Thanks,
Bro.
guys. It was really
Yeah, that's right. Don't start your statements with poisoning the well. Okay, that's the problem.
I can actually have a conversation instead of
can you start
spazzing out.
your
I'm
statements with
all
poisoning the
ears.
well?
Until then, I'm done talking with this retard.
And fuck off, dude. You can't defend this at all. That's why you
he's
don't want to talk.
driving. He's
But you
driving
can't
because
defend
Here
this
comes
at
the
all.
grandstanding. The
I wanna-
whining grandstanding. Here it
I want to
comes.
see you defend this. Everything you say is meta and posturing. Okay? I've been only trying to talk about the evidence directly, and you don't want to. You want people to go, oh, I trust bro in bro's stories about what should and could have happened, even though he's completely fucking ignorant about
Is that your
how
response to
anything
my
actually
high
does work.
res video from the ISS on May 17th?
How do you know that,
2025?
dude?
Is that your response?
My question is, this video, how can this be from the ISS when the view from the ISS should not look like that?
Prove that it should not look like that.
Okay, I'm going to post a quote from Paul
What's your
Larson.
claim?
I'm going to post a quote from Carl Larson.
Oh, wow.
Paul
Guys,
Larson.
make way for this studious student
Well,
here
he was
who's going to post a quote from some guy I've never heard of.
he was a finalist for going to Mars, so you should have heard of him because that's your cult.
He's like the subject matter expert of what you're talking about. He's like the highest priest of what you're
What am I
preaching.
talking about? What am I talking about? Just answer
This
that.
video.
No, not you. Not you, that other guy that just jumped in. He has no answer.
So you see this? This is Paul Larson. That's a scale model. That white circle right there, that's what the entire circle of the horizon would be from the International Space Station. And the ISS would be a dot in the middle of it. Now, from the viewpoint of the ISS, that shit would look flat. Paul Larson says, let's say you are at the elevation of the ISS, you're about 250 miles above the Earth, and we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at the point looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat. Paul Larson, planetarium director. I also have a GeoGebra diagram, and we also have photographs that China claim are from the same elevation as the ISS to show a flat fucking horizon.
Do you think that Mars astronaut would agree that there's only a flat Earth?
Who cares? That's irrelevant.
No. But you're
all or
forcing
nothing
him for this
fallacy.
claim that, hey, this is the field of view of a person at the ISS. So you're going to take him for face value there. But if we
mathematics.
ask him, oh, mathematics, what?
It's mathematics, dude.
You wanted to interrupt to tell me mathematics. What do you want to tell me?
Dude, I'm not trusting him. It's a GM. He is It's a geometric certainty that what he said is true. It's a mathematical fact.
Okay, but what he
It's for a
says
real
is
simple
not
reason,
true
too.
when he says that we orbit around the Earth.
He doesn't know that to be a mathematical fact.
You don't think so?
This is a geometric. How would he know?
Well, I can pull an app out of my phone right now and tell you when the ISS is going to
the app
orbit my
doesn't tell me
house.
how you would know, though.
Oh, but it does the math, and the math that it uses.
How
is
do
based off
you
of
know
the
what it
globe
does?
Earth.
You don't have no idea what it's doing behind there.
I don't need to see behind the curtain to know that it works because I can verify that it works.
So what? Lots of things work.
Great, and you don't need to peer behind the curtain of an elevator to justify getting on board an elevator, right?
Epicycles work to predict the positions of planets. So what? But you don't think the
If you're
epicycles
making
are really
claims about
happening?
how the elevator works, bro,
can't even
yeah,
hear
it
you.
does matter.
Epicycles. Epicycles was the old way of predicting where the planets are. It works better than the current Keplerian model. It works. Is it true?
Okay, give me the app that uses that method and not the globe Earth
Every
method.
planetarium in existence.
Hello, can I ask you?
Every planetarium,
planetarium
the planets
predicting?
in the planetarium, when they project the planets onto the fucking dome, they use the epicycle Ptolemaic model to do that.
Okay. When you project something onto the ceiling, it's a little bit different than what's actually happening on Earth, right?
How do you know that? It's the same view.
Because I can use these apps that aren't projectors. I can use these apps and they predict the future. Whereas a planetarium, it doesn't matter where they set up their hologram or their projector system.
Have you never been to a planetarium?
They're not predicting what's going to happen 1 second from now.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
The Ptolemaic model was used for centuries to predict where the planets would be seen in the sky.
Okay, but you're arguing that these planetariums have some analog model that the projection
They
is based
do
off of.
because they can just
No,
make
they
it out of
don't.
gears. Yeah, they
No,
do.
it's all digital.
The one it's literally
It's
down
digital.
the street, dude.
They're
It's
not
at
projecting
MIT.
from an analog model.
Look, it was
They're
made by
projecting
MIT.
from digital images.
No, it's not, dude. You're
Oh my gosh.
wrong. You're just talking shit. There's one literally fucking down the street at the Omni Mugen fucking theater at the Museum of Science down fucking Cambridge Street. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're a
So tell me,
bullshit artist.
you're projecting off of
You
analog
are a
models.
bullshit artist, and I am calling you out.
Is that what
You
they're
are
doing at
a
your theater?
bullshit artist, lying fucking
You're
snake.
projecting off of analog models?
No, they have a
what you wanna get
literal
out?
physical gear system. Physical.
Physical gear system.
A
Good for
physical
them.
gear system. Yes, that's right.
That's great. And do you think that there's gears tied to Earth, Mars, the moon, and the rest of the solar system?
Your argument was it works, therefore it's fucking true, dude. It works,
I'd
therefore
agree that
it's true. This is called a reduction to absurdity. So this would also be true.
Okay.
That the
By
Ptolemaic model is
definition,
true because it
these
works.
gears,
Are
if I'm
you slow?
assuming if they're as rudimentary as they are not true. Whereas
Why not?
these
They work.
these software programs are. So my point is,
How did you determine that?
It might be true, these gears might be true today, May 17th, 2025.
God damn it, dude.
But a year from now, the moon's position relative to the Earth is probably not true. I don't think that these observatories, or I'm sorry, these
Planetarium.
what did you call them? Thank you.
It's a planetarium. Did you
I
just
don't think they're going to be. They're not trying to represent perfect, true life. When I'm talking about these apps, they are, and they do.
You've never been to a planetarium. They will go back 4,000 fucking years and tell you what the sky looks like.
Planetarium.
Okay, but they can give you any time and date and show you what the sky looks like.
They're using computer programs.
They're not using a computer, dude.
They're not rotating an analog geared device back 4,000 years.
Yes,
they're not
they
doing
are.
that.
Yes, they are.
You're full of shit.
Dude, I'm not full of shit.
Can you imagine that model that in your head, the model that the place down the street from you fucking has? Can you imagine that model rotating 4,000
It has
times?
gears. You not know how gears work?
Oh, okay. So Gears makes this a magical analog system. Please send me a link. I'd love to see it.
He's just gonna
It
hand
must
wave
be a
it.
work of art.
It actually is.
Which is speed of the
Each year is the motion of the planet, and all they do is turn it. And the motions of the planets happen over and over and over again. In the precession of the equinox, so they just move the celestial sphere, they rotate it against the background of the planets. The planets are always in the same place. The only thing that changes in the back is the background stars. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're out of your depth.
Can you explain to me why the Earth's flat?
Why? It's more of a metaphysical question, isn't it?
It's an asinine belief.
Why do you say that?
What's the basis? The Bible?
How flat the Earth is? No, how flat the Earth is.
How flat it is, yeah.
And what's the basis? Go to the ocean. Does it look flat? There's the basis.
Well, do you know what relativity is?
It's a word. What
So
context
now he's looking for excuses.
No, but it's a word
You know
with
that
a
Einstein
meaning.
said that in his theory of relativity, the Earth is equivalent to a accelerating disk moving up at 9.8 meters per second squared.
You're thinking much bigger than you actually have the capacity to.
You
Like,
don't. Why are you
materially.
even saying?
No,
that?
I'm
You don't know me
serious.
from Adam.
No. But I'm serious because this, right? If you think materially, like, if you're seeing it and it's flat, how do you know it's flat?
Because it's
What are
water. Okay, so
Like,
I
you
see the
have an
Earth. It
inflated
looks
ego.
flat. Should I reach the conclusion that it's actually curved?
That's what I think about flat.
Oh, so when you see
Flatters,
flat
as I'll
things, you go, "That must
reiterate.
be." Yeah, you don't have any arguments. It's weird how you think
And
it's
when
so
he sees a
stupid,
dog,
but you
he
can't
thinks it's a
argue.
cat.
What's your response to that?
What's your response to what? Do you think I'm an idiot? I don't care. Was that what you said? I think you're an idiot. That was your
Look,
argument
Yeah,
for a globe.
I mean,
I can be an
You asked for
idiot,
the basis,
brother.
bro.
I can be an idiot. I can be the fucking dumbest retard ever to grace the Earth. The Earth is still flat, regardless of my
how do
mental
you know
state,
that?
because of how flat it is. Okay, really
To
simply.
you?
Okay, really simple to everybody. To you.
Yes, to me
Okay,
as
where
well.
did you go when you saw the Earth as a globe?
In
Yeah,
a
that's what I thought.
fucking university in a book?
So you didn't see the Earth as a globe.
I mean, I also live on a mountain. I can see it like kind of shaved down. Like,
So you can
I
see
don't know,
Earth curved from the top of a mountain. So I'm gonna post a video from Mount Everest. I'm doing a 360 degree panorama.
I
That
hope
shows
it
it's
has
flat
the
from Mount
photo.
Everest.
I hope it has the photoshopped photo of New York on it. That shit
The
was so funny.
photoshopped photo of New York.
Yeah, and they're like,
What does that
"Look,
even
you can
mean?
see." There was a photo that was like, "Look, you can see New York from Mount Everest."
Why would you be
That's
able to see New York from Mount Everest?
Because that's how tall it is, and it's so the Earth's flat, guys.
Yeah, but the angular size of New York would be
Wait,
so
why
small.
wouldn't you be able to see?
I'm going to
New
tell you
York
because
from
the
Mount Everest?
angular size of Mount Everest. If you just do the calculation, Mount Everest in New York, say it's 5,000
What
miles.
calculation are you doing?
The angle calculation. How much the visual angle New York would subtend. The visual angle, right? Because we see in angles, right? The sun has a visual angle of 0.5 degree. So New York, we could say, hey, what's the tallest building in New York? What's its visual angle that it would subtend from Mount Everest? It's way beyond the resolution of the eye or any optical telescope ever fucking made by man.
I mean, it's just kind of Occam's razor, though. Like,
Yeah, I know it's Occam's razor. The simplest
The logical
explanation.
conclu-
Yeah. So
Really?
the simplest explanation with the least amount of substance is most likely correct, right? The Earth looks flat because it is flat. Period. Boom. Thank you. Checkmate. Game over.
I don't think that's true.
How many assumptions did I have to make?
No,
How many
'cause that
assumptions
is
did I have to make
Occam's
about
razor,
the
bro.
Earth?
Occam's razor.
Razor. I made no assumptions. It looks flat because it is flat. No assumptions at all.
you are assuming things to be absolute because here it is.
No, he's not assuming anything.
No. Hold on.
He's not assuming anything.
Okay, if you make this assertion that the Earth is flat, you are hereby declaring that there is a conspiracy to lie.
No,
that the
you
Earth
are.
is flat.
You are.
No,
You
'cause
are.
What?
You
what-
are.
No, because the
No,
consensus
don't
is
say
it's
that we
round.
are. You are. You just said that, not us. Don't put that onto us, bro.
I don't
So
think flat
You're
Earth
the
is a
one coming to that conclusion
Why
and projecting
are
it
there-
onto us because of the implications.
So why is there travel between?
Yeah, just gish gallop.
No.
Why is there travel?
No. Hold on. Why is there travel between like different axes? Like if you go like negative, you can get to the same point.
Yeah, because east and west are circles, bro.
Right.
Yeah, circles.
East
Stick a
and
pole in the
west
ground. Stick a pole in the center of a fucking football field and circle around it.
What does that have to do with what I'm saying?
You
You're
end up
still
back at
north-
the same
north-
place, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you wait in a circle. You just didn't flip upside down.
to you, it's just one. But if you're going in a circle around a line, you're going on one axis.
No, you're in a
not
circle around a
going in
point.
3D space.
Circle around a point.
You're not circling. Yeah, but in a 2D space because you're not moving the other axis.
Yeah, there is no other axis. You're not flipping
Yeah, but
upside
in
down,
real
dude.
fucking life there is. Your analogy.
Okay, prove it. Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? You can
Prove
walk
there's-
forward
there's-
and you can walk to your left.
That's right. You can walk in a circle, right? And you want to know what people do? Just go on Google and type in, why do people walk in circles? It's a well-known fact that people, if they don't have any outside reference, will walk in a circle.
What does it have to do with anything?
Because even though you think you're walking straight, you're walking in a circle.
No,
People do it flying, driving, sailing a boat.
Straight. You actually
can
can
for
walk
very-
straight.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, then why do people, when they get
If I
their
walked
plane
the
crashes,
train and I hopped on the
I
train
said
station
without
and
an
I took the train-
external spatial reference. Did you listen to that part? Without an external spatial reference.
Exactly.
The train is
How
your
do you know?
external
What does that
spatial
mean?
reference.
When would you ever be without an external spatial reference?
If you
You're
walk
always
100
going
miles, the external spatial reference you started with, you can no longer see.
What would that even mean? What would that
Okay.
even mean?
Like say
External give that a definition, because like
external spatial reference, meaning a spatial reference that you can see all from all places around your route of travel. We don't have those, so we use the stars. And we use the North Star and we circle around the North Star. When you look north and you walk to your left, you're going west. If you walk to your right, you're going east.
right, yeah, that's how north, east, south, west were.
Yes, she's
Oh, no.
walking a circle around a point, the North Star.
Because it's a globe.
No, because you decided you're going to look, do circles exist on flat surfaces?
Yes.
Okay. It's really simple.
No. What does the fact that circles exist prove that the Earth is flat?
Who said it did?
But then why
It
the fuck
doesn't.
are you
It's a
talking about it?
refutation to what you're claiming, you idiot.
I didn't claim that circles didn't exist. How would that refute anything?
No, but you
You
just claim
claim
that
that
it's, you
traveling
pretty much
around in-
claim
Go ahead, Dia.
that it's only possible on a ball going in a circle. That's what you implied.
But
Look,
you
it's real
could
simple. Here's the
physically
proof of the
go
flat Earth.
from. You
I'll give
could
you-
also take the circular route So like there, you could take that route, but what I'm talking about is not the same thing. You understand that, right? Like if you place a flag on the ground and you mark 360 on it, right? And you start at the bottom and you cross to the top, you don't have to walk around the circle. You can just cut straight through it.
Yeah, but no one's ever done that. No one's ever done that.
Yes, we have.
No, we haven't.
Yes, actually, people have walked across the entire fucking world, dude.
Not north-south, bro.
Because there's nothing there north-south.
Okay, but that's what you need. You would need a north-south circumnavigation on a single meridian. Otherwise, you just have concentric circles around the North Star.
Dude, people have walked from Mexico or like the fucking like South America to like the top of Canada. I'm sure
that's fine. What's that got to do with anything?
So like, what you want them to go like? I don't understand. You think there's something behind Antarctica?
The entire latitude. So there's a system of coordinates called latitude and longitude. They are based upon the celestial sphere, and they are the main spatial reference is what's called the celestial equator. Now, how far that is above the horizon determines your latitude. But the circles are based upon Polaris. When we circle around that, that's east and west.
Mm-hmm.
It's very simple.
So how does
you look in the chat? What proves the Earth is flat is that most of the surface of Earth's surface is water, not land. It's water.
So,
and that according to the globe, water is supposed to conform by gravity into the shape of a sphere. But we can go and measure that water, and that water measures flat, not curving.
Yeah, relatively, yeah. From what a cup of water, a pool?
No, the ocean,
water,
dude.
An ocean, a lake.
So we have a 50% flat ocean.
Have you been?
But the Earth is a ball. Yeah, I live by the ocean. I live on the East Coast. I live in Boston. I'm about a mile from the ocean right now.
Boston.
Want me to show you some videos?
You're making a bad fucking name on Boston, dude. Now I'm pissed off. Show me.
Yeah, I'll show you some videos I took from Revere Beach of a ship 30 miles away from me.
Show me.
How far is a ship 30 miles away supposed to be under the horizon?
30 miles?
It's 30 miles. I'm a 15-foot elevation. How much should that ship be under the horizon? Should I even see the ship at 30 miles? Or should it be hidden by the curve of the Earth?
You know, there's like literally an equation for that, though.
I know that.
So you can do the equation.
Yeah, I know the answer. I want to know if you know the answer. I want to know if you know the answer.
I mean, I could probably look it up.
Okay, well, I'll just tell you then. 420 feet under the horizon at 30 miles. So how did I take a photo of the boat? If it's 420 feet under the horizon.
Because it's curved.
No, it's under the horizon. The horizon is supposed to be the Earth curve, right? And then ships sail over it?
The horizon is not the Earth's curve.
Okay, then what is it?
It's your perception of the Earth's curve.
Okay. My perception.
That's something entirely different.
That's a good clip.
Dude, that's entirely different. You can't even say it's not. What
your perception of the curve is different to the curve.
Yeah. 100%.
Okay. Right. Okay. How are you perceiving it?
You perceive it as flat.
No, how are you perceiving this Earth curve?
You perceive it as flat. That's how.
With what sense, dude?
Your eyes, your fucking.
Okay, so with my eyes,
the system and the shit that keeps you standing up.
So with our eyes, we're perceiving the horizon as Earth curve, but that's not actually Earth curve.
Yes.
What the
Okay,
fuck?
just want
Yeah.
so we look and we see a horizon, and that horizon just seems like it's Earth curve, but that's not actually it. So when they give us a formula for where the horizon is, the 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and then we do the calculation, and then it says the
Yes.
horizon from 15-foot elevation should be 4.5 miles away, and then I see a ship 10 miles away on that horizon. What's the problem, dude? How come the
'Cause you're
horizon's two
perceiving it-
times? But the horizon, but geometrically, the Earth curve's supposed to be 4 miles away, not 10.
So what the fuck does that have to do with the fact you're seeing it though?
Well,
Like there's
welcome
no
to flat
correlation.
Earth, dude.
Yeah. Based on
Well,
based on the geometry, your line of sight to the horizon is supposed to be where that meets the sagitta, right? Of the Earth curve.
I'll show you a diagram, dude. Make it easy for you.
It's just not flat, dude.
I know. You can bury your head in sand. It's not really happening.
Yeah, you can keep telling yourself that.
So wait, what's your
Look in the
guys'
chat. Look in the chat. This is a diagram from a Globetard's website. So look at this. See this horizon? This little marker horizon? Where
Yeah.
you can't see any surface past this shit. This has a set fixed distance. We can calculate where it should be on a globe. 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet gives you the horizon distance.
Right.
Now, and I'll post the observation. I'll post it right in here.
Right, so for
I
15
took
foot, what is that?
Infrared. I took this in infrared in December. This video.
So it's a phenomena. So how does that prove?
What do you mean it's a phenomenon? No, it's
flat.
supposed to be the geometric edge of a ball that you can't see the surface past.
So in your observation, Indio, 15 foot, that gives you a horizon distance of...
So first of all, you took
okay,
this
four-
video.
Like 4.5 miles.
So
four and
you
a
took
half
this
miles,
video?
and you could see
Yeah, I
a
took this
ship
video, yeah.
causing a wake,
Hold on.
spray
How do you know how?
at the bottom of it on the water from 30 miles away.
Now, this one is only 10 miles.
How do you know how far away the ship was?
Oh, okay, that's 10 miles.
I'll show you how I know.
You have proof?
Yeah. Dude, I got everything. We're very thorough.
So why are you recording in black and white?
It's an infrared.
Oh, I see. Hey man, do dinosaurs exist?
Depends on what you mean by dinosaurs.
Well, not anymore.
Or is there
Did
stone?
they ever?
Did they ever?
Did they?
Yeah.
Do you think they have dinosaur bones?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah? Is there
Yeah,
any
my
bone in the
ex-girlfriend-
dinosaur bones?
No, it's fossil.
Oh, so it's rock.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you don't have dinosaur bones. You have rocks. Rocks
yeah,
shaped
we
like
have fossils.
bones.
We have
Yeah,
fossils.
rocks shaped like bones.
Right, that's what a fossil is.
Yeah, it's a rock shaped like a bone, but it's still a rock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
so
things
you
can get
think
preserved
that your
extremely well.
rocks actually were
And actually,
organic
there is
material
real
that
there
walked
is
around
real-
and fucking roared. How did dinosaurs have sex?
No.
Yeah,
I
no
mean,
one
I'd
knows.
probably ask my ex-girlfriend because she was a paleontologist.
She doesn't know. So
She-
there's how I know. So this
I mean, she
website,
does.
Marine, I'm going to tell you, no, she doesn't. They have no
I'm
idea.
sure she knows more than you, man.
They have no idea how dinosaurs had sex. It's not even fucking, what would you call it?
They
Anatomically
laid
possible.
eggs.
Yeah, how did they fertilize the eggs, dude?
I mean, they dude, fucking birds.
How do two
And-
stegosauruses hump?
They don't.
Yeah, I never thought about it, did you? So look in the chat. This is a screenshot from marinetraffic.com. This is the ship, has the coordinates 42, 23, 46. 704705 west. So that's the coordinates. I have more because we don't want you to be deprived of information. Where the hell is it?
So when you're using your Maps app, or like, do you have a custom one that like has like the real version of the world?
Well, do you?
No, because I accept that as like what the world is.
Well, you have no idea how
bro-
your Maps app works, dude. You're just talking out your
Yeah.
ass, your ignorance, dude.
Exactly.
No, I mean, it was a question.
Nobody's using a world map to navigate, bro. Well, you aren't anyway.
I mean,
Military
I'm
might claim
using-
to, but you don't.
I'm
Do you
using
think
a
Google Earth is a
map.
globe?
Yeah,
It's a cylinder.
it's a cylinder. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
Google Earth is a cylinder.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess
It
fair
displays
point.
to you as a globe, but it's actually programmatically it's a cylinder.
Well, what? Because we don't have all of Antarctica fucking mapped out, and
No,
Arctic.
because it's called a Web Mercator GL, so it's a cylinder. And you can easily prove this if you try to draw a circle around either of the poles.
Hey, if you're gonna say something
they'll
like
clip
that,
into they'll clip
back
into
it up.
a
What do you mean by that?
what? That Google Earth is a cylinder that uses the Web Mercator GL?
How does that
Scoop?
prove that's a cylinder?
Because that's what the Web Mercator projection is.
Okay,
A
that could
cylinder.
be a fucking programming trick. Do you know how programming works?
Yeah, that's why Google Earth is a cylinder and it looks like a globe. But what
Yeah,
about your
that could be
Maps
a
app, dude?
programming
But what about your Maps app?
What about my maps
You
app?
just cooked yourself, but you know how programmatically things work? You just cooked yourself, dumb fuck.
Dude, what about it? It's a fucking globe.
You cooked yourself.
You zoom out and it's a
Your
globe.
whole argument, you pulled out the rug out from under yourself.
There's
Video.
no, I asked you if you have a custom one, or do you use this?
Why would I
model
need a
to get around?
custom one?
Do you use this one?
What one?
But
Google Earth?
Or like Google Maps, Apple Maps?
Yeah, sure.
But it's inaccurate.
So? It's good enough
So
for
you're
practical
using it-
purposes.
Oh. Wait, so
Those are two different things, right? Good enough for
there could
practical
be-
purposes and accuracy?
wait, but there could be things that like they're hiding from you
So what?
are on the map.
Well, I wouldn't know, would I? Because they're hiding them from me.
Wait. Google Maps isn't
I
the same
agree
as
with
Google
that.
Earth.
I agree with that.
Is
They're
it?
hiding a lot
India?
of Antarctica.
Hang on, India.
like-
Is Google Maps the same as Google
yeah, that's
Earth?
not good.
I think there might be a difference. I'm not sure exactly what
Right.
that difference is. So this is Google Maps. Since we're talking about Google Maps, this
And
is
the
from
pe-
Google Earth. What I just posted in the chat. So this red circle, that's the globe predicted horizon distance, but that's where the boat is. That's in the video. How did I see past the horizon? How is the boat on the horizon, which is supposed to be 6 miles in front of the boat? Curious.
I mean, do you think you understand how a horizon works in its entirety?
I've been doing this topic for almost a decade. Yes, I do. I talk to PhDs in
where's your
physics,
PhD?
astrophysics, mathematical physics.
I talk to people, dude. I talk to people on those programs.
I've
all the
debated
time.
them and it's recorded.
So? I'm
Well,
asking.
Seeing I
like,
have
that-
never
that's
lost
not,
a
like,
debate on this
credibility.
topic ever. Like, yeah, that speaks for itself.
No, that's not credibility. I mean, like, objective reality just disagrees with you.
You
I mean,
haven't
there
named
are
any
people that have
objective
got-
reality that agrees.
wait,
The only one
so
who's
wait,
talking
there are
about
people
any
who have
objective
gone to
reality
space.
is actually me. I'm posting
Yeah.
video of objective reality. I'm telling you what the oceans do, what
Exactly.
the water does.
So
I'm
wait.
talking about objective reality. You said go look at a textbook.
So there's the view.
Objective
of the
reality
Earth
is
from the
disagreeing with you in
ISS.
this instant.
There's the what?
Oh, that's not
What
objective
about the
reality.
ISS? The ISS.
So now we're going to talk about cartoons.
Cartoons.
Yeah,
Proof it's a
cartoons.
cartoon. That's insane.
No, the video
Well,
was a cartoon.
Why don't y'all
First of all,
check
there's
out
all
what I
sorts of
posted?
problems with it.
Why don't you flat earthers address what I posted?
What about what you posted? What is that?
How do you explain that?
Explain what?
My photo.
What is it a photo of?
Oh my gosh, I thought you would have known. It's okay. This is on Antarctica. You guys were just talking about.
How do you know that?
Excuse you.
How do you know that? What you just said? You said this is on Antarctica. How do you know that?
Right, I Google searched it from an archive.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me how you know that. How you know that this is actually whatever they portray it to be.
Well, just grant me this, all right? So this is
Oh, just give you a free one? Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, I'm just
Moving
asking if this is true. How would you?
How would I know it? You don't know it's true. When you find out if this is true, then you come
Okay,
back.
so if I find it on Google Maps, you're gonna give me a cookie?
How are you gonna? What do you mean find out? How do you know what they're showing you on Google Maps actually exists in reality?
No, that goes into my point. That goes into my point.
I'm asking you. They're showing you images. How do you know that that is what they say it is?
I agree
How do you know?
with you, but you were arguing.
So here's the thing. There's a book written by a guy that he was part of the NSA from the time it was founded. He wrote a whole book on how photography is faked. And one of the biggest ways of faking photography is taking a real picture and just captioning it different.
What's fake about this one, and where's the caption?
Just captioning it different. Do you understand what that means?
That's why I'm not captioning it. I'm letting you caption it.
They captioned it when they told you what this is.
I don't know what it is. I'm asking you.
How would I know what it is?
It's on Antarctica. Don't you guys?
How do you know? That's your claim.
Okay, let me find the source.
How do you know that this isn't a picture somewhere in Greenland?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
How do you know if this isn't a picture somewhere in fucking Idaho?
Let me get a source. Hold on, dude.
No, no. I'm asking you how you know. Just getting this claim stacking, just saying this person's claim is my claim, that doesn't tell me how you know it's true. How you evaluated it to be true. What you did. Did you do anything?
This is a still from a video footage uploaded onto YouTube. You ever heard of YouTube?
It's a still from video footage uploaded to YouTube that still doesn't tell me the provenance of this image.
And there was a person behind the camera filming. I don't know how much more, how much more I can explain this.
There was a person floating in the air?
Probably a helicopter.
In Antarctica?
Yeah, it's not abnormal. Helicopters fly over there all the time.
I don't know if I should ban you for lying or what. Helicopters do not fly in Antarctica all the time. You just made that shit up.
Permanently. No, they do. To go. How do you think they pick up their people, their researchers and scientists on Antarctica?
With an airplane.
They also have helicopters out there. I'll prove it right now.
I'm not saying they've never had helicopters, but they don't have helicopters out there all the time. Do you know you have to fucking carry your poop and pee out of there?
Okay, I don't know why we're getting caught up on the semantics of helicopters and how often they go.
I want to know how you know this picture is what they say it is, dude. Whoever says it is.
Yeah, so
how did you evaluate it?
Yeah, I'll get the source material.
I don't care about what their claim is. How did you evaluate it?
So I have. Are you saying I should distrust every picture I see?
Okay, that's an all or nothing fallacy. Try again.
No, I'm just trying to understand your logic.
No, why would I say that? Why would I say distrust every picture you ever see?
No, because I'm confused. When you say something like,
no, it's not confusing. It's not confusing at all. This is a rhetorical gimmick, dude.
Okay, ask it again.
It's a rhetorical gimmick.
Ask it again.
This is a specific picture you're presenting as evidence of something. How do you know anything about this? What did you do to evaluate it?
Okay, so what should I do to evaluate it?
Why are you asking me? So what you're telling me is you didn't do anything. So you didn't do anything.
Oh, so you're going to tell me you don't just Google search and then drop something in as evidence?
No, I don't.
That's okay.
Your incredulity is not an argument.
In what?
I said your incredulity is not an argument. Okay? It's really simple. And I know you're just here to get off the fact.
No, I was actually interjecting into the topic.
What's it supposed to show you anyway? What is that? What is that image supposed to tell you anyway?
Yeah, so let's say we take this image as completely true and authentic and all the other shit.
Okay.
How does it prove a flat Earth?
No, I'm saying because...
How does it disprove a flat Earth?
So Antarctica possesses many unknown qualities, and we don't know if
How do you know that?
What do you mean? It's been well studied.
Well studied. You mean some shit people wrote that shit down in a book and you read it?
Yes, there was one person in particular, but others as well.
Yeah, but what was the evidence they presented?
So it was a rear admiral who led a fleet.
What was the evidence they presented?
So in his journal, which is documented.
What was the evidence they presented? I don't care what they did. Look, people talk and they say things. Okay, so what? What's the evidence for their claims?
Okay, so you think there's nothing mystical?
What's the evidence, dude? So you don't have any evidence. If this is the same thing over and over again, you guys love stories.
Bro,
you are just mystified by stories.
Let me ask you something. Is diaries not admitted as evidence in court all the time?
No, they're not.
Really?
It's hearsay.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Hearsay is not admissible in court. They would only admit a diary if if they wanted to testify and the person was dead.
No, the diary of
it could be used to sway a jury.
Murders haven't gotten caught.
So it's going to be subjective anyway.
Murders have gotten caught by their diaries. Okay.
Really?
Oh, really? Look it up.
No, police can use that as a clue towards seeking further evidence, but it wouldn't stand as evidence alone.
No, what is it?
Wouldn't be enough to convict someone.
In the court of law, it's a circumstantial evidence. Regardless, it's evidence. It's marked as evidence. It's a form.
Yeah, to maybe sway a jury's opinion.
Okay, well, I'm swaying an opinion right now with the admiral who had a diary that talked about this, and he was an esteemed man.
Okay, you're talking about Admiral Byrd's diary, which is a proven fucking fake, dude.
Oh, what? Bullshit.
Oh, bullshit? Who'd it come from?
It got I've noticed well more than you probably do. It got released from a journalist after he died, and his wife and his son was on the expedition with him, by the way, and both his wife and the son didn't what's the word? They didn't discredit the journal. They just
journalists.
No, they didn't come out and say, "Oh, these are." Yeah. They didn't come out and say these are lies. They gave it to the journalists to kind of absolve themselves, or else why wouldn't they go out in the press and say this is a fabrication?
Sure, they did.
A fake book.
Cool story, bro.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter because his fucking journal could say, "I saw fucking little green men from Mars," and it wouldn't matter because we would need the evidence.
What? He's gonna shoot him down.
Look, Isaac Newton famously said, if it can't be proven by experiment, it's not worthy of debate. I don't debate people's opinions.
Well,
I'll debate what the evidence means, but there's no evidence. We just have someone's hearsay.
If one person conducts an experiment, say Admiral Byrd conducted an experiment where he was at, then that counts.
Admiral Byrd do you know about Admiral Byrd's weekly radio show?
Yeah, I've watched quite a few.
Okay. Where did he broadcast that from? His radio show. He had a CBS News radio show that he did once a week from Little America.
And what's the point?
How far is that?
How far is that?
America? How far is it? From New York, where he broadcasted to. He broadcasted to Riverside, Long Island. That was
from Little America.
Antenna. From Little America. It's 9,600 miles.
Holy shit. What were they? Was he bouncing it off Echo 1 or something?
he came back with technology. That's you're proving my point.
How did he talk to New York City from Antarctica if the Earth is a ball?
Because when he was in Antarctica, he found crazy things in technology and then brought them back.
And they say the flat earthers are fucking crazy.
So how did CBS get the other end of that technology so that he could talk to them?
No, it wasn't a receiver end. The receiver end doesn't mean anything. It was the output.
So, but they picked up at a certain frequency. Do you know how radio works? They have equipment on their end, and they have a receiver, and that receiver and the transmitter have to be tuned to the same frequency.
Right, but if he has this technology that can tune, you're missing this.
What does that mean?
Where do you
Technology
get the
that
tech
can tune?
from?
He has to tune the CBS receiver to match
Have
his.
you
How did he
read
do that with ESP?
Have you read the diary? Because this answers all your questions.
Did he get it from the Inner Earth folk? They said,
Yes, he
we're
actually
going to give
did.
you the
He actually
ability to
did.
transmit radio signals across thousands of miles across the globe's surface.
Yeah,
But
through the
we'll
globe,
give you
I
the
guess.
cure
No, it
to
went through the
cancer
globe.
later. Right, went through the globe. But we'll give you the cure to cancer later. That's not important right now. What's important is you being able to broadcast signals across
Yes,
the earth.
Yeah,
once a
because he was
week. Keep
broadcasting.
him busy.
Exactly. That just goes to show he was broadcasting warnings to the rest of the world about the dangers that are coming from the South and Antarctica.
Yeah, is that what he was doing? Was
Listen,
that
dude,
in between?
you know-
Was that in between selling cigarettes and fucking chewing tobacco?
This isn't hearsay I'm spewing here. His fleet got attacked out there, and that's documented.
So what?
By UFOs. What do you mean, so what?
Oh, by UFOs. It's documented his fleet got it. Can I see the
Yes.
after action report?
Oh, no, the government would never admit that, but there is...
Then where is it? Then how do you know it's documented?
It's first-hand accounts.
From who?
I don't know.
You know, when it comes to testimony of individuals, you know how
People on
the
the
courts, you know what the legal maximum in court is, since you wanted to bring that up? Sacrifice is the measure of credibility. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, like Jesus had great credibility because he sacrificed himself. Yeah.
It means that the truth of your statement is the credibility of your statement and how it should be taken as credible is directly proportional to the risk you're taking by making it.
Right. And you know, his diary, he wrote in it, and this is
If
the
he
one
lied,
thing-
what are the consequences?
No, this is the one thing I'll leave you is in the diary he goes, I am troubled because what I witnessed out there, I have a duty, I feel, to tell the American people and let them know. But I am bound by secrecy and oath through the Navy where they prevent me from doing that. So that's why the diary came out after his death, is so he didn't have to break it, his oath.
So zero credibility because he didn't sacrifice anything, dude.
He did. He killed him, or he died.
He was dead already. He didn't sacrifice anything.
Well, he didn't want his Look, hey, James Forrestal, the guy who signed
Doesn't
off.
matter why. If sacrifice is to measure credibility, which has been the rule since fucking Roman times, he has no credibility, dude. He didn't
Oh my
sacrifice
gosh.
anything.
Listen, he did.
There's no
sacrifice.
consequences to him lying, dude.
They killed his son, who was going to a conference to speak about his dad. And
Who's
that's what
they?
he was. I don't know, but his son, who was on the fleet, was going to speak at a conference about his passed away father, and then he never showed up, and he was found shot to death. That's not weird or anything, is it?
Yeah, this is great stories.
Maybe
man.
that's why he didn't sacrifice himself, because it wasn't himself. It would have to be his family if he came out.
Well, that'd be even more, give him even more credibility.
Yeah, well, his son died under very, very mysterious circumstances.
Well, instead he sacrificed nothing.
And he probably got killed because they were telling the family, disavow this diary, disavow it.
Why didn't they just kill the journalist?
No, because the journalist put it off onto the family and said, contact the family. And the family refused to speak, so they took it out on the family.
Well, the story's preposterous. It's idiotic.
So you say.
Especially at the time. No, it is, because the military has no problem censoring anything they want to censor, and they've never had any problem. They've controlled the press at least for fucking 200 years. Okay, only thing that gets published are the shit they want published.
That's not true. With a new social media age, X especially, things are being published that they don't want published.
Well, it's different now. They fucking fucked up. They got the cat out of the bag. They didn't realize what they were doing. They thought that they could control this, but they can't.
And that leap in technology has led to your guys' benefit.
Look, bro, I was on the internet before you were born. I was on the internet before there was a web browser. You don't have to tell me about the internet.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, back in the day, like, only a few people could yell at you on the street. Now you get the whole crowd on Discord coming in to yell at you.
What are you talking about? Over flat Earth? Yelling at me? They're not
No.
yelling at me. They're
Hollow
fucking
Earth-
preserving their own fucking ego.
Hollow Earthers, all of them.
Oh, is no fucking hollow Earth, dude.
All right. Have you explored the entirety of the Earth?
I don't need to.
Convenient.
Why do you need to explore the entirety of the Earth? Most of the surface of the Earth is water. Right?
Does the flat claim of the Earth
Is most of the surface of the Earth water or not?
Yeah, I'll answer yours and you answer mine. Yes. And then is the flat claim of Earth dependent upon the entirety of the Earth?
No.
Oh, well, that's confusing.
No, because most of the surface of the Earth is water. And water's flat. And unless the physics of water change, then I don't need to know what the entirety of the surface of the Earth, because it's all connected.
Yeah, so you're taking an educated guess based on that the whole
It's
Earth
not an
is flat.
educated guess. It's all empirical evidence that any human being ever has is that water lies flat and level
Right.
when it's a large body.
Okay.
And it's connected.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around. You said we haven't explored the entirety of the Earth, but now you're saying we're referencing flat Earth based on what is been. It's confusing.
Look, brother, we know that all the waters of the Earth, they call them different oceans, but it's really just one ocean. They're all connected. All
I
the
agree.
so-called individual oceans, they're all connected together. Okay?
Yeah.
Since those oceans are connected together, they'll share a same property because their molecules are all intermixed. Okay? And on the
Right.
surface, no matter any distance we ever measure, the surface of that water is flat. So it would be crazy, and there's no good reason to think that it's flat here and flat at every place I measure it, but curving somewhere else.
Except
where I
that-
didn't measure it.
Right. Okay. So I guess a fair argument or a fair assessment of that would be all observable parts of the Earth are flat.
All observable parts of the water of the Earth are flat.
Mm.
All parts that have been observed so far.
Have you ever seen a geyser?
Yes, I have.
Is that flat?
Is it a body of water?
No, like as it's.
Didn't I say large connected bodies of water?
Well, it's not. It's not connected. A geyser shoots up in there.
It's also not a body of water.
No, I thought you said water. Okay, my bad. I thought you said water.
Obviously, water in some states can be not flat because I could take a fucking baseball bat and smack a fucking pond with it, and the water's not going to be flat when it flies out. You're just being a pedantic douche. I don't know why you guys do this, because you don't actually have an argument to refute what I said. It's 100% true that the surface of the Earth, the water is flat, and unless you can't have a fucking majority water flat ball. Well, you said something stupid like, where in that case, objective reality is subjective. Come on, dude.
Well, no, supposed objective because we don't. I don't think reality is objective if we haven't explored every crevice of Earth and outer space, so to say, or whatever, right? So that's my whole point. Is that it's
If the entirety of the Earth is flat as you claim, then surely you should be able to map it. What do you know about mapping?
I know that.
Nothing.
Hold on.
Nothing. No, you know nothing about mapping, dude. Nothing.
Can I answer?
Yeah. Tell me more about. Go ahead.
Okay. So mapping, to my rudimentary knowledge of it, is basically a way to put on, say a map or some paper, the distances and the locations of everything upon the Earth at the basic level.
Okay. Now, what gives you, how did you wake up in the morning and grow the balls to say, I have a rudimentary understanding of mapping, but I am going to make absolute claims like Surely you should be able to map it when you don't know anything about maps by your own admission.
So are you saying that I'm wrong when I said the Earth can't properly be mapped?
There's always a problem with mapping, and it's called the origin of coordinates. There is no accurate map of anything. Maps are representations of something else.
So then, okay, so if that's the case, then my argument
If you want me to give you a Harvard professor that does maps for a living saying what I just said?
No, if you can cliff note it, I'd appreciate that.
I got a clip, dude. I clip this shit. When academia says the same shit I say, you guys don't believe me when I say it.
Okay.
So I clip academics saying what I say, and you guys still fucking don't believe it.
Well,
or you change the subject.
It's because you guys kind of, and with all due respect, you guys pick and choose which academics you know.
What? And you don't?
You don't pick and choose, dude.
I haven't posted a single academic. This is my reality.
So you come here with nothing to back any of your words.
My reality, Judge.
Awesome.
Christ.
Yeah, observer-dependent reality, which is why we can't map the Earth properly, because it's ever so shifting, dependent upon the observer.
What does that mean?
It means so it's basically an ironclad claim against that. You know, the reason we can't map the Earth because we can never truly understand where things are within the Earth if we haven't been to its fullest expanse, right?
So if I've been all the way around Australia, therefore I should know the United States because I know every crevice in Australia.
No, sir, you're misunderstanding me.
No, you're misunderstanding just mapping in general. Have you ever heard of the map territory problem?
No.
You can't make a map that is a one-to-one replica of any particular territory or fucking object in the world unless that map is the same as that object.
Okay.
Right? So if you want to make an accurate 100% map of the United States, your map would need to be the size of the United States.
Oh, no, so you don't believe
So we have to pick and choose the things we place on the map because it's only going to, we have to say, what is this map for? Okay, it's for this. How do I represent that on this map so that someone can do that thing and use this map as a guide to do it?
Okay, so you don't believe in scaling?
Oh my Jesus Christ. Yes, you can scale things, but what happens when you scale things? Do you lose information?
Not if you have a high enough pixel rate.
Then you wouldn't be scaling it, dude.
A piece of paper drawn with pencil, and you're talking about pixel rate.
Maps.
No, I think the topic of maps, as you guys espouse it to be, is confusing, almost on purpose.
No, it's basic differential. It's basic geometry. Well, differential geometry. That you have a surface, you map it to another surface, and there's ways to do this. But you always have to start with the origin of coordinates. Meaning, what is the first reference point? My zero for all from which I relate all the objects in the map against, right? So, say in Cartesian coordinates, right? You have your zero, your x zero, your y zero, your z zero,
right?
Right? Okay. Well, how am I going to relate that zero to all the other axes? Okay, am I going to have a one-to-one relationship between the x, y, z scale? Probably.
Well, if it's a flat
I want to have a linear, but I don't have to do that. I can do something else. I can fucking have a non-linear y-axis, a linear z-axis, and a linear fucking x-axis, right? And then I can create a map that coordinate system.
Right.
So I take the objects in the world, and I just map those objects to that coordinate system. And it's not going to look like the object in the real world looks, but the way the object looks isn't the way it is either.
Why not?
Because we have a single point perspective. Because we have the 3D world mapped onto a 2D surface, the curved surface of our fovea in our eye. The external world maps to that.
I'm not talking about
approximately because we have the wavelengths of light. And those wavelengths also have a size, and they also don't map perfectly.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about like mountains and valleys, like, that type of stuff for topography. I'm talking about just zoom straight across.
Yeah, what are you going to use? Is the surface smooth?
You could fly a plane in many different directions.
Into what?
Around the Earth to get an accurate, because you guys claim flat Earth, so surely the flat Earth should actually be easier to map than the globe Earth, because the globe.
You guys say that stupid thing all the time. It's not easier at all.
In theory, it should be.
Okay, so check this out. In theory, no, in theory it's not, because there's topography.
Just go.
So say I have a road. Say I have a road, dude. So really simple. Really simple. Oh yeah, and what?
A plane.
So I have a road. So I have a road. It goes up to the east side of the mountain, climbs the mountain, goes down the other side, and fucking continues on the west side of the mountain. Right? Don't say the mountain is a mile at its base. It's a mile in diameter at its base. Perfect fucking circle. It's a cone mountain. And before the mountain's 5 miles of road, and after the mountain's 5 miles of road. How long is the road?
Well, 5 miles. You said up and
5 miles. The base of the mountain's 1 mile, and after the mountain, the west leg is 5 miles. Is it 11 miles? No, it's not 11 miles. Because you had to go up the mountain. So the road also contains the side of the mountain going up and the side of the mountain going down. Okay? So now you have a different distance.
Yeah, but
your odometer. The odometer that you. So on a map, you would project a linear distance based upon an orthographic idea, right? But that's not the actual distance you would travel on the surface. The surface distance is going to be completely different. And the fact of the matter is, it gets even more complicated because if the surface is not a continuous curve and it's an undulating curve, you have what's called the coastline problem, where the unit of measure determines the length of the fucking distance.
I don't argue for the curve though. That's not my argument.
No. You don't understand. If you have a surface and the surface is not a continuous curve, you can't measure the distance on that surface. The distance that you measure will vary depending on the length of the unit you use. So the smaller the unit you use, you can fit it into smaller and smaller crevices of this bumpy surface, like a coastline. You know how coastlines are all jagged, right?
I think I understand.
So if I take miles and measure the coastline, and I sum that, and then I take inches and measure the coastline. When I sum the inches, it'll be a greater value than when I sum the miles.
Okay, I'm gonna.
But it's the same coastline. So why is it different lengths?
Hold on.
Why is a coastline different lengths, though?
But you're talking about, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're talking about
reality.
No.
Yeah, reality. Because in reality, the surface of the Earth isn't smooth. It's jagged and bumpy. And depending on the unit of measure we use is going to determine the distance we measure. It's not as simple as you think, dude. You have a cartoon view of reality.
No, okay. So I agree with you. So say you had a road.
Doesn't matter whether you agree or not, quite honestly.
Okay, well, then I don't agree with you. But anyway, so if you had a road that went up straight up Mount Everest, right? And then it went down Mount Everest on the other side. Obviously, that's a distance. But
not on a map? It wouldn't be.
It should be because
no, because you would just measure the distance on the coordinates. You would look at your little scale, and that says 1 inch equals 1 mile, and you take a 1 inch fucking mark and you stick it over Mount Everest and say, "Oh, this is only 1 mile."
No, that's wrong.
That's how you fucking use a map, dude.
That's not how I use a map, but what I'm saying is when you're creating the map, right? So if you say whatever 1 mile up Mount Everest, 1 mile down, but then if you put the starting point where the base of the mountain, and then the ending point on the other base of the mountain on the opposite side, that from an aerial view will be the same distance.
No, not from any view, dude.
How would it not be the same distance?
Because from a view, from it, Look, when you say view, that assumes perspective, that you're looking at it, that you're being projected to a fucking point. No, it wouldn't be a view. It'd be an orthographic projection, which is not a view. It's everything, all the
fine.
lines are
So then-
parallel. All the lines
Okay.
are parallel like a blueprint drawing. Okay? Now that's
then-
not how the thing actually looks.
Okay, so then
See,
okay.
like, why? Look, brother. Okay? Really simple.
I don't think it is.
Just remember you said that because you just said should be easy to map a fucking flat earth. Remember? Now you're realizing it's fucking hard. It doesn't matter what it's a map of.
No,
it's
I was
fucking
gonna,
hard, dude.
I was gonna rebut
There's a
you.
reason engineers and people that do fucking drafting and tradespeople that do that job get paid a shit ton of fucking money because it's not easy.
Right, because it's an ever-moving planet where things shift.
It has nothing to do with shifting. It's that
No.
you have to prefer some type of display or projection or how you want it. It has to be for some purpose. We don't make maps without a purpose. They're purpose specific. You make a road atlas because you want to know about the roads. You make a topographical map because you want to know about the topography and you want to know if you're falling off a cliff. We make these maps for fucking reasons. And they're
mainly
good.
for-
They're only
mainly
accurate
for
for the
sh-
purpose they're designed for
It's
and
mainly
nothing
for
else.
navigation, travel. I got this.
We don't navigate with maps, dude. Worldwide navigation is done with stars.
No, you navigate with maps. That's not true because I know in the military they do navigate
Okay.
with maps.
Yeah, use a map to get to Australia from New York. Go ahead.
No, I'm not talking about aqua, like the water. I'm talking about on land.
You were quick to backpedal.
No, he
Look.
didn't. He didn't clarify that there's different.
We don't use maps to travel across the world, dude. That's what I said.
Okay, well, all I said was
And we have maps for the
navigation and
land. We have
travel.
road atlases, right? If you want to drive between point A and point B, you go buy a road atlas. You look at the fucking road atlas. But if you look at the road atlas and look at like the actual road, what the road actually does, they don't match each other. The road atlas just has a fucking squiggly line going through a state, and then it'll have a little square where the exit is. Say exit 15, exit 14, exit 13. It's not meant to be accurate. It's only meant to be accurate.
Scientific. Those aren't meant to be scientific, dictates.
Well, really, they're only meant to be good for practical purpose. The practical purpose
Right.
of driving. It was made
So
for driving.
Right. So we have to go to the source that creates the actual scientific maps, not this.
The scientific maps.
Yeah, the
I'd
ones
like to
that are
see
accurate.
a scientific map. How do you know which ones those are?
The ones who take their time and maybe walk along, like they have people lined up left and right, and they walk down a certain quadrant, and then they mark it on the
Well,
map.
people can't walk straight. How would they do that?
Well, what do you mean they can't walk straight?
People walk in circles if they don't have an external spatial reference.
No, they'll have a compass or something, so everyone stays on the right path, right? And they stand
That
shoulder by
won't work
shoulder.
because you have magnetic declination, so that's not going to work.
That's only at the North Pole or whatever.
No, that's everywhere.
So you're telling me a compass will spaz out?
Magnetic declination, dude.
Let me look this up.
Magnetic declination is the difference between the geographical north and the compass north. It's different everywhere.
You remember that part of the military map that you were referring to earlier? How it's got grid north and then it's got
He's
magnetic
never
north?
seen a military map in his life.
I have. I went to basic training in Fort Jackson. What are you talking about?
Oh, did you?
All right. So
Did
whenever
you take
you was
land
at-
nav, dude? Because you must have failed it. Sorry, dude. Go ahead.
I didn't. I took it, but I didn't fucking look at the map too much. I had my buddy do it.
Okay. So whenever you failed to look at the map that they gave you so that you could go look for the shit in the vines, you were supposed to pay attention to grid north and then the magnetic north. And then so whenever you would get your azimuth direction towards an object and you would put that down on the map, then you would adjust the compass heading to match the magnetic and not the grid north.
Sorry, you
Yeah.
lost me.
On a compass, there's a little dial. Okay? That dial is supposed to indicate the geographic north. right? So if you look at the map and it says the magnetic declination is 10 degrees east, then you turn the dial to match the 10 degrees, and then you know when you line the compass up north-south, the actual north-south, right, the geographic north-south, is the direction that your adjustment dial is pointed, not the direction your compass needle is pointed.
I don't know. That sounds like kind of pseudoscience. I'm a little distracted also by
Pseudoscience, they build them into every fucking compass, dude. Like, what are
I'm a
you
little
talking about?
distracted
Okay, Goran, just do that the easy way. Just type in magnetic declination into Wikipedia or Google or one of them.
I will,
please.
but at first I've been distracted also looking at the side chat, and one of
You
your
said pseudoscience, bro.
one of your
You high?
cheerleaders is calling me a glober, and I don't think that's appropriate given that I haven't called you guys the Flat
No,
Earth
Matt
Society.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
No, but like I'm not a
Sorry.
glober. It's like if I were to call you guys part of the Flat Earth Society, that's
doesn't
slander.
matter.
It's
Okay, I'll
libel.
call you a Glover. Sorry, Glover. It doesn't matter.
All right, you're teetering on libel right now because that's
libel.
It doesn't matter.
You're defending the
And
globe. You're a
nobody made
glober.
a
Deal with it.
claim.
okay. I guess
Nobody
I'm
made
talking to a bunch of people from the Flat Earth Society. Then deal with it.
No.
So no, that's a straw man.
Not even analogous, dude.
Isn't libel in print anyway?
No,
So-
libel can be oh, slander. You're right. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. So let's libel him in the side chat.
It's slander if it's said. It's libel if it's printed.
Semantics. Typical with you guys.
Semantics are important.
Yeah, words mean things, dude. Sorry.
Exactly.
What's it? Yeah, Goran, Nick, you seem to be one of these people that thinks you just get to make it up for yourself as you go along.
This guy's fucking
and
Shakespeare,
then have your
dude.
own truth.
He just gets to decide
No,
what
I
words
think
mean. He's Shakespeare.
I think the world is more metaphysical than you guys realize, but you try to look at it through a scientific
You
lens.
have no idea what I think about the metaphysical, so don't even
Well,
try
you guys
it.
don't even address it, so I'm led to believe my conclusion.
Because globetards claim they're empirical. They claim that the globe is based upon science. They claim that all this stuff is based upon empirical evidence. So we use their tool to show them that they are in fact wrong. This is why we focus on the empirical, because these fucking atheist, materialist globetards only accept empirical evidence as proof of anything. So you have to meet them where you find them. We can't meet them where we hope they were.
No, but you can't use so you meet them where you find them, and you use science as a way to refute. But science is flawed in itself.
No. We're not using science as a way to refute them. We're using empirical evidence.
No, I've seen you guys use science that they claim against them.
If they make scientific claims, then we'll use science. If they're making a shape claim, then we'll use geometry.
Typically,
That's why whenever
Jim.
they azimuth directions and grid north directions on a map, that's pseudoscience. Nobody made a claim to science. You fail at logic. You fail at understanding, and you argue
So
from
you
ignorance.
say.
And then so you're saying, oh, well, you guys are the ones who are in the wrong because and here we are.
Okay, that was a great summary of what happened. Anyways, I have to go. This was a great dialogue. Now, Indio, am I
didn't
going to?
unmute you. I didn't unban you yet. Hold on, I'll do it right now before I forget.
I appreciate that. I do like the literature in there. But I guess I'll have to
Dude,
refrain.
we got the fucking best information channel on Discord.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing I was bummed about. Like, some of you guys are cool, like Alpha Veritas, good guy, great guy. But I just feel like you guys aren't open-minded enough to other opinions regarding this, and it kind of bugs me a little bit.
Because nature will tell us what it is, not you.
Well,
Flat Earth or Globe Earth isn't on here. And you can look in all the books and diaries and read all you want. If you want the answers, you have to go out fucking side and find them.
Okay,
With the Earth.
then why don't we crowdfund an expedition to survey the entire Earth?
No, crowdfund.
Just think of us as
Crowdfund a
Kevlar,
survey of the
bro.
entire Earth. That would cost a fucking
think of us
$1 trillion.
as
You fucking crackhead, dude. Are you high?
Well, aren't there some flat Earth
bro, just think of us as the best bulletproof vest ever, and you're trying to design a bullet that will go through it.
Oh no, I would never want to shoot any of you guys. No, never.
No, it's metaphorical, bro. Jeez.
Well, anyways, I last time he was here made the same. Oh, in this channel, or are you talking about in the Discord? Old.
No, out on Mars.
No, I'm saying like in this.
Last time you were here, I remember your Kennedy PFP. You were asking who was the boss. I said you're Kennedy wearing shades. You're the boss, and then you ended your visit with the exact same complaint.
Which was?
Just saying. Yeah, you want us to you get mad that we won't sit here and play make believe with you. I mean,
no, you guys keep shifting me towards like make believe Sundays in here, but that channel's dead or on your Discord.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I told you this last time. You can speculate until the cows come home, but that's all it is.
But I'm not speculating. I'm referencing empirical data,
So
like
why
you
don't
guys do.
like, write it down in your diary or something? Get it out of your system.
Like you guys say you reference empiricism, right? And then I say I reference it with say, Admiral Byrd's diary, and you go, oh, no,
It's
not that.
empirical.
Why not?
Empirical is about an observation of nature, not a fucking some shit a dude wrote in a book.
No, I know his observation was based on the nature of.
Is Shakespeare
Antarctica.
empirical?
Is he talking about the nature of the?
Oh, he wrote about fucking, I don't know, was it The Merchant of Venice or something? So let's pick that one, right? Is that empirical evidence for a Merchant of Venice?
No, but let's not compare an author to a rear admiral in the Navy.
Isn't he an author?
No, I'm saying a fictional author. You know.
How do you know it's not fictional?
Because
yeah, exactly.
Like none of Shakespeare's.
That's why we rely on empirical evidence from the natural world, not the words that come out of fucking some idiot's pie hole.
Okay, so the natural world would be Antarctica. So why don't we cheaper expedition? We'll crowdfund.
You go.
We'll crowdfund the next.
What do you know about Antarctica?
I want to learn more. So should you.
Oh, here's how you find out.
So should you.
Go to a rubber boat and fucking get a paddle and paddle there.
Okay, don't be facetious as if I don't know there's a bunch of ice in the way. You know, like, come on.
More than ice in the way.
That's my point. So we need a crowdfund. I'm sure you guys make lots of money, I would assume. You do this part-time.
Zero.
I'm getting paid?
No,
hey, where's my check?
I'm assuming, because I know I see you guys here a lot, like, and I'm assuming.
Why would you assume we're making money doing this?
No, I assume you have a high-paying job that allows you to kind of like sit on here and, you know, bloviate all day.
Ever think maybe you're just broke?
Oh, am I broke? I'm broke spiritually.
High-paying job is a relative statement, and the amount of someone's free time depends on what they find is important. It has nothing to do with the amount of money you have.
I don't disagree.
How do you know I'm not using free Macca's Wi-Fi while I'm cooking burgers? Listen. You hear the sizzle?
No, but I'm just saying, like, okay, maybe.
Fuckers.
I have
That's not fair.
I've been unemployed before, and I hung out all day in these Discords. But now, I have an affinity towards this channel. But I do see some more than others on here consistently throughout the day, which makes me wonder.
Dude, what do you want to find? What are you looking for in Antarctica? What is it that you're seeking?
Oh, thank you. Finally, a great question. I think
Ain't gonna be a great answer.
I think after the esteemed rear admiral who led a fleet, which by
you like rear admiral, don't you?
Rear admirals didn't usually lead fleets, so that's just a
hold on, dude. This guy had the Navy, so we have to crowdfund the Navy's fund.
No, I'm building. Hold on, I'll make it short. But my point being is that we have to take the word of a rear admiral who is esteemed
No, we
good
don't.
man, and we have to build
You don't know
upon
that.
that. Right, so we could at least go explore on his behalf, and we could discredit it or credit
Why
it.
would
Like,
we
wow.
want to do that? There's a millions of other things to do in life. Like, why would we want to do that?
Because supposedly he ran into a civilization that had bountiful like food, water, and
Okay, that doesn't give me a why.
everyone was happy. No one was arguing about flat Earth anymore, from what I saw.
So you're running to Antarctica to just
get away from
86
flat
the
earthers
whole flat
arguing.
Earth.
If I go to Antarctica, I don't have to worry about flat earthers arguing about flat Earth.
No Wi-Fi,
No, I just
no
think you guys
Discord.
would-
I'm
I think you guys
free.
would be so enamored with what you see that you would like find solace there, and there would be no need to argue.
What,
about it.
like
think
ice
you're
and
nuts,
fucking
dude.
penguins?
I think the negative 90 degrees Celsius temperature is gonna wipe away all your dreams, dude.
No, you have to get past that. Like Admiral
He
Byrd
just wants
did.
the super duper Wi-Fi that you can get that'll stretch over 10,000
Guys,
kilometers.
let's not be silly. You like
You have no
Admiral
idea
Byrd?
what Admiral Byrd did or didn't do. He
You
probably fucking went to
Let's not
goddamn
be silly.
Alaska.
You're talking about going to find some people that are living in some utopia down in
Right.
Antarctica. Let's not
And
get
they're-
silly.
I'm going there and doing whatever the
warned
fuck.
So, dude,
They
hold
warned
on. So
him-
this has nothing to do with the flat Earth topic. This is
No, it does.
basically
No, it does.
exploring enthusiasm.
Hold on. I'll leave it on this. If you get to
I'll leave it on this. I doubt that.
if you get to the spot, if you're able to get to the spot that, because supposedly Admiral Byrd was guided by UFOs with Germanic voices, so I don't know, that's a little weird, but they guided him.
Your troll riders need to step it up, Kennedy.
Why do we gotta go find them? Why don't they come find us? Why do I gotta
Hold
go
on,
there to?
I'll just wrap it up real quick. So if we get there, because they don't let you in unless they find you of high esteem and value. So if we get there, and I think many of you would qualify under that.
Good
so
Lord, I
maybe
hope you're not coming.
they might kick some of you guys
could've
out of
swore
the
I heard
ship.
a we in there.
High
They might
esteem and
kick-
value.
They might kick some of you guys out of
How
the
do
ship.
you know
but-
that's what the requirement is? Maybe you just have to be like
Well,
You have to be a rear admiral
a
to get
purple
in.
pickle puffer.
No, they told him. They brought him there because he was esteemed and highly regarded.
So the guy said they only let you in if you're a special great person.
Right.
And
well,
of course I got in because I'm a special great person. But you're not going to get in because you're not so special and great.
Well, I think they would welcome me with.
I have a bridge in Brooklyn. It's fucking cheap, dude.
They
you
would
wanna
welcome
buy
me
it?
with open arms because I'm more open-minded than most, right? And I'd probably.
Oh, that's a criteria too? Is that what Admiral Byrd said? He said you got to be open-minded.
His delusions. You got delusions of grandeur, bro.
Okay, well, all I know is they used Byrd as a tool because they were developing nukes at the time, unbeknownst to Byrd, and then they told him, go back and tell your government, stop doing this. This is going to create a huge problem in the future. And he went back and told them, and they kept doing it anyways and said, keep your damn mouth shut.
The more you recount that whole tale, it's starting to sound more and more like L. Ron Hubbard to me.
So you're saying a highly regarded, esteemed.
So, Goran, I want to ask you a question. Is it important you be open-minded?
Always.
Can you be so open-minded that your brains fell out?
You could be so open-minded that you let the gutter water drain in. I think I know what you mean.
I think
you did. You let your brains fall out, brother.
Is it worse to have your brain fall out or have gutter water go in? To be determined.
Well, dude.
Okay, so maybe we can take part of what he said at face value, and the aliens or whatever, the Germanic aliens.
I hope you take it all.
Hey, you could come to Antarctica. Those were actually Freemasons, and he was allowed to do whatever he wanted because he was a Freemason. And now that he came back, he was sworn to secrecy because he's Freemason. And now you're like, oh wow, alien. And then now we're just stuck here arguing about aliens.
So why would a bunch of Freemasons be in the ice barren? Like that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
So your theory.
Why would there be aliens concerned about nuclear weapons? What do they
My
care?
theory is more plausible than that one.
If you were to go to Antarctica, right? Are you going there with permission, and the planned route, or are you just going there and doing whatever you want?
I would take the route that I would crowdfund first, and then take the
Crowdfund
route.
him a kayak.
Crowdfund and then take a route, the same exact route Admiral Byrd did, in hopes that they will intercept me, and I can come back to talk to you guys. But I need crowdfunding of it.
Yeah, we're going to crowdfund you a kayak. We're going to hire Zanuck to give you kayak lessons because he's an expert kayaker because he kayaks around the Black Swan oil rigs all the time. So he's going to teach you how to kayak across from Chile to Antarctica. And I mean, well,
Okay.
I guess I'll raise money for some fucking MREs or for some food so you don't starve to death.
No, I'll take care of that. All you have to do is crowdfund for the hot air balloon on top of my kayak. So when I need to go over, then I could get there.
The hot air balloon.
Yeah, because obviously I have to go up at some point. Who knows?
Well, the peninsula of Antarctica is not ice covered.
All right. Well, I'm going to go play some video games before I have to work tomorrow for about 12 hours, but I'll be on after that to discuss further. I appreciate the unban as well.
Okay.
That was great. I will try to not break the rules next time, but I feel like I might because I don't know them still, but okay.
Hey, just remember, if you work hard, you'll get rich. So go do that 12-hour shift and keep dreaming.
No, I'm already rich, but no, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Muse, we don't allow incoherent nonsense or strawmans to be representing our community. We work on empiricism, logic, and so we test the claims. We don't just believe the claims. That's your side. Remember that.
We're more than happy to unmute you if you're willing to engage in a proper conversation. But don't be disparaging and don't come at this like a bigot.
And don't pretend you're one of us and don't try to speak for us. Just speak for yourself.
Yeah, that clown wheel crap, leave it at the door.
What was this experiment that you did, Indio, that the last people were talking about?
No experiments.
What?
So what Indio did, you can just scroll up. I'll give you the timestamp, and you can have a look at what he did.
I'm here. What's the question?
What was the experiment? You want to know what experiment you did, Indio? I said it was not an experiment.
Yeah, I didn't do any experiments, man.
Then what were you guys talking about?
Observations and measurements. Those aren't really experiments. Experiments are for natural phenomenon. And they determine cause and effect relationships. So just measuring something, like if you went to the doctor and they measured your height, that wouldn't be an experiment, right?
True.
Yeah, so we're just doing measurements. That's it. We're measuring to see if the Earth. Measuring the distance of the horizon.
Okay, cool.
And to see if it matches the globe prediction, which it does not.
So where is that?
According to the globe mathematics, from my observation height of 15 feet, it should have been 4 miles away.
No. I'm asking where's all the data, I guess. I don't know. The video, did you make it?
Yeah, you can scroll up. It's in the side chat.
Yeah, I just tagged it. It says here, and then just click the attachment.
Yeah, or you can go to our home server and scroll down. There's A to C, a ton of data for you to go through.
Yeah, but this particular one is in the side chat. Obviously, this isn't the only thing we have.
You need to charge your phone, Indio.
Why is that?
You're at 8%.
What's wrong with my phone? Oh, well, it was, it was freezing out, man. It was killing my battery. I mean, it
What's
seemed
this
like 40
American
degrees
Marine
is
Traffic?
yeah, marinetraffic.com. Yeah.
What is that? Is this just show? Is this talking about boats or something?
It tracks the boat position.
Position of boats. Okay.
Yeah, so this particular position, hold on 1 sec. These particular positions, when they're in Boston Harbor, their position is given by a radar station in a place called Gloucester, Massachusetts. There's a radar station that tracks all the boats that are out there.
And then the second picture, what is this from like Google Maps or something?
Yes, the red circle is where the horizon. The red circle is where the horizon should be, and the line is in the pin is where the boat was, according to the coordinate in the aforementioned image. So there's a coordinate in that marine traffic image, and that's the coordinate position in the pin.
Gotcha. And then that's the position of your camera, 10 feet above sea level.
15 feet, yes.
Or sorry, 15 feet. And then what's the next one? What is? Can you explain
That's
this
a
to me?
buoy that took the temperature data that's in the line of sight in the video that's further down. That's a USGS water buoy or NOAA water buoy. So it measures the air and water temperature every 8 minutes or something.
Okay. Where does that one picture show the position or say the position of the buoy?
The Google Maps.
No. In the, I guess the fourth picture, one of the weather buoy, the temperature one.
Yeah, that shows the air and water temperature.
Right, but you said you saw it in the video.
Yeah, the actual
How do you
buoy.
look at its position?
It's right in the line of sight. It's right in front of the boat.
I know, but how did you determine how far away it was?
I don't need to know the
On the
distance of the buoy.
Okay.
The buoy's unimportant. I only got the picture of the buoy because of the air and water temperature.
Okay, guys.
It was just a coincidence that it was in the line of sight.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were. Okay. Heard. Yeah, I got air temperature, water temperature. Okay, cool.
Yes.
And so you were tracking this to try and figure out the conditions of the air around above the sea. Right?
Yeah, so I planned this for like 2 months. Well, I was looking for 2 months for a day where the air and water temperature were the same to go do an observation, or nearly the same.
Is your video in black and white, or is this?
It's infrared.
Oh, infrared. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I see 3 objects, or sorry, 4, I guess.
Yeah, 2 of those are lane markers and one's a buoy. So there's a shipping lane that crosses this. It goes left to right across the screen. And they have lane markers. So there's the buoy and the 2 lane markers.
Crap, you're seeing even more than you should see.
So you're saying at 3 p.m. you were able to, is when you took the video at 3 p.m.?
It's between 3 and 3:15, somewhere in that section. Because when I finished, I took a picture of a clock, which is further down. Clock that's right there on Revere Beach. Which is coming quite fucking useful for some reason. How do we know you were there at that time? Yeah.
I've really never heard any Globers ask these same questions about their own pictures, though. That's weird.
Yeah, I know. Here's a, and that, like, you know, like the Blue Marble, the 72 Blue Marble, it's actually a dispute within Apollo, you know, moon landing nerds, when that picture was actually taken, because they can't figure it out from the transcript when it was taken, because they never indicated it. You know, they got transcripts of like what they're saying inside their little studio. I mean, on their way to the moon. Yeah, so it's a dispute among Apollo enthusiasts. The timing of that picture. So yeah, they do dispute it sometimes. Now, the key thing about me getting the air and water temperature the same is that any refraction effects that they say exist have to be minimal. So I did everything possible to minimize any effects of refraction, if there is such a thing, doing anything, by using A, infrared, and B, doing it at a time when the air or water temperature was nearly the same.
What do you mean if there is such a thing as refraction?
If there is such a terrestrial refraction, that's what I'm talking about. That the specific terrestrial refraction that they say bends light around a ball. That
I
is
don't
horseshit.
think people make the distinction between refraction and terrestrial refraction, but I see what you're saying.
Well, that's because that distinction doesn't fit the propaganda rhetoric that they do. Because if you say there's no refraction in these observations, they go, you don't believe in refraction? Now, there is a general phenomenon called refraction, but that's not what this is, okay? What they're saying is a specific type of refraction, specific condition that creates it. i.e., there's a density gradient that's curved. And because there's a curved density gradient, when light passes through it, it automatically curves around the ball, making the ball look flat.
Well, that density gradient is it would be the air.
Except those density layers are flat.
Yeah, but it has to be a curved density gradient.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So light passing through two different mediums of different density, even if they're
there's only one medium, dude.
Yeah, but we're talking one medium. We're talking about air.
I know, but medium of a different density and temperature, doesn't that change it?
Well, what they're
Wouldn't
claiming
water,
is
like
that-
if you, so I know what you're saying. If you go from air,
But density is like, but density. Okay, just to break this down real quick. People use the word density, but that's technically wrong. It's the temperature gradient that causes the refractive effects, not the density gradient. In Maxwell's equations, which determine the refractive index of something, there is no density formulas. There is no density calculations calculating the density of the medium. Why is that?
in
When the speed of light in Maxwell's equations of electricity and magnetism, because light is electromagnetic, right? Propagation.
Yeah.
Okay. So depending on the medium it passes through, that alters the speed at which light propagates. So when it goes through one medium where it's traveling at one velocity, and when it enters another medium where it travels at a different velocity, the light will be displaced. It'll be deflected. Okay, this is what refraction it technically is. But the properties of these mediums is not based upon density. It's based upon the electrical properties. The technical terms are electrical permittivity and magnetic permeability, and that is how much that medium, when the light goes into it, its electromagnetic wave, how much it polarizes electrically or creates a magnetic field, how strong a magnetic field it creates at the same time. And then there's a resulting field that's created from that interaction. And that's what determines the refractive index of the medium. It's not the actual density. Because in fact, there's turpentine, for instance. When it gets denser, its refractive index goes in the wrong direction. Doesn't increase, it decreases. Because it's electrical. Because it's the electrical properties. It has nothing to do with the matter per unit volume. Because density is matter per unit volume, right? It has nothing to do with matter per unit volume. It only has to do with the electromagnetic interactions of the molecules and atoms themselves. In temperature is the one that affects that the most. In fact, it's something like 4,000 times greater than changes in the density. And this isn't my opinion. This is in Understanding Astronomical Refraction by Andrew Thomas Young. You can go read it in there.
So I'm not like super up to date with Snell's law, but I know that the issue that we're having right now is about refractive indexes and how those are calculated.
Well, this would be a gradient refracted medium. This wouldn't be Snell's law because there's no well-defined boundary with two different refracting mediums.
Can't you use the differential version of Snell's?
What is that? Never even heard of that. The differential version. They use the principle of least time. That's what they use.
So, like, if we're talking about the same medium,
and they're not equivalent. Snell's law is not equivalent with that.
So you're saying it's not Snell's law that's in play here when you're talking
You
about
can't use that. It's not equivalent to it. You don't. So there's two ways to do this. You can use Fermat's principle and the principle of least time if you wanted, and you could use that in Snell's law. Is the special, what's called a special case of that, meaning there's two mediums with a well-defined boundary between them. So using the principle of least time, you can get Snell's law to spit out. But you can't use Snell's law to get the principle of least time. It doesn't work the other way.
Get the principle of what time?
The principle of least time.
Principle of least time. Okay.
Yeah.
So Fermat's principle.
So electromagnetic radiation will take the path that it spends the least amount of time in the medium.
Right. And
that's why they call it the principle of least time.
And I guess so. Like I think when we're talking about refraction in the atmosphere, I know you guys don't like the term or sphere. Sorry, atmosphere in the air above the water is that there are different temperatures and possibly of different densities. So that's why the air refracts. And you're saying you can't use this because they. No,
I'm saying that there's no experimental evidence.
You can't take the integral of like the air density.
You can do whatever calculate. Look, brother. You can do whatever fucking calculation you want. You can come up with any model you want. Eventually, no matter what, you have to test that against reality and actually get the validation of the model in reality, in the natural world, right? That's how you verify models. There's no model that exists which can accurately predict anything when it comes to this. Because it would be, if it was a deterministic model, that means that I could take a photograph and if I knew all the geometric particulars of the photograph, I could tell you the weather that day. You understand? Because then I could get out the air density, I could get out the humidity, I could get out by reversing it, right? Like, oh, look, man, that ship is, well, you'd be able to reverse it, right? So you would predict the refraction, how much refraction, like say there's a boat out there, and the boat's supposed to be sunk down 6 feet and it's picked up 10 feet instead. I go, okay, I can do a calculation to figure out how much refraction would have to exist for the boat to be displaced that much, right?
I think that's what I'm trying to say is that you.
But that should be a reversible process where I can look at something else. The boat, like, hold on, dude. There should be a reversible process where I can look at the boat and get the meteorological conditions to spit out.
From looking at the boat?
Yeah, from looking at the boat. If it's a deterministic model, it should be reversible.
Even if the model is deterministic, just from looking at a photograph, you don't have all the variables. I don't believe.
What variables am I missing?
The temperature of the air between.
No, I should be able to predict the temperature that it was based upon the photograph.
How?
Because say the camera is the same height as the center of the boat. And then when I take the photograph, I know geometrically that's where it is. Then I take the photograph and the boat looks like it's 5 feet higher.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I should be able to spit out the meteorological conditions that would cause the boat to look 5 feet higher.
I see what you're saying.
It was an accurate deterministic model.
I believe
but there isn't one.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. And I think that's almost correct. But the amount of calculation you would have to do, because you have to take an integral between the air densities between you and the boat, right? Because you had to between the distance.
They used to calculus the variations is what they usually do.
Because again, if we're just taking the simplistic Snell's law, I guess the refractive.
You can't use Snell's law, man. I just told you that. I'm gonna post in the side chat a paper that demonstrates mathematically Snell's law and Fermat's principle in a gradient index medium are not equivalent. Okay, I'll just post the paper.
Well, obviously, I should probably look into this more because I don't.
The whole point is this is all academic. You know, we can see, like I said, we can sit here and talk about models all day and argue about what. Ultimately, whatever concept you come up with, it has to be proven by experiment. And I challenge you to find any academic paper that accurately predicts the refractive index from the meteorological conditions by running it through a model. right? That they take the meteorological conditions, run it through the model, and then their prediction of what they survey, look at, whatever, matches their prediction. It can't be done. It's never been done. And it says all through the academic literature that it's fucking mysterious and they can't figure it out.
I mean, I agree with you, but I just think the calculations would be astronomical that not even a fucking supercomputer could do it within our lifetime. Is why.
Yeah, but so what am I supposed to say when people go, you don't believe in refraction?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're asking for something that is, I don't know, unreasonable.
But brother, I'm not asking
You're
for it.
trying to ask me for the whole, what the temperature is between all of the air in between you and the picture you just took due to the refractive index.
But they say that they can do that.
Who said that?
Dude, listen, if they have a model, look, it will be just as complicated in either direction. Whether you get the at either end of the prediction, at the input and the output. Okay, so you have an input and an output in the model in the middle. Okay? Got it? Understand? Input, output, model in the middle. Now your inputs could be the geometry, or your inputs can be the meteorological condition. So if your input's the geometry, the meteorological conditions should spit out, and if your input's the meteorological conditions, the geometry should spit out. They say that they can do the meteorological condition input and spit out the geometry that should be seen.
Okay, who is they, and where can I find it?
Walter Bislin. There's one.
Who the fuck is that? Walter who?
This is all over the place. I mean, I don't even know where to start. Every anti-flat earther in the world says that the globe, all the observations that we do, such as the ones that were posted in the chat, match the globe prediction.
Walter,
whatever that is. And that globe prediction is, well, hold on. And the globe prediction is I have a bunch of refraction sliders, and I can alter, and I can use a computer program with 3D elements in it, and I can move the refraction sliders until that matches the observation. And then they'll say that movement of the sliders is a globe prediction of the observation. They say this all the time. This isn't new.
Right. So they changed the variables of a model to try and reflect reality?
Well, they just changed the. No. So say I have an image, right? I have an image. There's mountains. They're 100 miles away, and they shouldn't be seen. So what they'll do is they'll put in the geometry into this little 3D program. It's called Walter Bislin's Advanced Curve Calculator. They'll put in the dimensions, right? 15, I'm 1,000 feet tall. I'm 1,000 feet elevation. The mountain's 100 miles away. It's got 9,000 foot elevation, and it should, the horizon should be, and somewhere in front of it, the mountain should be cut off, 1,000 meters. And they'll say, okay, that's possible because I went into this computer program and I moved this refraction slider and increased the refraction in the slider using the model, using the refraction model. You just keep adding, you just keep changing the temperature gradient, right? You just maximize the temperature gradient until poof comes out, spits out, hey man, I made a prediction that matches the globe. That the globe predicts that that's possible. Well, none of these are actually predictions, they're all postdictions, right? But the point is that we've argued about refraction for a long time. I have, going on fucking 10 years now.
I know,
and there hasn't been a single fucking iota of evidence that any fucking model, like when people say, hey dude, this can happen on a globe because of refraction. And I go, okay, you think refraction exists and can make that happen. Justify that. Justify it in some way, any way, shape, or form. And they'll just talk in generalized platitudes about sugar water and all sorts of nonsense instead of actually saying, okay, they did these experimental, they did these experiments in this place, and they took a theodolite and they carefully measured displacements and they carefully measured the meteorological conditions. And this model, if you put the meteorological conditions in this model, it matches the displacements that they measured. So we know this model accurately makes predictions about, there's none of that. That doesn't exist. It's just claimed that it exists, but it doesn't actually exist.
I think you want it, so these models that are created, I think you want these models to be able to explain something that
Models don't explain things, dude. If you're going to claim that refraction explains it, you need to have a justification for that exists in the natural world. You need something. Just saying that you can conceptualize a magic condition. I mean, gravity could explain it too. I can explain it with gravity. There's a fucking black hole at the center of the Earth that's fucking bending the fucking light around the black hole, such that it makes the globe look flat or something. Like I could also say magic. I could also say elves. I can explain it in all sorts of ways. That doesn't mean it has any validity or justification.
True. I just wanted to say that I think you're I don't think if I was trying to prove the Earth was a globe that I would use a model of refractive index to try and prove that. Do you get what I'm saying? So
no, they use it to say that all our observations don't mean any. All our observations also prove the globe. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know how familiar you are with what happens in this topic. So,
India, we've talked 100 times. How dare you? Okay. You send me your fake news stories every day almost.
You're talking about Crit, bro.
Oh,
I'm not Crit.
So sorry. Yeah, you're right. My bad.
Dude,
yeah,
wow.
dude, I should. You're lucky I can't come through the screen right now, motherfucker.
I'm so sorry.
They're just so
Love you,
angry.
Crit.
They're so angry at us. They'll just say anything at this point.
Crit, why'd you change your name? Triggering Triangle? What the fuck is that?
The whole point is if you're going to claim. If you're going to claim something, you have to actually have a justification for it. So what is the justification for claiming refraction bends light around the ball? Or that it's even possible? Is there any demonstrations, experimental evidence? Has anybody actually taken a fucking curved surface and did something, constructed a lens, added fucking, I don't know, CO2 or any other thing, did it in water or whatever, and made a curved surface look flat? No one's ever done that. As far as refraction, has anyone ever measured the light to be curving around a curved surface, or that it's even possible? Use a hill, use whatever, use a fucking man-made surface. I don't care. Has anyone demonstrated it's possible at all? That's the thing. No one's even ever demonstrated that it's even possible to do this. So it's only possible in some theoretical concept in someone's head.
So I haven't looked, but I can almost guarantee you that somebody probably has.
No, they haven't.
Looked, you're stupid.
And
I can't provide you that information, so I'm not going to claim that. I just want to put it.
Well, this is what we call the magic science guy fallacy. You think out there's some magic science guy that did the experiment. You don't know what he did. You don't know how he did it, but you know he must be out there somewhere.
I think it's an iteration on Snell's law.
Don't you think I looked? Don't you think I looked? I've been looking for 10 years, dude. I've had every globalopologist, physics, astrophysicist, PhDs, and you fucking name it, all come in our chats of the thousands of fucking people I've talked to, right? And specifically demanded the information, and not a single person has brought it. But you think somehow you're the guy that's going to go find the guy. You all think that. All of you. You think that somehow you know there's somebody out there with this information. Bro, I've read all the academic literature on this particular subject, terrestrial refraction, astronomical refraction, what is it, survey refraction, going back 150 years. And it all says the same thing. It is an intellectual mystery.
Okay. I believe. I don't think you're lying.
I could read you some citations, dude.
So, I mean, sure. Actually, yeah, that would be awesome.
Only if you're going to be a flat earther, he'll do that.
Fuck.
Next time I should. Next time
was trying to get paid
for a citation, I'll tell you if you become a round earther.
You don't have any citations, dude. We've been asking for globe citations for 13 years. You haven't shown us one thing yet.
This.
Crit, shouldn't you be looking for more fake articles to send?
Look at his.
Yeah, I put out fake articles.
All right, hurry up.
Suck my ball.
Work on it, dude. I'm fiending for him.
تاكله.
Go on, you
Gay
bitch.
motherfucker, gay.
It takes one to know one. Anyway, moving on.
Listen, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I feel like your expectations are.
Yeah, but I don't care about your feelings, dude. Your feelings don't matter. You're ignorant of the subject, and you're really just showing your bias. It's all you're doing. You have no information that I'm wrong in any way, shape, or form.
True. Very true.
Okay, but you.
We're debating hypotheticals here.
No.
No, we're not, because no one's ever observed this. You've never observed this. It's just some conceptual thing. It doesn't exist in any way except for in the minds of people. It doesn't exist out there in the natural world. You've never looked up. Imagine Napoleon's army is marching, and he gives away his position because it was refracted over a hill.
Again, I'm not saying the proof of there being a round Earth is due to the refractive index of light bending around a sphere. I think there's other proofs for that. You're just, it's just
But
one.
that one doesn't happen in the first place, so that's not a proof of among the other proofs. So you can't use that one.
Brother, this is like a straw man that is used. So many.
No, you're just ignorant. You don't know. You just don't know that what you think are proofs actually aren't proofs. Just like you thought refraction was a proof for the globe, but we actually understand refraction far better than you. We argue with scientists on this, and we study this. So we know that refraction does actually not help the globe at all, and it debunks it. And so,
let me read you.
If you would like to concede and jump to your next claim, or what you believe is a proof, we can destroy that as well.
I don't have any claims, my friend.
Let me just read something. Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of a wide range of sizes. These include both variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence that cannot be accounted for by any deterministic model. I don't know how you can not be more clear than that. If temperature vertical profiles are unknown, then the refractive coefficient cannot be reliably determined.
Send me it is whatever you're reading.
The propagation path of light in the atmosphere is influenced by inhomogeneities of the refractive index. These refractive effects deteriorate the accuracy and direction and distance measurements. Not just the up and down, left and right, too. In geodetic applications, as illustrated by two examples in this report, the refractive effects cannot be accurately corrected. I mean, and on, dude. As in geodetic leveling, the atmospheric refraction can be the main source of error in the trigonometric method.
Sure, yes, because the atmospheric conditions are likely unknown. That's why it can be a source of.
That means they're not predictable.
Variable.
Yeah, that means
not that they're not predictable, but that they're not known. There are unknown variables. I mean, if you had temperature sensors set up, this is how you could do an experiment. I mean, if you had a controlled environment.
Okay, so you're going to mention an experiment that was already done, and then I'm going to tell you about it. So you think people haven't tested this shit? It's been tested, dude. It doesn't match prediction. What don't you get?
Then send me whatever this is, please. I beg you.
Okay, I'll give you a specific one where So when they did, it was in. I'll find it real quick.
Yeah, just send me whatever it is. Listen, dude, I'm honestly not trying to fucking argue.
I don't know why you're defending an idea that you literally have no evidence is true. That's what I don't get.
All I'm defending is your claims of there not being any evidence of it. I don't know.
Do you have any evidence? What do you mean my claims that you don't know of any evidence? I'm claiming what you don't know exists actually does not exist.
Fair enough. Send me what you're gonna send me. We'll look it up. We'll check it out.
This is a particularly good one. It's called Influence of Atmospheric Refraction on Terrestrial Laser Scanning at Long Ranges. proceeding of the 4th Joint International Symposium on Deformation Monitoring. So they're highly accurately measuring deformations of landslides, right? Has that landslide moved? Because they want to predict whether it's going to, fall in a town or something. Okay. Hold on, I almost got it. It's one more thing I need. This. So these were measured. These actually measured the angle of arrival of 2 lasers. Okay, so I'm going to post in the chat. Can we still hear me? Test.
Yep, gotcha.
All right. So this graph. Okay, so here it says forward correction. Right. So what they did was they monitored this landslide continuously for 48 hours. This is 1 day of measurement. Now, the globe Earth quote unquote refraction prediction is that the deflection of the laser due to refraction would have been something about, I think it's 8 meters over this distance. Picked up, right, around the curve of the Earth. But according to what they measured, even at the maximum, is 8 inches, not 8 meters. And the maximum is only at noon, as you can see, right? When it's at peak solar radiation and peak temperature, right? So the point is that this experimental result doesn't match any model. And I can post another one. Is he still here or did he bail?
I'm here, brother. I'm trying to read your fucking paper. So wait, did you give me a paper that you said doesn't agree with experimental models? Is that what this paper
it doesn't. With their measurements don't agree with any model because the measurements of the quote unquote refraction in this measure the deflection of about 0.0036 degrees.
And it didn't match with whose other measurement.
The prediction, the deflection angle should have been like an order of magnitude greater than that if the current refraction models are correct.
Okay. From what they predicted. So they're
no. From what their data shows. See, there's data and then there's the prediction. The data don't match the prediction. You guys are fucked up. You globe earthers are fucked up. No, you globe earthers are fucked up. You think the story is what happens in reality. No, you have reality, and then you have the story, and then you see if reality matches the story, and if it doesn't, then the story's wrong. What I'm showing you is reality doesn't match the story.
Why are you getting
you understand?
Just asking a question, dude. I was just asking you questions. Relax.
No. You're asking me questions starting from the same starting point of the story's correct. No, fuck the story. It doesn't matter what they say. We have data. The data is what determines everything. It doesn't matter what people say about it. It only matters what the data shows.
Yeah, I'm
this
asking
data shows
from the worldview that I have, just like you are. You believe the fucking Earth is flat.
This is different than the globe prediction by an order of magnitude. An order of magnitude is too small at its worst.
Dude, let me read your fucking paper before you want me to argue about it. Holy shit, dude! Don't get so upset. It's fine. I'm just
you can mute you can mute yourself and go read the paper. That's fine. We can talk to somebody else.
Okay, I'd love to.
All right. See you later.
At least he'll be a flat earther after this.
It's always the same. We provide the evidence, we back up what we're saying. They can't provide any proofs of the globe.
Yeah, the cognitive dissonance is strong.
You're not bad to talk to because at least you can say most of the time when you don't know that you don't know. You know, we get people through here all the time that they will never say that they don't know. They'll just make something else up. Oh, it's this or it's this. At least you say you don't know. But you still argue that you do know, right? You argue like you know, but you say you don't know.
I do like to argue.
You can tell. It's more like a passive arguing, though, isn't it? It's like pretending to ask a question to see what answer you get that you think you already know the answer to, and then you argue the answer you get.
Yeah, I'm just trying to probe, what you guys believe, my beliefs, and see how they do.
Do you probe the globe side if you're not making any claims? Do you ever probe them? Okay, what questions do you ask them?
What questions do I ask the globe?
Yeah.
Well, mainly I try to verify the claims of the measurements of like the distance to the horizon, because that is like the majority of your guys' claim. That's basically the only thing you guys have is truly that like the measurements from the horizon don't make sense on a globe.
That's nonsense, man.
We go into refraction and shit like that every time.
Goodness.
So
why do we bring up the distance to the horizon? Why is that important?
Because that's the really only thing that makes sense. That
why is it important?
Into your,
why is it important though?
Because it's the only like physical kind of evidence you guys can produce, I guess.
It's not our evidence. We don't use it as our evidence.
Sorry, measurement, I guess.
Okay, listen. The horizon is you guys' evidence. Ships go over the horizon, the sun sets behind the horizon, all that shit. Did you forget?
He's already forgotten. He claims to have no arguments or claims anymore.
Brother, I am lost. I got it.
Okay. So the globe claim is that the horizon is created by the edge of the ball, and that ships go over it, and the sun sets behind it, and the moon sets behind it, because it's physical. It's the physical edge of a ball, right? You've never heard ships go over the horizon? And they're sailing over the curve of the earth?
We were just talking about it, brother.
No, listen, don't, dude, don't. Have you ever heard of ships going over the horizon, and that is the curve of the earth?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if the horizon moves around, what does that mean for that claim? It can only be one of two things.
I don't know what you're asking me.
Either if the horizon, if I go out and the horizon at freaking 3 o'clock is 10 miles away, and then at 9 o'clock it was 8 miles away, and then at 11 o'clock it's 3 miles away, can that horizon be the edge of the ball?
No, the horizon is not a physical thing.
Okay, fine. That's why we bring it up, because there's still people in 2026 saying ships go over the horizon.
Yeah, the apparent horizon, I guess.
Yeah, so that means it's an optical illusion.
Yes.
Okay, so ships over the horizon or sunsets or any of that crap having to do with the horizon is not proof of a globe.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. You'll still fucking argue it in 10 minutes. You're going to do the NPC reset and then fucking bring up ships over the horizon. Watch.
I'm already starting to forget. Just kidding.
I went down it. We bring that up. That isn't a flat Earth proof. We use the horizon to demonstrate that the globe geometry has to be wrong.
I get it.
Okay. Our proof are laser tests. Our proof is shit like that. So like a 36.7 mile fucking laser shot across the Bonneville Salt Flats. The perfectly symmetrical reflection at the Bolivian Salt Flats. That's our proof that the Earth is flat. Or just actually measuring the lack of curvature. Because just gawking at the horizon wouldn't prove a flat Earth. But they say it proves a globe. I mean, DJ was talking about last night. When I first entered this topic, they said that the very existence of a horizon was proof of a globe. It's the problem with you globe earthers. It's like you guys are just like whack-a-mole. You're trying to create an unfalsifiable condition. Oh, see the boat cut off halfway 10 miles away? Proof of a globe. See it cut off halfway 20 miles away? Proof of a globe. See it not cut off 30 miles away? That's also proof of a globe. Everything you see, proof of a globe. No matter what it is. Even if the observations contradict each other, still proof of a globe.
So look, again, I just want to point out, I wasn't trying to prove a globe Earth. We're just
I'm not talking about you specifically. Don't personalize it. I'm just explaining to you why we bring up the horizon.
Okay, my bad. I thought you were talking to me.
You have decided you don't want to actually make any arguments.
No, I'm not trying to make any hard claims here. Well, when you talk about globe earthers and them having, you said that they're trying to make an unfalsifiable claim.
Yeah, they're trying to make their claim unfalsifiable.
Well, I'd argue that's what you are also doing.
Okay, in what way are we doing that?
Because you've made your claim of flat Earth almost unfalsifiable. What is the evidence that would make the Earth not flat?
Measured curvature. Measuring curvature of the Earth's surface. That's simple.
Without refraction?
What do you mean without? What does that mean?
As in, what kind of curvature, what kind of conditions?
That the surface of the Earth is physically curving.
How would you make those conditions to be able to test that?
Well, you could shoot a laser.
Okay, is a laser not a form of light that would?
Yeah, it is.
Refraction.
Yeah, but there's no justification for the refraction, which we already covered. There's no justification for that. This is what I'm saying, is to make it unfalsifiable. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You literally did the thing I was just saying.
By asking you how you would test this?
By mentioning refraction, which there's no justification to bring up. Just like what if you said, you mean even doesn't gravity affect light? What if your reasoning was, well, gravity bends light around the Earth? Would that be a justified caveat to that?
Is it a dependent variable? I don't know.
Let me ask you, would it be no, let me just hypothetically, dude, this is a hypothetical. Okay? I say, hey, you measure the curvature of the Earth. Well, how do you account for gravity bending the light? Would that actually be justified, or would you have to justify that in some way on using that and saying this is a variable that could confound the measurements?
You'd
have to justify it, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so the same thing with refraction. You need to justify it that it can confound the results in such a way that we can't measure the Earth. See, a confounding variable actually has to confound, okay? And if it isn't sufficient, say there is refraction, but what if the refraction is so slight that it's not enough to confound the measurements? Such as when the Lake Isomere laser test, when they shot the laser 41 kilometers, and the result was off the globe prediction by 2 orders of magnitude. And even if you take something like standard refraction, it's still off by 2 orders of magnitude.
So how do we determine if refraction plays a part in these measurements?
Well, that's not my problem.
Then what the fuck?
There's no evidence. There's no evidence that it does.
See, this is what I mean by Indio. You don't make any fucking claims. You don't give a shit.
No, because we don't listen. Yeah, we don't need to answer every possible imagined fucking thing in the head. You need evidence, right? So, like, this is called like the onus probandi. Okay, that you make a claim, then the burden of proof is on the person to prove the claim or show evidence for the claim. Okay, we don't have to proactively go search out every possible claim and find counter evidence to it even before it's said. We don't need to go find counter evidence for refraction. The burden of proof is on you to show that their refraction exists such that it can confound the results of a measurement.
See, this is what I mean by putting yourself in an unfalsifiable. It
is falsifiable. You go find the data that refraction can confound the results of the measurement, and then you're fine.
So you brought up a laser measurement. You said what? 31
That's right.
miles or something.
Yeah. So there's a 41 kilometer, 25-mile laser shot from 10 feet above the sea, like the lake. It's actually it used to be connected to the ocean. They cut it off, and they turned it into a saltwater lake.
What's it called?
Lake IJsselmeer. It's in the Netherlands. It's IJSELLMEER or something. It's Netherlands. They spell it weird. It's IJSELMEER. So,
the fuck do you put a J in that? Okay.
I don't know. I'm not IJ, so it's even weirder. So,
they did a laser measurement over 25 miles.
Yes. They did a bunch of distances, and then they went back 2 weeks. Then they went back three weeks later and did it again. They brought They brought weather stations, meteorological stations, and placed at both ends of the shot. Right, so they have the weather conditions. They replicated it. Okay, and the thing is, the result is 2 orders of magnitude different than the goal prediction. So the goal prediction is that the laser should have been 420 feet in the air at the other end, and it was 4 feet in the air.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find this. Do you have the source for this, or I need to just Google?
Which? IJsselmeer?
Yeah. Were we the ones talking about the influence of atmospheric refraction on terrestrial laser scanning at long range too?
Yeah. Yes, I'm the one who gave that to you.
Okay, I read some of that. We can talk about that.
Okay. What about the data? I don't give a shit what the people say, dude. I only care about what the data says. What did they measure? That's the only thing that matters.
The effect of the measurement object at the atmospheric refraction are linked, unavoidable, and cause apparent surface displacements up to a few decimeters.
Yeah, that's right. Decimeters. That's right. You guys need fucking meters. Multiple meters. So in the case of this one, that's the point. That is the point. Thank you for bringing that up. And the decimeter is and hold on, the decimeter is the distance measurement, by the way. So you kind of screwed up.
That was
because they're using the LiDAR also for distance measurement. So the distance measurement was off by a few decimeters.
They also carried out a numerical simulation, and the simulation was off by a few decimeters too. I don't know. It's just
who cares? We can look at what the standard refraction predicts what it should be, and then we can look at what the data says, and they're not even close to each other. They're different by orders of magnitude.
Their simulation was only off by a few decimeters.
Simulation of what?
Of their perceived curvature, or the perceived the apparent ray versus the actual ray, and then there's a beta measurement between the actual ray and then the chord, which is the measurement between the same point from the actual ray and the chord, and then there's also the apparent ray. They did the experimental study and they modeled it, and it's also integral. It's an integral between the densities between the observer and the electromagnetic wave, or the point of the electromagnetic wave, and its beta equals the negative of 1 to 0 of the partial derivative n over q L minus S over L ds. And so the measurement is not a linear equation; it's an integral, which I was saying.
Yeah, that's
earlier.
fantastic. Okay, but you have a measured deflection angle. The angle of arrival of the laser. So they bounce. They use 2-frequency LiDAR. They bounce each laser off, and then they can measure the difference in the angle of arrival to measure the refraction. So they have an angle of arrival. The angle of arrival is displaced by some amount, and then you can take that angle and extrapolate out. Right. So the displacement that was different, the difference in displacement was 0.00272 or 0.0036 degrees at maximum.
Mhm.
Okay, that's in the thousandths, right? 0.003 is in the thousandths, a thousandth of a degree displacement. Okay, so if you take a thousandth of a degree displacement and go, hey, 1 kilometer away, what is the distance of a thousandth of a degree displacement? It's like 8 inches. Okay, a kilometer away for the globe, the refraction is feet. Okay, it's multiple feet. So why the so-called standard refraction, if it existed, would be a confounding variable because it's large. The actual measured existing refraction that exists due to measurement that we know empirically is not large enough to confound any fucking measurement. This is what I'm talking about. What is the data? What's the justification? Not the justification based upon some concept, but the justification based upon empirical evidence.
I get you. Check.
Okay.
Check the
science is empirical. Hold on, I want to get clarified. Is science based upon empiricism? Is that the foundation of science, empiricism?
No, that's one of the references of the paper you posted.
No, is empiricism the foundation of science generally?
In a general sense, yes, I guess.
Yeah. In that if you don't have an experiment or an observation, you're not doing any type of science.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So the empirical observations and experiment control, okay? Not people's opinions about what should happen. It's what the data says. That's why I keep harping on this. What I found out about globe earthers is that you guys actually are not empiricists. You guys hate empiricism. You like explanations and storytelling time. Okay? You fucking hate looking at data. You hate looking at what the measurements actually show. You can't stand that shit. Okay? Because you like the stories, because it makes you feel better about the world. Well, there's
I'm an
a thing
engineer,
called stand.
so I disagree. I like data. Big fan of data, actually.
Okay. Well, what am I supposed to do when they say there's X amount of refraction and all the textbooks say that and there's a bunch of people running around parroting, but when I go and look at the actual empirical data that's been accumulated over 100 years, none of it matches that crap. None of it. I'm not saying some of it matches and some of it doesn't. None of it matches. None.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, you can't believe it. How's that possible? Because if you go read the academic literature on refraction, you'll find out that none actually matches.
Yeah, you're right. I don't believe you. So, but that's okay. You
Look,
don't believe me either.
measurements of the variation of the vertical angle, 0.004 mgon. Okay? Gon is a measurement of angle that they use in surveying in Europe. Okay? Now you can convert gon into degrees. Now the max values here. These are the max, dude. Would be a displacement of 8 inches. Okay? At 25 miles. We have a measurement that's 2 orders of magnitude off. And the most, based on empirical data, that refraction could deflect it is a small amount. Now I could say, okay, let's multiply that by order of 10. Still not enough. In fact, I can take the standard refraction value on these measurements, and by the way, I posted the link in the chat. So I could take the standard refraction, the 7.6R. That would only move the laser down 5 meters. Now remember, I told you the predicted height, the globe predicted height of the laser is 420 meters. So let's subtract 5 meters. Okay, so what are we at now? 415 meters. Well, they measured the laser at 4 meters. How much refraction does it take to move the laser down from 400 fucking meters to 4 meters? Okay, and if you do the calculation, this matches a globe of a 65,000 mile radius. Yeah, so if the globe was 65,000 mile radius, this would confirm that globe. Like I said, there's no justification for the refraction thing. There's no data that supports it. It's just a story. It's an ad hoc hypothesis used not to falsify the globe. And here's the most ironic, 2 ironic things that I've noticed about this. You want to know what the evidence for globe refraction is?
Sorry, I got a dip, brother.
Yeah, it's that the Earth looks flat. That's your evidence for globe refraction. The flatter it looks, the more refraction it is.
Roger.
And that's great evidence. Yeah, peace out.
All right.
And another welcome.
Hiya.
Oh, at least this one talks. The last one didn't.
You remember me, don't you?
Yes.
All right, lovely.
You got any proof of curvature?
Oh no. The Earther from last time we were talking about what we think would be out there, whether it's the dome or the ice wall or it's anything else, you know.
Science fiction.
I mean, what could it be though? What do you guys think?
Could be literally anything.
I'm thinking about the ice wall, right? Like this, it's where the sun doesn't reach, like, you know, the Earth. Maybe there's different suns out there. I don't really know, but you know, it makes sense that there'd be ice, like a lot of ice, going on for a little bit. You know what I mean?
Well, one of the reasons why I tend to shy away from this is because too many people rely on using the Gleason's map when we know that that is most definitely not the case. The whole Gleason's map is basically flat Earth society nonsense. It's a nonsense because what you're staring at is a globe that's been projected flat. I mean, it's probably one of the greatest trolls that Globers ever propagated, was to present this as a possible flat Earth configuration. You know, and what's funny is for the last, I don't know, 10 years, you still have Globers and flat Earthers arguing over it when neither side understands what they're even looking at. But it's that depiction that gave people the idea that there could be a ring of ice surrounding the outermost perimeter of our world. Whether that is or isn't the case is left to be seen. But I do know that if you take a globe and project it flat, that the globe is not true. So the globe that's projected flat is not true. Yeah, and so I just distanced myself from all that. You know, so people say, but what about the 24-hour Antarctic sun? Yeah, great. What about it? Where were they? Suppose they actually went. Where were they? How do you verify that they went where they said they were and where even they thought where they were? And so what if the sun does seem to behave in that way, even if you were to assume that they were where they thought they were? What is the sun? You can't triangulate its height above the surface, globe or flat. You can't triangulate it. Now the Globers, right, they'll have the explanation handy. They'll say, well, you can't triangulate it because it's so big and so far in outer space that all the light rays are parallel. So you can't really triangulate it because of that. What's your explanation, Flurf? Flurf, meanwhile, says, I'm not going to invoke magical space rays. That's for sure. I'm not going to come up with a story that I can't verify like you did. So I'm just going to leave it open-ended for now. And you know what? That's perfectly fine to do. Because at this point, we both agree that you can't triangulate the height of the sun or any object, you know, a celestial object above the surface. So, explanations be damned. What do you have left? Well, we got the measurements of the surface. And if I measure the surface to be flat, then I'm going to have a hard time accepting that light rays from the sun are parallel. So what is it? What even is it? How does it manifest? Well, it seems to be observer dependent. And it seems to be observer dependent in a very consistent way, meaning you could go to some location on Earth and you can see the sun rise and set at an appointed time. Multiple observers then on Earth would be able to see the sun rise and set at their own observer-centric point of time. And the sun will not triangulate in 3D space above each of the observers, as far as we know. And we know that they can't do this if Earth is a globe either, hence the parallel rays. So then, you know, the Globers will try to model this for us, right? And they'll show the sun how it seems to rise and fall on the z-axis, on the vertical axis, with respect to the observer, and how it's not at any determined position in 3D space for all observers at the same time. It tends to float up and float down, they say. And you know what? I'm fine with that. I mean, fine, if you want to put that forth as an explanation, great. I mean, how is that any more ridiculous than magical space rays, magical space geometry? which, by the way, has its own set of problems. If you have ray parallelism from the sun in the manner that they described, of the sun that's so enormous and so far away, then how is it you're seeing anything if when looking at it and looking around, you have nothing but parallel rays coming into your eyes? How do you see a point? I mean, there's like a contradiction here. How do you get the parallax effect you need? How do you get angle convergence and change of angles over time in order to discern distance or to discern object relationships? I mean, if you don't have that, you've got nothing but ray parallelism everywhere, then that's an inherent contradiction based off of how we actually see. But we can accept their explanation for the sake of moving the discussion forward, and then just chastise it for being magical space geometry and space rays. If they want to chastise us for having like a magical floating position of a sun that's not triangulatable in 3D space, well, then they've got the same problem. Sure, they're loaded with an explanation that came from 500 years of mathematicians coming up with good explanations. Doesn't make it real. And it doesn't mean that we need to be sitting around coming up with explanations too for 500 years so that we can have a cool story as well. Because the truth of what this thing really is and what it's actually doing lies well beyond outside anybody's realm of capability to actually investigate. So that's why I tend to shy away from this idea that the Gleason's map is a representation of our world. Why I shy away from notions of an ice wall surrounding our known world, and why I shy away from using the dome or some kind of spherical sky geometry as an assumption, as a foregone conclusion even. I don't trust any of those explanations. And they don't seem to comport logically, so well, I see our friend left who is asking that question. Wonder why he left. Some people, some flurfs want to keep their space pizza with the dome on top. They love the Walter Bislin rolling hamster ball around a Gleason's map. Sorry, you can't have that. If you're in this discussion and you're going to claim to be one of us, you literally cannot have that. It's just loaded with unverifiable assumptions and incoherent geometry.
Call them map-tards.
Yep. I mean, there's a whole side to this community that seems to be afflicted with this, right?
Yeah, there's some. Well, my opinion of the maps are tools. If you use the wrong tool for the wrong job, well, you're not going to get the job done. It's going to fail.
Yeah, and maps can be good enough, no matter how actually inaccurate they are.
The map and the model. Some of these globalists are still stuck in 2016. Oh, the Earth is flat? Can I see a map or a model of that? No map, no model, then no flat Earth. Yeah. Like, really? How'd you do that? How does that make sense to you? That you had to completely eliminate reality from the conversation and dive headfirst into some complete abstraction and then say that is reality while not having any map or model yourself. That's the best part. Then just start saying physics and stuff over and over again. Volcanoes, acid rain, just words, and then think that then they've won the debate. And then come back tomorrow and do it all over again. Like 10 years now. Like Brenda was just here yesterday. Oh yeah, I heard you reading about this the other day.
I love it. It's just one of my favorite quotes of all time in the space race. Charlie Wilson calls Sputnik a neat scientific trick. I just can't get over that. It's so deliciously appropriate, especially for us and our objectives in exposing sense. I'm pretty sure they thought this quote would haunt. This quote is buried in time. So, but it takes folks like us to unearth it. It takes folks like us to rub their faces in this. They probably didn't know what direction they'd be going with the space program back then. I mean, the idea of a self-sustaining satellite orbit was talked about long before 1958, 1957. Talked about in the 40s and 30s and 20s. Arthur Clarke, right? I think what's really stunned the world, Sputnik, was the game itself. Scientific trick going. What will they do? And the rest is history. I mean, we saw what they were capable of doing. Movie tricks. I'm being told that I'm roboting real hard.
Yep.
Mic check. Good. Okay. Just monologuing a bit, I guess. Killing some dead air, but what a bold claim, though. Like, the Russians were the first to lie to the world about an achievement that wasn't really accomplished. And I would say that you could be a glober today, still be skeptical of this claim. Still be skeptical that there's actually anything orbiting a globe Earth. You could still be a glober today. You could still be a glober working at NASA today. You could be read into the highest levels of national security at NASA. Perhaps at some point, you're told that we never actually achieved a self-sustaining orbit for anything, but neither had the Russians and neither has anybody. And here's how we're doing this neat scientific trick. But damn it, we're still going to try because we know it's a globe and it's theoretically possible. So brand new satellite engineer. So Josh Ingersoll, why don't you go work on that? Why don't you go work on actually trying to get a real, true, self-sustaining gravity well-driven orbit? 2026. Meanwhile, we will continue with our neat scientific tricks. We'll continue to use the program, meanwhile, for international security. Because everybody that we invite into this program will have to lie to their constituents, to their populace, about the same achievements that we lied about. And if we're all lying to each other, we can all trust each other for fear of mutually assured destruction. Wouldn't that be interesting if truly the mutually assured destruction was not over some doomsday weapon, whether or not it exists, but rather over the destruction of credibility, over these fake space achievements that also involve the use of such weapons. Mutually assured destruction means this mutual lie that we've all formed into a compact with in order to deceive the world and our respective constituents that vote for us year after year. It's something that we're using to make sure that all of our policies internationally are duly coordinated. If any member breaks from this pact, we will expose the lie and we all go down. Too big to fail. Too big to tell the truth. That's what they've done with this, with the space program. It's become too big to tell the truth and too big to fail. Its failure would mean mutually assured destruction, would mean the instant loss of credibility of all these famed institutions that people put their trust and hope into, the American dream. Can't have that. Can't have mutually assured destruction. So we can't tell the truth either, so we're all kind of stuck with this. Maybe we can try to pivot away from it gradually over time. Maybe that's the goal. So we will make space seem much more difficult than what we did 40, 50, 60, 70 years ago. We'll make achieving space to be dangerous, more dangerous than it was. And we will offer another solution, right? I remember reading in satellite industry magazines and publications how they're going to pivot away from self-orbiting space junk and go back to the future, back to where they were using balloons and trillions of dollars of commerce can be made and achieved in a much cheaper fashion, more expeditious fashion, using more conventional means. We can use balloon technology, high altitude blimps, and can move away from these claims of self-orbiting space junk. We can pivot away from that story. That's what I kept reading in these magazines, and that's what we're reading about today, the commercialization of space. I think we're living through a transitionary period where we're moving away from space being what it was in the Cold War to what space will be for the future, which incorporates more conventional technologies, which is really what it was all along. And it's a brilliant way to pivot. It's going to be expensive. It's going to take multiple generations. But it's going to become even more expensive to keep up the lie as technology matures, as people get better cameras and better means of transportation on the ground. They won't be able to keep up the lie of space, and probably the globe too at some point. Maybe that's why we exist. Maybe we're fulfilling a greater objective. Transform people's cosmogonies from this outer space Big Bang mythos to something also more conventional, like the fact the Earth's really flat and space is mysterious, just as humans have always known since antiquity. That's kind of what I think is going on. You know, am I crazy for thinking this?
No, I agree.
Kind of seems obvious, doesn't it? So what happens? What happens when you move from being read into some of the highest levels of national security at NASA, where they're like, yeah, guys, but it was balloons and scientific trick. Nobody's actually achieved a self-sustaining orbit even to this day. But hey, newly hired NASA engineer intern
we still want you to work on this problem because we think it'd be great if we could actually, for real, get a self-sustaining satellite orbit up in place. You work on that. What if there's a level higher than that? The level higher is we know that won't ever be achieved either. You know, you've basically got, ironically, Russian nesting dolls of lies and misinformation. So you can have multiple levels, right? At the very bottom level, 98% of people at NASA, at NOAA, other places, right? They think that self-orbiting space junk is real and the globe is real. That's like level 3. And then level 2 is, no, none of that was real, but the globe is still real. And then level 1 is, no, neither of those things are real. And amazingly, what you could do with that knowledge, I think, is quite powerful, right? Because now you can build true coordinate reference systems that actually work for more precise targeting, for more precise asset tracking. You can sell the globe crap to other countries and make a killing. It works good enough, but you're going to keep the other stuff for yourself. You're going to watch as, like, Saddam Hussein uses stolen guidance technology that operates on a globe and misses its targets, and you're going to laugh because you know the stuff you kept for them yourself doesn't operate under such an assumption. You might even go so far as to build in globes to everything that's used conventionally by the masses. And there's maybe a secret switch that gets flipped underneath that layer of abstraction, underneath that screen that depicts a spherical coordinate system. When the switch is flipped, the user still gets to monitor stuff on that spinning ball on the screen. But the mathematics behind the scenes are taking on a whole different kind of geometry. That's kind of what I think might be happening. I wish I could take credit for that idea. I've heard in very few instances people in our community suggest the same. Jay Tolan, for example. All right, what do we have here? Some space news from Crit. Scientists found 5,000-year-old frozen bacteria. It may be the blueprint for new antibiotics. How about that? How about that? You know what I was thinking, folks, along these lines? Since there are still so many parts of this world that are isolated and walled off and you can't access them without being a special person. One such place being Lake Vostok in Antarctica. There are creatures, by their accounts, living in this lake that bear little resemblance to anything else on the Earth. It's because this lake is completely isolated. It's a massive lake, 6th biggest, largest lake in the world, they say. Super deep with lava vents. Teeming with organisms. Now, what's to say that if they need to produce evidence of aliens, what's to say that they couldn't go grab a gravy ladle, pull up some very strange phytoplankton from this lake, and then present that as exoorganisms? A frozen lake? Well, it's actually not frozen. Even though it is at like 87 degrees south, right?
There's a Russian research base there, Vostok base. It's quite famous. I actually knew two people, one person who went 2 times over there for work. No, he didn't tell me anything. Of course, I didn't really ask. Yeah, so they could just grab a gravy ladle, present phytoplankton that don't exist in any form of its kind anywhere else on Earth, and say, there's your space bacteria. That came from a meteorite. Or that there is what the Mars rover picked up and sent back home. It's Martian. They could say they found this on Mars, and you would have no way to verify it, just like everything else, right? Just have to trust. So they're absolutely loaded for the next phase of whatever this is, if they want to take it there. But will they go in that direction? I mean, they probably could, but it might come down to cost. Baking stuff is expensive and risky.
Yo.
What's up?
What's up? Am I understand right that this VC is for like flat Earth supporters?
Yeah, you got it. We've been around about 10 years. We record all of our conversations. We have 2 YouTube live streams. We have a live stream on Rumble and X, and a podcast on, was it Spotify? Yeah, this is the best place on Earth to talk about Earth.
Well, flat Earth, right?
Just Earth, man.
Just Earth. Okay.
It's Earth, yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Sure. Yeah. What's on your mind?
I know about like classic model of Earth in the world or something, position of Earth, and I know that we have a planets, solar system, we have this shit universe, and how how I know what I know, and with my feelings I see it, and I think that I heard, and I think sounds like logically, like possible, crazy but possible. And when I see and hear about flat Earth arguments, or I do not accept it, but I don't know why, and because maybe because like it is not something like I do not see it as possible, So can you maybe explain it to me personally how it works.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, it might help to begin with how we came to this idea. About 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, it started basically with a camera. Here's a camera made by Nikon, the P900. Legendary, absolute legendary camera. They were able to achieve a 2000 millimeter zoom. Optical zoom, not digital. Using a cool trick, they used basically a really teeny tiny sensor. This allowed them to get a very long focal length in a relatively small camera. A 2000 millimeter zoom on this small sensor, they marketed it as an 83x, 83 times optical zoom capability. Really, for the first time in history, the average person could afford to get a camera that could zoom in at extremely long ranges and see things from a distance that they'd never seen before. So people were buying these cameras and they were taking them on vacation to a beach. And they were zooming in on boats. They were zooming in on oil rigs, lighthouses. They were zooming in on the far side of a bay, on islands. And before long, people started asking themselves, and asking the internet. They were posting these pictures and videos on the internet. They were saying, wait a second. If Earth is a globe, how is it I'm seeing this stuff? Because all of these things should be below the curvature of the Earth. But there it is. So people would work out the math. They would take the globe, they'd work out the math, and they'd say, yeah, well, this doesn't make sense. And so the imagery, the videos just kept pouring in. People were trying to come up with explanations for this. Well, maybe it's terrestrial refraction. Maybe it's a mirage. And so this, of course, led to debates and led to people asking themselves, well, what if this is true and what we're seeing is actually flat Earth evidence? That's how this started. That's really how this whole conversation in this community got itself going. So then this led to people doing other things, potentially more extreme, right? So they would take their cameras.
Oh, what's up, ladies?
They would modify them. So you had then the P900s with infrared optics. And then you had people taking P900s with infrared optics to see through the haze, to see through the refraction, right? They would go up on airplanes. So now they're way up high in an airplane where the air is thin to begin with and doesn't distort that much. And then they're zooming in, hyper zooming in on the horizon. And they're seeing things well beyond the range of what the globe should predict in infrared. One guy even brought in a weather balloon and took his infrared converted camera and attached it to his weather balloon, sent it up to like 120, 130,000 feet. Was able to zoom in on the horizon that way. I mean, just absolutely amazing footage. And before long, I mean, people were basically saying, well, I mean, Earth can't possibly be what we're told. If we're able to see these things quite simply, we see too far for it to be a globe. And that's how this started.
Pot pie, bro.
About 10 years later, here we are. We're still asking the same questions. How can we see too far? We're also asking who measured it, who measured the Earth to be a globe in the first place. Given that we can see too far, that there's no evidence of globe curvature that we can ever see anywhere, how was it ever supposedly measured to have curvature in the first place?
people are asking that question today, and we don't have answers. Instead, we get excuses. So you're asking, where we are with this, how we got here. You want the explanation? That's kind of how it happened in a nutshell.
Okay, understandably, but right now you said that how people begin to believe in it, but like my question is, why? Why is Earth is not globe? Is flat? That's my question. Can you explain me if you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, what is the Earth? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the floor to our existence. You walk upon it, but what is it? Because it's not a planet in outer space.
So the humanity is like do not know about Earth, the truth, right?
Yeah, it's not a globe in outer space, and we know that that's the case. So our ancestors, they didn't believe in a globe in outer space either. So we are reconnecting with our past. We're reconnecting with how our ancestors understood the world to be. I think that's kind of cool.
Okay. So if Earth it is not like globe, there is a question. I think that like logically, why people think that it is not like
I see
flat. It is that it is a globe. Why? Well, like why?
Well, yeah, why do people think it's a globe?
Yep.
Because of philosophical interpretation. Some of the ancient Greeks, they looked up at the night sky. They saw a black void. They saw the stars, the starlight. They wondered what it could be, but they concluded that the geometry of the night sky was like a ball, like a gigantic black ball, with holes poked in the ball and the light of God shining through the holes. They call this the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere, they teach this in astronomy today. From your observation standpoint, you look at the night sky, you can imagine a dome over your head and all the stars and all the planets and everything. They're inside of this celestial sphere. The Greeks reasoned that, well, if the heavens are a sphere, then below must be a sphere too. Something like it. Yeah. Because, and they had all kinds of metaphysical explanations for this. To some of them, a sphere represented the perfect ideal shape, the ideal form. A sphere has one side in 3 dimensions. Amazing. It's got one face.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a tetrahedron would have like 4 faces, right? It's like 3 sides of a triangle in the base. But the sphere, sphere had 1 face. A cylinder has like 2 faces, or 3 rather. A dome has 2. But they figured if we can imagine the sky as a sphere, then the Earth is likely a sphere too. And that's really how it started. People started to use the stars to map the Earth. And they mapped it under the same assumption that the celestial sphere matches a terrestrial sphere. And as they used the stars deep in the ocean, with no other landmarks in sight, no object markers to get your reference from except for the stars, they used the celestial sphere model, and they used it in conformal to a terrestrial sphere. The simple mapping idea, not so simple actually, but this idea is simple, became reified into existence. People started to believe that this model accurately reflected reality itself. So people started to believe the map preceded the territory, that the map of the sphere is the sphere in reality. And so how this got started, I think, had to do with navigation and then later some surveying methods based on how people perceive the stars. Now, is the star, are the stars at night really inside a celestial sphere? Whether you think the Earth is flat or not, the answer is no. It's a concept, though. It's a model that can be useful in many situations for practical purposes. But is that truly what it is? I mean, no, of course not. If you believe in the Big Bang Theory, the cosmos of outer space, of course, there is no celestial sphere. It's just a way to conceptualize it. Same thing for flat earthers. Flat earthers know that what they imagine the heavens to be is not necessarily really what the heavens actually are. So, yeah, I mean, it started off as a concept. People imagined it so vividly that they started to believe that it was true. And here we are, it's 2026.
It sounds like possibly, but why the big guys as government, as big companies, as scientists or something, talking that about the globe Earth, not flat, and they're throwing rockets to space, filming something, sending people to moon, wants to send to Mars, and why?
Yeah, well, most scientists don't really know anything about this. They believe in the globe like everybody else does, and they take their measurements and their data and they cram it into the globe as much as they can, and it doesn't work, but they do their best. Now, as for all the people involved in the space program, well, that's a whole different conversation. We need to be specific who in the space program is lying about this and who would actually be in a position to know. I don't accept that the Apollo missions were real. I don't accept that they landed on the moon with men who played golf on the moon. I don't believe men played golf on the moon one bit. Nope. Now, those astronauts, they know that they didn't go to the moon, but that doesn't mean that they know the Earth is flat. They could still believe the Earth is a globe. The purpose of the moon mission was to project scientific and technological achievements that didn't exist, that were unattainable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, those scientists involved in that hoax can still believe Earth is a globe. They're not necessarily in a position to know that the Earth is flat.
Do you using like any how it's like like moons, or I don't know how to say it, like people made moons, something like that. I don't know, like Starlink, is it like you know what I mean?
Yeah, what about Starlink, right?
Yeah, why Starlink is exist? They're like just flying around the Earth or around the planet or something. So why they're like in zero gravity and just they just exist and works?
Yeah, well, I mean, how do you know what Starlink is?
Huh?
Sorry, Yoder.
How do you know what Starlink is? Who is in a position to really know what it is, what it's actually doing? I don't know.
Just big guys just saying that this is a low orbital things that just flying around the Earth and sending and receiving, like information, and just walking. So why is it walking? That's my question. And or
I mean,
like
this assumes you know how it is working.
Huh?
Nobody knows. Nobody's able to demonstrate or validate how it's working.
Oh. So.
Right?
Yeah. So you want to say you think that Elon Musk is like something like a villain that just doing crazy things.
I can prove to you right now. Yo. I can prove to you.
Let's go.
By their own admission, Elon Musk is not in charge of SpaceX.
Oh.
In fact, SpaceX is operated by the president, Gwynne Shotwell. And her husband is in charge is like the chief of security for SpaceX.
So?
And working there requires an above top secret clearance. At that level. So, I mean, this means by default, by deduction, you can't independently verify what they're doing. They will not let you. Yeah, what is SpaceX? I mean, what's funny, this was in the news a long time ago, like back in 2012. Google had a balloon project, a communication balloon project, using what they call satelloons. These are satellite balloons. The project was called Google Loon, Loon, Loon. And Google sold it to SpaceX. So what happened to all that technology? I don't know, man. Maybe SpaceX is on balloons or something. Who freaking knows? It'd be nice if we would actually be able to know, but it's not like if you're working there, you can tell us.
So, so why are they, wait a sec. Why they are sending rockets something to to space, or for what? If it is walking on balloons, for what? Why?
Maybe because it's impossible to orbit something around a globe.
So why they're sending it? Okay, if it is walking on balloons, maybe. But why are they sending rockets, or filming how they walk, opens their
I don't know.
satellites?
I don't know. I can guess. I can speculate. Maybe the rockets. Maybe they're testing nuclear weapons under. Yeah, except they're pretending that it's for scientific and space endeavors. Who knows? If you take a nuclear missile and you put a NASA logo on it, everybody sees NASA on the missile and doesn't think anything of it. That's just my speculation. But, you're asking me to speculate, and I don't like to do that very much.
Oh, okay, sorry. So, okay, how can I prove personally that I live in flat Earth, not globe?
Water. Use water. The physics of water will never lie to you.
What?
The physics, the raw power in physics, objective reality, will not lie to you. People will. People will lie to you, especially people in government, especially people in government of the executive branch, especially executive branch at the federal level. Those people will lie to you all day, every day, and there's very little accountability or oversight for when they do wrong. What you can do is use you and water and measure, observe, and practically use the surface of the earth and get repeatable, observable, and testable results over and over and over again. This will demonstrate without a doubt there is no curvature whatsoever. The surface of the earth has no detectable curvature at all. Zero.
So, wait, how can I pass, like personally, and I don't know, like what I should to do to see that Earth is actually flat.
Yeah, what did I just say? What did I just say and what did you just hear?
I hear that something about physics, about
physics, water.
That you
can use water.
How can I use it? How?
Which way does water flow? Does it flow up? Does it flow
Which
down?
way?
Yeah.
It flows down.
Okay, so if you don't have water flowing, what does that mean?
Zero gravity.
Zero gravity.
Maybe, I don't know. No, do not flow. Oh, it means that it is like there is no
Level?
way.
Is it level?
Level, yeah, level.
Okay. So if you found that the Earth is completely level, completely sea level, what would that make the Earth?
Oh, even that. So the globe concept
Yeah, you don't need
so
to worry about a globe concept. Your question was how can you test the Earth? You don't need concepts for that. All you need is water, the physics of water, and then use the Earth. That's it. You don't need concepts. You don't need imagination. You don't need hallucinations.
You mean that if Earth was a globe, the water
It'd be curved, right? If Earth was a globe, hey, hold on. If Earth was a globe, would it be curved or would it be flat?
What?
If Earth was a globe, would it be curved or would it be flat?
Right now, maybe curved. I don't know.
Yeah, it'd have to be. It'd have to be curved. If Earth is a globe, it would have to be curved.
So?
There's no curvature. What is it?
I don't know.
It's flat.
Right. So, physics in my school education said me that the something that like I don't know, like turning around them, as our planet, globe planet, globe Earth. So there, like I don't know, where is like.
So I think what you're trying to say is like when you have a lot of mass gather together, you have a stronger gravity pull.
Like attracting something that have lower mass, So it means that we have a gravity in this globe concept. It means that any other thing, that less mass of than Earth will like attract to Earth, and as if we talk about water, it means that this water just attracting to center of Earth, globe Earth, and they just do not fly.
We understand. Okay, that's great. It's a great hypothesis, but hypotheses need to be tested in the natural world. Right, so we can go out into the natural world and we can see if the water of the Earth actually is curving into a ball, and it's not. That's what we're trying to tell you. That idea that they teach you in school it's not supported by the evidence.
Would you
can go out and verify this yourself?
Would you care to elaborate on like the gravity then? Because if what they're saying, if this theory is wrong, and if it's not like
not even a theory, it's a hypothesis.
All right. So if this hypothesis is indeed incorrect, so what would be a more plausible explanation for
we don't need a more plausible explanation. We know theirs is wrong.
So it's just
Look,
wrong.
look, it's like this. If I look up into a tree, right, and I see a furry animal, I don't need to know what kind of furry animal it is. I know it's not a fish.
Do you see gravity?
Okay.
do
I don't.
you see gravity?
It has nothing to do with it. But we should see the effect of gravity, right? Forming water into a ball. Okay. So we should be able to go to the water and measure the surface of the earth to be curving. We don't.
Yeah, but you're not. So you're saying that it doesn't matter, like what gravity is and why it works like this.
Well, there's two ideas. Well, we don't know. Well, I mean, gravity is a whole nother thing. Newton himself didn't even believe in it. So I don't even want to get into that. Okay, so it's real simple. There's two ideas of gravity. There's little g, which we know empirically from dropping something. But there's the other idea that big G, right, the universal law of gravitation, which doesn't come from experiment. It came from a geometric relationship to the Kepler's second law of motion. Okay? You can go on, it is in my opinion, you can go on YouTube and watch Richard Feynman, PhD, Nobel laureate, explain how Newton came up with his universal law of gravitation. Had nothing to do with anything falling. Newton's apple is just horseshit. Never happened. Anyway, the point is that even if you have some crazy hypothesis that gravity does these things, science is an empirical human activity. We would need to go out into nature and test and measure to see if gravity is actually doing that thing, right? We need to test it and check. Or we don't check. We just go with the textbook and don't check.
Well, everything has to be tested.
Okay. So what we're telling you is we've gone out and tested it, and the surface of water does not curve. It lies flat and level. You can test it. What Crit was explaining to Mike here is that this can be tested. You can test this yourself. It's a simple test.
So what happens when like a boat leaves China and passes through United States and then it goes back to China again? So at a certain point it does like a 180 turn and then goes back?
Yeah, it goes in a circle. East and western circles.
I see.
Right? They circle around, underneath really the Polaris, right? The North Star. And if you want the real actual rendition is the whole entire latitude longitude coordinate system is based upon a celestial sphere model. It actually has nothing to do with the Earth. What people have done is they've said the celestial sphere is because the Earth is a sphere. Okay? They've just made this leap of logic. Okay, well, great hypothesis. Okay, let's see if the Earth actually is a sphere and measure a sphere Earth, which no one's actually ever done. See, that's the great thing they say about science, right? Testable, repeatable, verifiable. You can go out. I don't want you to believe a thing I said. I've gone and done my own tests, right? I've gone out and done my own observations. So, Mike, one way you can test this is you probably need a distance that's at least 10 kilometers to be safe. Okay? So if you're 6 feet tall, and you're standing at the ocean, the beach, a lake, whatever, the horizon should be, I think in kilometers, it's like 5.3 kilometers away. That's where it should be. So if you have a long view, like 10 kilometers, at 10 kilometers, some object out in the distance should be something like, I'd say, I'm guessing, 10 meters under the horizon. I'm guessing in kilometers because you use kilometers, right? I use empirical. I'm trying to do the conversion in my head. I'm probably butchering it.
Okay.
So it'll be 3 miles. At 10 miles, something should be 66 feet under the horizon. So 10 miles is about 15 kilometers. So 15 kilometers away, because of the curve of the Earth, you should not see a 6-story building. Yeah, that's how much curvature there is. See, they tell you the Earth is so big, you can't detect the curvature. But according to what they say, it should be easily detectable. But by the size of the Earth, they say it is. Should be easily detectable. Should be obvious, in fact. Super obvious. We should, like this channel, if you could actually detect this curvature, this channel shouldn't exist. We shouldn't even be talking about this right now. Because it would be super obvious if we lived on a ball. It wouldn't have took until freaking 300 BC to figure it out. Freaking cavemen would have figured it out. But one test you can do is that you can get like a friend and like a mirror, and on the internet, it's a bunch of Earth curve calculators. You can calculate how much should be hidden at any distance, say 10 kilometers, say 10 meters is supposed to be hidden. You get a mirror on each shoreline and try to flash each other, right? And you'll see that you can see each other at distances that you're not supposed to see each other. But, you do it over the surface of water. I mean, people have done it over land, so it's been done on the Bolivian salt flats. So I'll give you an example. So they went to the Bonneville salt flats, which is in Utah, where they, where the land speed record is? Where they race cars to get the fastest they can get a car to go? Yeah, it's called a land speed record. It's the fastest. So the world record is like 800 miles per hour. So this is the place they go to break those records. So it's really, really flat. They went there and they took a laser and they shined it 36 miles, which is probably about 55 kilometers. Right? They're just standing on the desert floor and beamed the laser 55 kilometers. Now, if the Earth was a globe with 3,959 mile radius, that's impossible. But it's not, which is why it happened. Now, I'm not going to tell you to believe us or believe what we're saying. This is the type of thing where, we've all been to school. Everybody in here that's a flat earther used to be globe earthers. This is something you got to do for yourself. The only way to prove something to somebody is to demonstrate it. And the only way you'll ever know one way or the other is to go test yourself. Otherwise, you'll either just believe us or believe them. You'll just always be a believer. I believe the flat earthers. I believe the globe earthers, right? You don't have to be either one of those. You can be a person that knows one way or another. I know the Earth's a globe. I know the Earth is flat. I'm so confident, why am I telling you to do this? Because I know what your result is going to be. I know what my result was. I know what everybody that's done tests in this chat, I know what their results were.
Okay.
That's why, when I don't know how long you've listened to us in here. That's why when we get in discussions with people about this, the people that believe in the globe, what they talk about are planets, stars, sun, the moon. They don't talk about the Earth. They talk about everything but the Earth, right? They go, well, what about the sun? Well, what about the planets? What about black holes? What about this? None of that stuff has anything to do with the Earth. That's why they talk about that. because if you test the Earth, you find out that it's flat, and there's nothing about the sun, stars, moon, planets that can actually prove that incorrect. The only thing that could prove that incorrect are observations of the Earth that it's not flat, which nobody has. Crit, you in here?
Yep, I'm here.
So, Crit, you know how ballistic missiles work, right? Parabolic arc, all that.
Yeah.
So think about this. I was thinking about this morning. Iran shoots a missile 1,000 miles to, I don't know, Cyprus, Israel, wherever they're shooting it. Now, how does that actually work on a globe? Because the missile's going to have to rotate an extra 15 degrees just to come into the window sideways. Right? The parabolic arc is going to be like horizontal at that point. You see what I'm saying? Because the surface of the Earth is curving. Now, how do they plot? How are they calculating a ballistic trajectory over a curved surface? All the exercises I did in school, it was always a flat surface we calculated the ballistic. We never calculated over a curved surface.
Yeah, it's like they try to say the missile goes off a curved surface, goes into the air, then teleports to a globe Earth, then to come back down, it goes back to a flat surface again.
Yeah, it's 69 miles per degree, so it's like 14.92 degrees in 1,000 miles. So the missile, how is it going to come down? It's going to be flattened by 15 degrees. It's going to be like coming in sideways or some shit. They even have suppressed ballistic trajectories that would fit the bill, but they don't go as far as the distance. Yeah, I gotta look into this more. It don't make sense to me, especially when you're throwing them frickin' thousands of miles.
You know, it's funny. It's always these people who don't come by 24/7 flat Earth anymore. Isn't that right, T-Dub? Some of these guys, actually, all these guys have come by before. Mick West, McToon, Dave McKeegan, and so on and so forth. These spheres of influence for anti-flat Earth and all things related have come by us. And we recorded our conversations with them, and they left with their tails between their legs, and they've never been back. And you know what they do? They go after the low-hanging fruit. They avoid our community. They go after the retarded TikTokers and ex-people claiming to be flat earthers, whose jobs might be actually to make us look dumb in the first place. And they put them on the podium instead of us. Right? And so, listen, I tried to put myself on the podium. Dr. Shiva, if you're listening, Dr. Shiva, yes, that Dr. Shiva, former U.S. presidential candidate and a senatorial candidate from the state of Massachusetts, you ended up blocking me on Twitter after private DMs with me when I attempted to come onto your show per your invitation to discuss flat Earth. Yep, and I've got all the DMs to prove it, screenshots and everything. This is actually old news at this point. This happened, like last September or so. I've tried to put myself, and through me, our reputation as 24/7 Flat Earth out there to this greater community. And they just freaking shut the doors. You know? Is it because we're that insane? No, we're not insane whatsoever. I mean, we're probably the most ardent defenders of direct realism, of empiricism, of logic and reason. I'll stand by that 100%. And this is something that's very uncomfortable for them to deal with. You know, it's very uncomfortable. They say that we hold ourselves to too high of a standards. Why? Because they want to leave the door open a little bit to solipsism. They want the door open just enough so they can stick their shoe in and throw the door open when they need to and retreat to the little brain in the jar in the back of the closet and feel safe whenever we talk to them. That's what's happening. You know who else was blocked? Some of our friends on the other side of this community. Alan from Space Audits, was it? So our friends from the Aether Cosmology side of this group, Indio was also summarily ignored and blocked. They avoid us, folks. They hate 24/7 flat Earth. It's more than they hate us. They pretend like we don't even exist. And I find that hilarious. So just keep burying your head in the sand and hope that this problem goes away, because guess what? It won't. In fact, this problem is ancient. For those of you who don't know, I've actually dug up some Dark Ages texts from the late 400s to early 500s. I've got some of the most interesting texts on this debate. There's an old Christian monk from the early 500s. His name is Cosmas Indicopleustes. He was a bishop, actually, and he was a monk from Alexandria. He was a Greek Egyptian who actually traveled up and down the coast of Africa to India and out to Indonesia. And through his travels, he recorded what he found. He even made maps. And his actual intent in the beginning was to record the furthest extent of Christianity of the time in the 500s. His book is called Christian Topography. Christian Topography. You can Google this book. It's like 800 pages.
I think that was mentioned in my little AI deep dive into the history.
No kidding.
Of
Amazing.
globe versus flat. Yeah.
Amazing. He actually uses in his Christian Topography book the same arguments that we use for flat Earth today. Because guess what? He started off documenting the furthest extent of Christianity in the world back then, and it later actually turned into a treatise of flat Earth against what he called the pagan cosmology of the globe that was influencing members of the church. I mean, it's amazing. He started producing maps of how people conceived of the world in Egypt and other areas that he's visited. He actually said, if Earth is a globe, how come you can't demonstrate water sticking to a ball? I shit you not. Like, he said, if Earth is a globe, how come you can't show me water sticking to a ball? Yeah, he said that in Greek in like the 500s. Yeah. He's like, you know how freaking retarded this is? He's like, I'm a sailor. I've been from southern Africa to Madagascar to the southern tip of India and out to Indonesia to the island of Java. You know, it's also interesting. He actually recorded descendants of Alexander the Great and Greek-speaking people on the island of Java in the 500s. Greek-speaking colonies who had their own churches and bishops and were Christians on Java. The world's changed a lot. But anyway, I mean, this topic goes back a long ways, folks, and is by no means new. I don't buy into the idea where some flat earthers are like, hey, the whole world believed in flat Earth until after the World's Fairs or some shit, you know? Till after the 1900s and the Rockefellers corrupted our textbooks. No, I mean, that's not the case. This debate, this topic extends further back in history than you might believe. And, you know, we've got good reasons to accept and understand what we do about the world. And it's just amazing to me how even in 2026, in spite of how advanced our technology seems to be, and all the discoveries that we've got in the world that we can actually demonstrate to you today that all these claims about sending rovers and helicopters to Mars are false. All these claims about sending probes to Venus are false. Yeah, do you guys realize that in the late 1980s, there was if you guys thought the Apollo moon landing was a big pile of bullshit, wait till you hear about this. Holy shit. In the late 1980s, there was supposedly a joint Russian and United States program to explore Venus. It was called the Venera Project. Venera, like venereal disease. Venera was a mothership. I'm not joking. Like, this is not my words. They actually called this a freaking mothership. That they blasted a mothership off from Russia somewhere into orbit, and the mothership had space probes that it shot down to Venus. What's really kind of fucked up about this is in the 80s, when they were describing this, it basically invokes Empire Strikes Back in Star Wars, where you got the Star Destroyer flying over ice planet Hoth, and it's shooting probes down to the planet. Pew, pew, pew. I shit you not. This is exactly how they describe what they did. They flew the mothership over to Venus, and they shot probes that landed on the surface of Venus and some like dozen or so balloons. Yeah, like Satelloons. They deployed freaking Satelloons to Venus in Project Venera. So you got little rovers going around on Venus on the surface, and you got Satelloons orbiting Venus in the atmosphere. I shit you not, guys. Look it up. Venera, Venera.
I wonder if all these sci-fi movies, Independence Day, War of the Worlds, etc. That's really projection. It's a reflection of mankind's own intent. I mean, that's what we do. That's what we do. Like if all this was real, right? If all the outer space garbage was real, they're just showing us they're showing us what they would do to another planet if it had life on it.
That's a good point. Let me continue, T-Dub, because guess what? If you thought that was enough, it gets even crazier. This isn't the end of the project. The story goes that after they collected all the data that was transmitted from the surface of Venus and from all the balloons that they deployed, like weather balloons in Venus, the mothership departed Venus. Yes, went beyond Venus's gravity well of orbital influence. And you know what it did? It flew to Halley's Comet. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, and it orbited Halley's Comet. And it took pictures and grabbed data from Halley's Comet and sent it back to Earth. The mothership.
Sorry, because it would have been still within, the Goldilocks zone, basically.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it? Because what was it, 80, 84, 85?
Something like that, yeah.
86.
I remember going out with my parents to watch Halley's Comet in the backyard. I was a kid back then. We went out to the backyard. We were in the desert. We were in Arizona, man. You could see everything back then. Like, the sky's gorgeous, very dark. Yeah. So I remember seeing Halley's Comet. So I might have seen Project Venera. I might have seen the mothership. Fucked up. So the mothership beamed back all this data, and then that was that. And they're like, yay. So one spaceship flew to Venus, popped off Land Rovers, shot off, weather balloons. I mean, we're talking this thing like somehow must have ejected space trash cans into the Venus atmosphere that opened up, and the balloons, I guess, inflated with payloads hanging underneath them on gondolas, and then recorded all these atmospheric readings. Like, holy fucking shit. How come, like, if this is true, that is one of that's the coolest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. And then when it was done, the mothership flew to intercept Halley's Comet. How come I was never taught this in school? I think I only came across this because I'm a flat earther and I decided to check out all these weird freaking off the wall claims by NASA. Like, holy shit, if this is true, that's one of the coolest things I've ever heard, guys. Like, we've got interplanetary travel in the 1980s. And it was a joint freaking Russian-US project. Like, why were we considered enemies at that point? That doesn't make any sense either. What the hell is going on? I don't know. Can we get people? I can't do it right now. I would love for folks to start posting Wikipedia articles and pictures and stuff from Project Venera. Venera. Type in Venera and Venus. See what you can find and post in the text chat for the YouTube audience and those listening in Discord. Don't leave me hanging and look like a jabroni. Come on, guys. Let's do it. So while hopefully our fans are posting some of this stuff in Discord for us, I'm going to start reading things. So what is Project Venera? The Venera program. Wow, it began in 1961 to 1984. Was a groundbreaking series of Soviet probes that explored Venus, achieving the first soft landing on another planet and sending back the first surface images. The missions revealed Venus's extreme high pressure and hot environment. Current plans include a new Russian mission targeted for launch in 2029 to 2036 to conduct long duration studies. Here's a video that shows the first color images taken from the Venus probes. How about that? How about that? Yeah, Venera. There was another project that is associated with this, not Venera. I think it began with the V too. A V as well. It was Venera and see also. Let's see what's going on. Listed under there. I might have to turn to the evil AI and ask, what is the other project related to Venera? What is the other project related to Venera that explored Venus as well as Halley's Comet? The Vega program. Okay, yep, there you go. Launched in 1984, the Vega missions were an ambitious 2-for-1 scientific endeavor that utilized the gravity of Venus to catapult the spacecraft towards a rendezvous with Halley's Comet. Because the spacecraft had to visit two very different environments, they were split into two main components. Then the Venusian phase in June 1985. As the probes passed Venus, they released landers. Picture the Star Destroyer over ice planet Hoth, right? The beginning of Empire Strikes Back. As the probes passed Venus, they shot off landers similar to the original Venera design to study the surface and soil. Crucially, they also deployed giant weather balloons into the atmosphere of Venus. These balloons floated for 2 days, providing the first ever data on Venus's wind speeds and turbulence. The Halley phase, March 1986. After dropping the landers, the motherships used the gravity of Venus to change their trajectory towards Halley's Comet. They were part of the Halley Armada, a group of international probes that intercepted the comet. They provided the first close-up images of the comet's nucleus, helping scientists determine its size, shape, and dirty snowball composition. The Vega missions were a rare bridge of international cooperation during the Cold War. While led by the Soviets, the scientific instruments on board were led by a coalition of Western countries, including the US, France, and West Germany. Question from the AI. Would you like to see a breakdown of the specific findings from the atmospheric balloons of Venus? Wow. Check that out. Thank you, Greenweaver Alex, for posting some of this. Look at that. Greenweaver Alex says, one of the only photos we have of the surface of Venus, allegedly. The Venera probe, only designed to last 30 minutes, took data for 2 hours before crumpling under Venus's extreme surface conditions. There you go. Looks like the desert with a yellow filter. And underneath that image of Venus is the probe itself. Holy shit, looks like something from Lost in Space, circa 1950s. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. Look at that fucking windmill fan, freaking egg pallets, microwave dome, some plumbing pipes. Holy shit. Look at that fucking shit. Hey, T-Dub, you still there? Oh, man.
Yeah, mate, yeah.
Look in the voice chat. Look at that space probe that landed on Venus.
I know. I was just looking at some of that imagery. Now I'm watching this little YouTube piece on the only images taken from the surface of Mars.
Venera.
They claim they only got a few snapshots from the surface of Venus, and a couple of color panoramics and some black and white footage. They only had moments to like capture that and send it back before the extreme heat and pressure differences. Crushed and destroyed and burned the equipment.
Gosh. Hey, you guys are fans of Star Wars? You ever remember that? Remember when Princess Leia was being interrogated by Darth Vader, and they had like this
Hello,
orb?
I'm from North Africa. I'm from.
Hello. Why don't you sit back and listen? So remember when Princess Leia was being interrogated by an orb? Is going, and they had like a syringe on the side, and she's like, "Oh my god!"
Yes.
Check this out. Check this out. This is a probe that was sent to Venus.
What?
2:51 p.m. or that's my time. 51 minutes after the hour.
That's just like it.
What?
That's just like something out of Star Wars.
What?
Yes. It's like an Imperial probe droid. What the hell's going on?
Okay, brother. Goodbye.
Holy shit. I posted something about this in our home server. I've got like an article. I can find it. I'll link it. Venera. Oh man, okay, deleted user. Yeah, that was me. I had an account that had been accidentally deleted by the Discord admins. Let me keep going back to this. To me, I mean, this is a more a highly technical project than anything they dreamed up with regarding Apollo. They sent, in their words, a mothership to another planet that launched probes including weather balloons to orbit Venus, and probes on the ground to record the ground of Venus. And when the mothership was done, it took off and intercepted Halley's Comet. To me, this is orders of magnitude more complicated than shooting a rocket to the moon and claiming that there were dudes on it who played golf and drove a rover around. When you think about the aerodynamics, right, involved of supposedly another planet, right, of an unknown atmospheric composition, and you just happen to get it right? You just happen to shoot a space probe at it, and it happens to orbit the planet and then deploy balloons that happen to work perfectly for several days. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's wild. And then when you walk someone through this, thought process, they get emotional and crash out when they actually have to think about it. Very intriguing, that behavior.
Right, and somehow the technology existed in the early 1980s to pull this off. This to me is way more complicated than the moon mission, than the ISS, or any of the shuttle flights that have taken place. What an achievement. And nobody seems to know a single fucking thing about it.
That's such a good point.
Right?
And to retrieve the imagery that it collected, like what?
Makes you wonder if there's a reason why they don't talk about this and brag about this. They were embarrassed. They were embarrassed to talk about this publicly because of the kind of scrutiny that it would invite. I mean, do they just chalk it up as another Cold War achievement? Like, yeah, we were motivated this much to defeat communism? Well, fuck, no, because we're partnering with the communists in this endeavor. 1984, guys. They were still doing duck and cover exercises, for fuck's sake, in 1984. I was alive back then. I was a little boy. I remember doing that shit. It makes no fucking sense. Shout out to all the old dudes out there. I get told all the time that my voice doesn't sound too old, and you know what? I'll take that as a compliment.
You know what that was? That was under order of the demonic regime. So they put out an order, right? At 1 p.m. every day, every child must be bowing to me, right? The elites are like, how are we going to pull this off without revealing your presence? I don't know. You'll think of something, right? Well, we'll tell them they've got to exercise for nuclear war.
Man.
And it just seems everybody's bowing, right? Cowering and bowing in fear and awe of something that's possible, that they feel they've been told is possible, right?
Yeah.
What sort of power do they have over people? It's crazy.
It's crazy. It's like, who is Epstein? Talk about like power over people. This guy is in the center of pretty much everything you can think of. The development of Microsoft, the development of medical products, the negotiations for peace and geopolitical conflicts. He's consulted for that. Who the fuck is this guy? I mean, it kind of makes you wonder if there are, the whole Nephilim thing is real. Like, are the Nephilim really still around? And there's an interesting area of political and societal commentary called The Dark Enlightenment by Mencius Moldbug. The Dark Enlightenment. This idea came about in like the mid 2000s, around the time like I guess Obama was elected. This guy just kind of appeared on the internet and started posting dozens and dozens of pages of blogs, hundreds, if not thousands of pages of blogs, just like boom. And he had a whole way of describing constructs. The cathedral, he would call the cathedral, refers to basically the establishment institutions. For example, he had these words, right, for this, like the cathedral. And anytime he referred to the cathedral, it was basically a sacred cow. It's been a while since I've read this stuff, but I think about it a lot. And the basic premise is that in spite of all of our technological achievements, we've actually regressed, not progressed as a civilization. And there's a delusion, a deception at play that causes us to think that we are progressing with each leap forward in technological advancement, when in fact we step backwards developmentally. We start to lose touch with and contact with the natural world that our ancestors used to understand and dominate. The fact that you know how to dominate a computer system, set up a Wi-Fi router network in your home, I don't know, conduct fucking penetration testing for the US government, I don't care, build satellites. The fact that you can do all these things, does it really necessarily make you more of an advanced human being? Or does it leave you more dependent to the forces of nature than you ever thought? More victimized by it when it happens? What would happen if the power goes out? What if it's true that there are these electromagnetic plasma pulse events from the sun that happen periodically that could not only just shut off your power, but actually cripple and fry microcircuitry and destroy everything? Modern cars, computers, everything. The circuit board in your refrigerator. What happens to all the people who are dependent on going to the supermarket for food every week and refrigerating their medicine? What happens to all the people that are slated for surgeries, life-saving surgeries, dependent on robotics technology? All that gets fried. Boom. Happens in an instant. And people say, well, that could never happen. That's all bullshit. Well, I don't know. The geologic record speaks otherwise. And if you don't accept it could happen, let's just say it does, for the sake of the argument. What good is all of your knowledge about pen testing, about building satellites and your aeronautical engineering? What good does that actually serve? Do you know how to do a crop rotation? Do you know anything about raising chickens or animal husbandry in general? Right? Do you know how to purify water? How to gather water? Where to find water? Do you know how to defend your family? Like, let's say you live in suburbia and this fucking shit happens. Your toilets don't flush. Your fridge has been without power for 3 days. and there's no government or military to send in aid, to send in food rations. What do? You're
Pray you
fucked.
don't live in the city.
You're fucked. If you live in the suburbs, you're fucked. Even if you live in the exurbs, you're fucked. Why? Because all those people in the city, when they're done foraging through their garden boxes for food, when they're done killing their neighbors' pets for meat, they're going to come after you. What do you do when 20 dudes show up armed to the teeth at your house and say, hey, you live in the exurbs. You've got a nice, 13-acre plot of property. You've got a nice little garden back there. It'd be a shame if this didn't get utilized and go to a greater purpose. We're going to take over it now. By the way, you have a pretty wife, a nice-looking family. What do? I mean, this kind of scenario is very real. It happens. I mean, it happens without the sun doing this shit and frying circuitry. It happens due to geopolitical conflict. Some of our friends, so we got some friends from our community who escaped Ceausescu in Romania. They were fairly wealthy people, and they had to leave it all. Their property rights, their deed and title, all of that meant absolutely fuck all. And the only thing they got away with was stuffing gold and silver in their socks and running on foot out towards the west. And they had somewhere to flee to. What happens when you don't? So how progressed we are as a civilization? I would say we are not progressed at all. We have regressed. I think Mencius Moldbug and the Dark Enlightenment philosophy that he wrote, his whole treatise, all 2,000 pages, whatever the fuck it is, I think he was right. And this is where we are. We've deluded ourselves into this illusion of progress and advancement, and we have lost touch with understanding how this world actually works. We believe in a fucking globe, for crying out loud. Our civilization does. Our society, we as a society, have accepted this fucking outer space myth. We've disconnected ourselves from understanding how to raise chickens, how to plant food, how to take care of ourselves, how to collect rainwater, how to purify water, how to jar applesauce, for crying out loud. How many of you guys listening know how to jar fucking applesauce? I bet none of you motherfuckers know how to make and jar applesauce. How do you get through the winter? So
Just to make yourself feel warm and fuzzy, Yoda. My old chook's one of the leading canners over here in Australia.
Yeah. How do you preserve peaches?
Right.
How do you make pickles? These are such simple things to do. I've got pickled vegetables that I like that I probably should eat. It's probably 7 years old now in my fridge.
Yeah. How do you treat a toothache? How do you do? What do you fucking do, guys? How do you pull a tooth?
Bent nose pliers are pretty good, just saying.
Yeah, but how many people today have the grit to go through a tooth pulling without Novocaine? I don't care, man. People say, "Oh, just drink a ton of whiskey." No, motherfucker. That there's not enough whiskey in the world for that shit. What happens when the guy pulling your tooth slips? Yeah. Now you need
You know,
like
the
15
Japanese
stitches
used
up
to,
your face.
you know, Japanese used to train their dentists, right, with pegs in a wooden board. Each peg, like a series of pegs, and each peg got progressively harder and harder, tighter for fit, harder and harder to pull out. If you could pull out the last one with two fingers, right, just your thumb or your index finger, you're a dentist.
Wow.
And that's how they do it. They just rip it straight out. But you had to be able to pull out that last peg with only two fingers. Yeah. And you're allowed to put your fingers in someone's mouth then.
Right. So anyway, I kind of forgot how we got to this from the Venera and Vega programs of Russia. Their Venus.
Knowledge is being lost. Skills and knowledge and talent is being lost. It's being destroyed. Sorry, go on, the Lord. Knitting and crocheting, weaving, stitching, fabric making, that's still alive. That's really important. Like, I'm glad that's still alive, you know, amongst it's, if you go to these fairs, you know, we call them our yearly shows, right? So you have exhibitions, basically town exhibitions, and all the carnival rides come to town, and we have the showground open, and well, they charge you to get in, but anyway. So, but at the pavilion, you go there, and there's competitions, art competitions, photo competitions, knitting and crocheting, stitch work competition. Wool is on display and gets judged and prizes given out. Vegetables, or like what you were talking about, or your pickles and preserves, a whole range of cultural skills sets on display once a year in every town in Australia for that town. Like, it's people go and enter in their skill, right? You know, the products of their skills, and have it judged and, you know, awarded if it's deserving. And I think that community should really super encourage that, right, to happen, because these are the things you're talking about that we've got to keep alive, because there are still some people out there who know how to do this stuff, and if the world went to shit, they would survive, but, you know, they'd be better off than other city folk who've like only ever read about this stuff, right, and seen this stuff in museums. And there is cultures out there, you know, there's a small percentage of the earth that's actually still preserving and keeping that alive, you know. It's great to see. There's all these, you know, there's people, you know, that are like, talk about being doomsday preppers, right?
Yeah.
Man, people are just living like that anyway. They're going to be, you know, they know what they need to deal with to survive, you know, in harsh regions and things like that. There's, like you said, there is a world out there that we're even totally unaware of. People living in ways that would seem very, very primitive to us now. And they probably aren't even aware of our existence, to be honest. And you have groups of people wanting to, like, segregate themselves, basically, like disassociate themselves and disattach themselves from modern Western society, and they're out there. Don't worry, they're out there.
Yeah, if the apocalypse ever happens, you guys know where to go if you're ever looking for beef tallow. I got you.
There's always the Amish. They're like humanity's last backup plan. Looks like Jesus just entered the chat. Speaking of which, and it's somewhat on topic, but You know the country of Georgia? You know what's so fascinating about Georgia? They had a series of kings for 1,000 years. And their bloodline relatives are the House of David. They're Christian and relatives of Jesus's family. This is mainstream history for the country of Georgia. And even today, there are relatives and descendants who claim that lineage.
Yeah, every family should really like have a story to tell somebody in history that's from their lineage that they can boast about and brag about and feel pride in having come from, right? I don't see anything wrong with that, like that. And lineage and ancestry should be honored and remembered, respected. How many people can like talk about their great 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 grandfather? Know any stories about him?
Yeah, it's pretty rare. I mean, I used to think it was normal. Our family has deep roots within American colonialism, going back. I can trace my family here back to the first settlers in Virginia and Massachusetts, and even to England and Wales before that. I didn't realize that this was extremely rare to do until I was much older. And this came from family Bibles. I'm not sure if this is the way it is in Australia, but in America, typically you had a Bible with a family tree in the front, and you would record your family tree going back from the Bible that preceded that, and so on.
Family Bibles, we used to have that in the UK. That fell out of fashion about 40 years ago, of like the last generation or so.
Yeah, I would say it's probably not in fashion now either, but
No, I don't know anyone over here that follows things like that. We've got whole books dedicated to genealogy. So if those who are into tracking, like my mum's done her family, and that traces right back to Urquhart Castle, and which is a couple of 100 years. On Dad's side, it's a bit scattered, but Mum's side's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, my wife's grandmother, she has the family Bible that has the family tree in it. I don't know. I don't think my side has anything of a family tree.
some of these Bibles used to have the Hebrew cosmology depiction of the earth in it too. With the earth on top and Sheol below and heaven above.
Yep.
My grandparents and great grandparents used to talk very fondly about the World's Fairs that they attended. I mean, even through the 80s and early 90s. They used to talk about it all the time. All the pictures, all the fun memories. And floods, strangely enough. Yeah, floods.
I think it's that. Um, you know, local flooding that gives a lot of people reason to think that Noah's event was a local flood because local floods happen all the time.
Yeah. I have a grandma who used to talk about. I'd first heard about this in the 90s from her family records about our ancestors' encounters with blue-eyed natives that they called the Welsh-speaking Indians. And I came across this much more recently in my searches, and I was freaking gobsmacked. I used to think Grandma was crazy. Have you guys heard about the Welsh-speaking Indians in the Appalachians?
No, I'm sitting here a little bit gobsmacked, mate. Welsh speaking Native American Indians. That's a bit fucked up.
You
Did they
want to know
say?
how? You want to know what the story
They probably
is?
wore tartan.
I'll tell you what the
Welsh don't
story
wear.
is.
Was it anything like the Vikings settled around 1000 AD over here?
Close but far.
Dan.
The son of King Arthur, the grandson of King Arthur, fled because of the Saxon invasions and took fleets of ships and people and sailed out west to a land that they heard existed way beyond the west. The story goes as they crash landed in Mobile, Alabama, which is on the Gulf of Mexico, and they went up the Mississippi. They went up the Mississippi River and built settlements. Yeah.
Okay. How much credence do you hold to that story?
I would say I'm 50-50 on it, and I could be swayed either way.
I would say plausible.
I would have said, yeah, definitely plausible. I just don't know how they would have ended up in the Gulf of Mexico, unless that's where.
Well,
yeah, I
think about how airline flights go. They go up over the northern Arctic, and then they come back down on the other side. And the way King Arthur left, the story was that he traveled to a land in the far north and was never seen again. Well, if you go north from England or Britain and continue going north, eventually you're going to run into Canada, United States, Gulf of Mexico, and so on.
Well, the thing is there are artifacts that have been recovered that speak to this, and there are stories from the colonial days in the 16 and 1700s in America of encounters with people, with natives with blue eyes, and who had interesting words that were recognizable by some of the settlers who came from England in the 1600s and Wales in the 1600s, and understood that this to be some kind of strange Celtic, if not Welsh, cognate.
That's really fascinating.
Yeah, that's it. Like, we've got old records of these encounters from 400 years ago, where people are like, "Well, this is freaking weird." Like, they have blue eyes and they've got these Welsh sounding words.
How many generations or years later, after their arrival in America from Wales, were they discovered to be these Welsh-speaking blue-eyed Indians? Is it like straight away, 100 years?
We're talking about maybe 700-800 years between.
Fuck no.
Okay. Yeah,
that's crazy.
I mean, it gets even crazier than this, guys. Like, I mean, they're like amongst the Cherokee tribes, there were certain rituals and words that were used that freaking rabbis of Israel had studied. Sheepdog, you know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm
I know
talking
that
about.
there was also an elder. I think it was Peru. The elder would recite Shema in Hebrew rather than speak in the native language. I think it was Peru.
Like the Cherokee have certain rituals that are the same as ancient, like Old Testament Jewish rituals. And then the Cherokee also have stuff going on before and after those rituals that the ancient rabbis thought were lost in time, and kind of connect the dots for them. I don't have any more information much to say about that, but
Yeah, there was also
DNA connection.
well, yeah, well, the DNA part, it's like the North American or the American natives, they've got the most ties to everyone everywhere, and but what I was trying to remember the name of the YouTube channel that interviewed some Native Americans who went to Israel and some dancing and singing at the wall, and the Israelites were telling them, "Yo, stop saying that. Stop saying God's name. You can't say that."
Yeah,
And
I heard that too.
their tradition was once you start singing and dancing, you don't stop until it's over. And so they were furious by the end of it. Why are you saying our God's name? And they're like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah. Yeah, I've got the impression almost that North America, maybe South too, was almost like it used to be known in antiquity, perhaps amongst the elite. And I think and I wonder that they used to come here for vacations to get away from everything and then go back. Almost like it was a big secret. And there's so much evidence of trade and exchanges and knowledge between these two places. Christopher Columbus, when before he decided to sail west, whoever he was, some say he was like a wayward son or prince of Poland or something. Whoever he was, right? I mean, the record stands that he had done this thing. Whoever he was had done this thing and sailed out west. But he had visited Istanbul, and by his day, like Istanbul was new, it was Constantinople for over 1,000 years at that time. The true seat of the Roman Empire, not Rome. And he went there because he knew that he could acquire maps. And he left with those maps. And those maps today appear to have coastlines from Antarctica and Brazil drawn on them. And these are maps that probably were created in the Dark Ages.
Do you guys know the equivalent New Zealand story to this?
No.
Well, there is a real tradition among Maori here of a whakapapa, they call it. It's like a genealogy. Whenever they meet another person, then they talk about what boat they came on and what their mountain is and their river. So they've got a very rich history of like connecting their genealogy as far back as they can. But a lot of people think New Zealand was first, inhabited like 1,000 years ago, right? But, Polynesians coming from the South China Sea and Hawaii and stuff like that. But there is a whole bunch of still living red-haired Maori with green, blue eyes and very, very different, but they're still all tattooed up and completely in the original, they've been there forever, right? And even Kupe, when he came to New Zealand on the Polynesian, he talked about the redheads being there. I think they even taught them how to make fishing nets and stuff. But the thing is, right, because their whakapapa was so rich and that they were keeping their history, this one woman, redhead woman, in the Taupo area in the middle, the volcano lake, she said that her family were persecuted redheads in Persia, and they fled in an exodus, and they went first to the North of America, then they went to Mexico, then they went down to Peru, and I think they were in Peru for many, many, many generations, and then they went to Easter Island, and then they came to New Zealand like 4,000, 3,000 years ago. And what was amazing was there was a series that's very banned called Skeletons in the Closet or Cupboard, I think. And they did her DNA because she was swearing that she came from Persia. And it totally checked out, like it completely checked out. And her little grandkids, they're still redheads and blondes. And they're clearly, like, she's got old photos of her family, her relatives, and it goes way back. And yeah, it's just a really fascinating story. It's like a 3-part series. You can find it sometimes, maybe on Rumble or BitChute or something. You could probably find it. But yeah, it's really fascinating. And there's a lot of evidence as well, because there's a lot of relationship, like with the kumara, the sweet potato comes from South America. The Maori is really a melding of cultures of Polynesian and these people that came from South America, and that's what makes it quite interesting. But yeah, that's the what I've been looking into. Wow, did I shut down the whole room?
No, just soaking it in.
Just one word. Shut down the whole room.
I think he shut us down when he said they were called the whakapapa.
Whakapapa, yeah.
And it'd be spelled with a PH.
WHAKAPAPA. Oh, I've got to go to work soon anyway, guys, but I love listening to you always.
Glad you could be here.
Appreciate the story. I'm still trying to get over Welsh people being it, Native American Indians, and this whole red. I didn't ask earlier about the red hair, but the red hair thing is really interesting, especially in New Zealand. It's really far away from red hair is apparently naturally supposed to be found in the world.
Yeah. And I mean, they've found redhead mummies in China, haven't they, as well? But there's another piece of evidence here in New Zealand, and it's allegedly at the Te Papa Museum here in Wellington. And it is a moa bone. What they used to do is chase those big moa birds into mud, and then they would like machete them at the legs and go and eat them at a fire near the mud pod. But one of those mud areas got covered by lava flow that is provably, according to the scientists, 3,500, 4,000 years old. So they're all going on about, Maori being only here for 900, 1,000 years, but there's such a different history. And I think they cover it up because it's not convenient for their whole New World Order plan to have, racial division and people, being treated differently according to race in New Zealand. It's gone pretty feral here.
Especially if they've got land claims and so on. Yeah, especially.
Yeah, so they don't want anyone to sort of stop that fight between Maori, probably mostly Polynesian Maori, and what they call Pākehā. We're called Pākehā, which I think is so rude. But basically that identifies us as being, the white New Zealanders. Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds racist.
Yeah. Yeah. It's ridiculous. I mean, I think they just want, the usual division and chaos so that they can bring in their UN bullshit.
Yeah. Seems to be the usual MO.
Mode of operation.
honestly feel like we were mixed and nobody gave a shit. My honest opinion. Like, in Virginia, I'm pretty sure it's Virginia. I could look it up again, but in the late 18s, early 19s, they were starting the process of relabeling people based on their skin color. So in that time period, there were a lot of people who were Native American suing hospitals and government for labeling their child black, and they were losing their Native American status. So effectively, they were missing out on, long-term benefits that would be theirs. And today, like people, I'm sure there would be people that are actually like able to trace themselves to Africa, but you got a lot of uh, Black Americans who could be mislabeling themselves because they believe the propaganda rather than, knowing their actual history and actually being Native American. Only because they decided to relabel people at a specific period of time. And then, everybody lost focus on that because between that point and now, you've got, in the Americas, MLK and that whole time period where you separated people based on color on the bus and, eating at different buildings and all of that jazz. Like, it got lost in the sauce.
Very, very good point. There's just certain things that I just don't, it baffles me. Like, how can they just not see it? How can they just not get it? But, again, I guess everyone's different.
Yeah. I know we were talking about this a bit before. Like, you look in the field of geodesy, right? Geodetic surveying. Literally, people who are paid to measure the freaking earth for a living. And what do they do? And what do they admit? What do they have in their textbooks? And how do they apply it? They measure Earth flat and then break their perfectly good flat Earth measurements and bend it around an imaginary ball. Like, what the hell? And you guys are okay with this? You guys have been doing this for like 200 years and you're okay with that?
Right.
Right? Like, and if you question the process, like saying, wait, why are you putting the cart before the horse? Why are you assuming a reference ellipsoid before you, start to wrap your measurements around it?
Right.
Because it has to be. Because it has to be. It has to be a globe, guys. Come on, everyone knows it's a globe. Like, ever since Eratosthenes, measured shadows, and even though it didn't prove anything either way, it gave us enough to believe in the globe. So the Earth has to be a globe. Like, everybody, come on, dude. How could they put moon men on the moon if it wasn't a globe? Like, come on, guys.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting about that too. I was just watching something the other day, and it I guess they were kind of focused on Buzz, like because in his late years, like they're really having to watch him now because he's going in interviews and still like, no, you didn't, like they keep replaying these, the videos of him saying that. I think there's four or five different videos of him being interviewed and him literally like, no, like that's not what happened.
Because we didn't go, and that's the way it happened.
Right.
You didn't see us. You saw an animation.
Yeah, he legit said that to him. And you can see it in Conan's face. He's like, wait, what? Like, oh, wait, are you supposed to be saying that? And then he even like makes a joke, like, I don't remember, you know? He kind of just waves it off, like, ah. That's interesting.
You know, you can go back further to like the Sputnik thing. And this is the focus of my research on history, is the transition point between Earth and space, the space program in its infancy. When Sputnik was first claimed to be a piece of self-orbiting space junk, it was not as widely received by the public as you're led to believe today. There was total skepticism. First off, people didn't believe it just because the fucking Russians said it.
Right.
Second off, you had people writing into newspapers, like university professors of physics and shit, saying there's no fucking way that the Russians could have done this the way they said they did, even if Earth is a globe, and here's why. And then, to me, the biggest tell, guys, the biggest tell is the United States Secretary of Defense, Charlie Wilson. Yeah, Charlie Wilson's war, that Charlie Wilson, right? He said at the advent of Sputnik that it was a cheap scientific trick. So I'm like, oh, is he like mentally referencing some kind of scientific tricks that the United States was contemplating at the time in order for him to come up with the idea that this could be a scientific trick? Like, why would that be your first impression upon hearing of Sputnik, that it is a scientific trick? What trick is that, folks? What's the trick? What trick was he imagining? Does anybody have a clue? Let's say you globelings out there, you folks, anybody listening, you believe Earth is a globe, okay? Let's say that Charlie Wilson was also a glober and the Earth is a globe, okay? Why would Charlie Wilson call that a scientific trick? What makes it a trick? What makes it scientific? What do you think he was thinking about? Any idea? Was it freaking balloons? Was it satelloons, raccoons? Was it some kind of weird like radar radio interferometry bouncing off a firmament? Whatever the fuck it was a scientific trick that he was thinking of.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because matter of fact, I believe Sputnik was the first thing that they used to check the measurements that were done back in the 1800s in regards to the how thick, or should I say, how thin, how less dense the air was way up there. I believe the Sputnik one was the first one that they said it matched their math. So they literally mathed out space before they even got to it, and then they just said, "Oh, it matches our math," so we were right.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
There's also another curious point. Where in the late 50s, early 60s, they were transitioning from balloons to self-orbiting satellites. And the story's messy. You can read conflicting reports about rocket launches and the payloads that they delivered. In some reports, you'll read that they deployed balloons, and in the same or different reports with the same launches, you'll read that they weren't balloons, but they were self-orbiting satellites. And they kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
So case in point is like not Explorer 1 and Explorer 2, which were the answers to Sputnik. But we're talking like Explorer 8, Explorer 9, and going on beyond that. At one point, they were saying that they were launching self-orbiting space junk, that the space junk itself would pop off balloon satellites as it would self-orbit itself.
Oh.
You know, they kind of covered all their bases there.
Right.
Yeah, and they can't go back, right?
So
they can't go back. Go ahead, T-Dub.
Wait, you got this balloon attached to something that's experiencing neutral buoyancy? Like, what's the purpose of it? I guess to get it there, then it's just useless, or what? Like,
One of the craziest things I remember seeing was a documentary by Bell Labs. I've posted this in our home server. If you go to #satellites and 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, you'll find it. The Echo 2 deployment, and the Bell Labs documentary describes what they were doing. They said that a rocket went up into space, and about 1,000 miles altitude, it popped off stage 2. And stage 2 was a capsule that blew open, exposing to the cosmic rays a gigantic neoprene trash bag. And inside this neoprene trash bag was some spring-loaded mechanism that included what they said was powdered helium. In the documentary by Bell Labs, they said when this powdered helium was activated by cosmic rays, that the powdered helium turned into gas and exploded this balloon. And now the Echo 2 satellite was fully deployed at 1,000 miles high as a gigantic balloon full of helium.
Wow.
At 1,000 miles. How high do balloons go today? They say 120 miles. How come you have a helium inflated balloon at 1,000 miles?
And for what purpose? To hold it up?
To hold it up. To hold it up. But they also said, hey, it's providing a reflective surface for radar to bounce off of, so you can track its position. So, fast forward like 20, 30, 40 years, right? And you know what they've got now? They've got some super special technology where the device inflates at 1,000 miles altitude and hardens. That's right. Just like when the dentist holds the UV light against the filling that they put in your teeth and the liquid turns into a hard shell, they claim that they capture the ultraviolet cosmic rays up there, and it takes the balloon that they inflate and hardens the exterior into a super tough exoskeleton. And then they pump out all the gas inside. And now it is so buoyant because it's empty, like a vacuum.
I wonder how many space turtles died choking on these space balloons.
I know, right? So they're doing this shit, right? And like the rest of the country, the rest of the world thinks that they're putting out space junk with solar panels, but they never show you the gondola and the balloon. What's also interesting is the balloon material is so thin that radar passes right through it, so you can't even like scan it. And then if it's dark and non-reflective and all that, you'll never see it. So it kind of makes me wonder, right? When they show space images, but they don't show stars, it kind of makes me wonder if the reason why they don't show stars is you're going to realize that there's something the size of a fucking stadium that's black and it's blocking out the stars as the camera pans around and moves.
All right. Yeah, they don't show the stars because the black is in space.
And you know what? They actually show you black balloon satellites. Look no further than the U.S. Air Force program. And a satellite that is called OV-1-8. You can Wikipedia this shit. OV-1-8. OV-1-8. Wikipedia satellite. And you will see a massive black balloon with a hexagonal wireframe mesh around it. And this was in the late 60s. It's a freaking stealth satellite communication balloon. But, flat earthers are crazy for coming up with this shit. Well, yeah, we just find stuff on the internet and tell people about it. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry for us wrecking your Christmas. story.
Yep, we've got some loyal listeners in the chat who are posting images of it. Look at that. Look at that. 1960s technology, folks.
Looks like a giant soccer ball.
That thing is said to have been floating at 1,200 miles and flying at over 17,000 miles per hour.
Crazy.
A balloon, people. A balloon. Fucking balloon, guys. And this is during that whole transition period I'm talking about, where it's like they're trying to figure out how to get their fucking story straight.
Yeah.
Yeah. At some point they ditched the balloon and just showed you what's dangling underneath it.
Pretty sure eventually there's going to be another point where we come to and realize, oh wow, we've had this new technology. They're like, yeah, we've had that since 2026, but we didn't see it. It's like 2045. We're barely seeing it. We're always behind. So what they're saying we can't explain right now, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure eventually they're going to. They're going to be forced to. Eventually, at least.
I posted a GIF with that supersonic rocket sled going about 6,500 miles per hour. And when I watched that, I try to imagine what double that would look like, and it's just mind melting.
Yeah, or 3 times that even.
Yeah,
right.
it's crazy.
Yeah, 2.5, 3 times it. Yeah.
It's definitely crazy to think that they think that they're going to convince us that there's something moving faster than that. I don't know, maybe
it is, right? Maybe there is something exotic going on.
Yeah. You just don't know.
I'm open to that too.
Same.
You ever dig into Robert Bassano and his research?
I'm not good with names. Post it. I'll see if I've seen it.
I can't right now, but he had a channel called Planete Veritas, and Quantum Eraser and Catexus used to do live streams with him. He's the guy that called in, like he would take the NASA phone book directory and call random people and try and expose NASA.
I love that.
We need more of that activism, folks. We need people doing this shit. Listen, government employees are open source. Their phone numbers and contact is open source. It's not illegal to go find their names and phone number and contact them and ask them questions. You're allowed to do that. America.
Right.
But he had a really interesting way to conceive of the world. He wasn't necessarily a flat earther, but more like a super duper oblate spheroid earther. He had this whole thing about relativity too. He kind of accepted some of it, but explained it in a different way. That satellites, when they're sent up, experience general relativity, and the higher they go, the further out they get, the more that they can send and receive signals, as such that it allows for essentially trying to grab information from the future. I know it sounds crazy as dog shit, but I mean, if you were exposed to all the kinds of things that he was exposed, you'd kind of understand why he was way out there with some of this stuff. And the blackness of space wasn't empty, but rather superfluid helium. And he would pull up like University of Maryland astrophysics department papers on this very subject and super fluid helium vacuum theory.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I mean, he was way out there, and the sun is a gigantic ice ball, actually, and it's not really hot but cold. Like,
wow.
But I mean, this it kind of just highlights what is going on here. That the further you dig into things, the more you find greater possibilities of not only being wrong and the mainstream being wrong, but other crazy, off the wall, batshit things that you'd normally dismiss as being more likely true.
Right.
He's got some great podcasts. Like he talked about the freaking radiation anomalies over Earth. So, like, there's some parts of the world where airline pilots fly that they can pick up multiple times higher dosage of radiation than they would there than other places. That's why they have to wear those badges that turn black gradually over their careers once they receive, and the threshold limit of rads that they have to retire as pilots. So pilots who routinely have to fly through these regions of super high radiation have shorter careers. So he's going into that. Like, there's so much shit on his channel. Planete Veritas. If somebody could post that channel, you're going to get it all. You're going to get balloon satellites. You're going to get all this crazy shit we're talking about and so much more. You're going to listen to him calling NASA and talking to the deputy director of the Hubble Space Program, and the deputy director of Hubble saying that he never had direct access to the data from Hubble.
Wow. Not even he did, huh?
Not even he. Yeah, the guy who's in charge of it. Number 2.
Got to tell you something.
Yeah. It's like, oh, why would I need access to that? I mean, I have, there are all these other people that do, and I don't have to get down to that level. Like, why would I need that? I get all this gate kept information, and that's fine by me.
Yes.
Thank you, Timbo, for posting that. Robert Bassano. Hope he comes back. He came back briefly to say hello. He was interviewed a few years ago. But, I mean, that guy uncovered so much. He just had to dip out. He disappeared.
I think there's a lot of stuff missing from that channel as well. So I don't know where to find all the old stuff. Yeah.
I know his Google Drive got taken down, and I tried to get as much stuff off of that as I could, and then it was gone.
I think the only one that I would know that might have all that old information would be Flat Earth Dude.
Oh, really?
He knows him, so.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
I almost don't want to dox myself, but I think I met him once a long time ago. Based off of where he said he used to live and what he used to do for a living, and based off of what I remember, I think I met him in Maryland.
He did a lot of photography, right? Like moon photography and stuff.
I don't remember that. I wasn't around back then for his heyday. I'm kind of a latecomer. I've been in this since 2021.
Really?
Yeah.
Rookie.
You know way more than I do.
Yeah. Well, maybe because I'm a bigger nerd and I spend a lot more time on the internet.
I was going to say it might be the profession. That might be the difference. I build shit, you study shit.
Yeah, true.
Good to see everyone again anyway.
Yeah, good to have you back, man. It's been, you've been sporadic off and on here past year or so.
Yeah, it's hard to find the time, but I'm always around. I'm always listening. Helio's YouTube's not on anymore, so I got to find the other channels, but I just haven't looked properly.
He might Really? Because I think his YouTube bot is still in right now.
Let me have a look.
Flatloid
hasn't
is
been-
the one that says YouTube, and Helios is red with the
Yeah, I've noticed sometimes I go to Helios channel, and it's not there.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's not live.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's not live. It's not live at the moment. You're getting an echo T-dub. I think. From your...
It's not me. It's Max. It's Max.
Max. Max.
Oh, sorry, more XSC. I'm just going to mute him since he has no freaking social awareness.
I gotta say, guys, like I'm so freaking grateful that there's so many Australian flat earthers out there. It just totally eliminates all the stupid shit we have to deal with. And people are like, oh, you're a flat earther. You think Australia doesn't exist. And then 10 of you blokes show up and be like, I don't know, whatever in your Aussie accent. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, we're here. Yeah, we're here. We're in Australia. It exists.
I mean, it must really these trolls, it must send them for a loop like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. I wish they knew where that actually came from too, right? Remember that guy? I reckon there was someone going nuts, right? It was like, fuck, I can't believe any of this stuff anymore. Can't believe anything what they tell me. For all I know, Australia doesn't exist. And that's where it came from. That comment, that was it. And then they go, flat earthers think Australia doesn't exist. So fucking... That's dumb.
That's what you piss out of, dude. That's the fucking fly. That's the zipper fly. They unzip that shit and they piss. Would you trust your penis behind that zipper against the awesome vacuum of outer space? No, I'd be worried space is going to rip my dick off. The vacuum of space would rip my fucking dick off right through that zipper. You can't tell me otherwise.
Bro,
maybe I'm crazy here.
This is not Scaphander. Can you hear me? This is not Scaphander, bro. This is not fucking Scaphander. This is to not cold in fucking space. This is on sitting on fucking station and not be cold. This is not a fucking Scaphander. Scaphander not look like this.
Okay, dude. All right, I got some more pictures. Okay. Guess what happens when we start taking the original Apollo moon landing here of NASA with the astronaut getting off the ladder and start looking at the different spectral composition under different filters. What the fuck is going on there? How come the moon is cut out like a square, like somebody pasted it on? Why is there a seam running up and down with the moon on one side and nothing on the other? And why is it a slightly different color? And what's all that weird grainy shit on the horizon? What the fuck's going on there?
If you take anything for photo in like this exposition, do like this exposition. The fucking square about something objects have be, because this is exposition. This is fucking exposition. I can take anything photo in some square like this, triangle, nothing doesn't matter. Being like this.
Yeah, I know it's exposition. Got it. It's exposition, man. It's show business. It's show business. It's showtime, folks are putting on a movie. It's called Apollo.
Where you take this photo? Where you take this photo? What is this?
Where'd I get that photo? That photo is like one of the most famous photos from the Apollo moon mission. Bro, go take that photo and do a reverse search in TinEye. Go to tineye.com, upload this photo, and you can see where I got it from. You'll see like a million sources.
No,
Snowflakey asked if a
Repeat where.
female pees out of the zipper too. I don't know. No female ever used that zipper configuration. So, good question though. Thank you for piping in. Want to see something else? Check this shit out.
Fucking Photoshop. This is fucking Photoshop because in Photoshop to high exposition, all objects have this fucking square. Like this fucking square. Look to the astronaut. Look to the astronaut of the photo. You see his fucking objects like
cut and paste
around him.
Cut and paste.
Around
Yeah,
him.
we're just gonna cut all photos from NASA. Cut and paste this shit. Hey, check this out. 10 minutes past the hour. 11 minutes past the hour. Might be 10 minutes depending. Dude, do you see this video? Go watch this video real quick. Okay, this is also from NASA.
Okay,
tell me if you think. Tell me if you think this animation is real. Do you believe this? Because if you don't believe this, then you might be a flat earther. If
Fuck,
you
my
if you
network
think
is so
NASA's
sucky.
really have to look at that bullshit, dude. It looks like a garbage tent. It looks like a garbage tent that a homeless man sleeps in on the side of the road. That's a garbage tent that a homeless man built, and they put it in a movie and called it Apollo. Yes, you can probably go inside that garbage tent and find pounds of fentanyl and crack. That's what's inside that. And you're going to need pounds of fentanyl and crack to believe this is real.
Sorry, dude, Yodor, can you listen to me? This fucking video can download because my network is so suck.
Okay, it is 65 megabytes, so maybe like Russian net, commie net, whatever you want to call it.
I see it with VPN.
Will be easier to use when it's nighttime.
Because Discord is banned in my country.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Can you tell me this some or maybe this video getting some YouTube or like this? Can you share me? And
the source. This I'll have to dig it up, but I mean, you don't have to believe it until I do, I suppose. But we can show you other shit. I mean, this is real, but you have to accept my word for it. Do you know who this man is and what his job was? 12 minutes past the hour.
Fuck. Wait.
Most people don't know who that man is or what his job was. Want to see what his team was doing? Here, check
Bro,
this out.
this is fucking art. This is fucking
It is
art.
It's beautiful, dude. Check out this video I posted. Oh wait, you can't download videos because you're on it's some commie server. Hold on. Let me post a picture instead. It's much easier. All right, here we go.
Okay, I see.
Here we go.
I see the video.
Look at that. That's beautiful art. And here they are working on it.
Super fake. Super fake.
They built an entire studio around this wonderful art piece. I think they called it Apollo 11.
Okay, I heard about is Armstrong not being in the moon. I hear about this fucking fake, but if what you send me, this is super bullshit. Super bullshit, bro.
Super bullshit? My feelings are hurt. Well, unfortunately, I'm not done with the super bullshit. Here, check this out. Look, what do you think this artist is doing right there? Do you see he's standing on a track, like a train track that curves around the moon? And he's comparing some photograph or an image in his hand to the moon.
Photo?
Why? What's he doing that for?
You know who is this photo? You know who is this? You know who is this?
Yeah, we know who these people are. Yes, we do. And we know what they were doing. And you know what? These people are NASA employees. Did you know that you're looking at NASA photos? Right now?
Take me
Those
his
are
name.
NASA
Take me his
photos.
name.
Okay, let's see. He's got some French name. Hold on, I'm really bad with French names. Mm-hmm.
You can say, you can wrote me. You can wrote me.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna get his name. There's some flat earthers out there have much better trivia knowledge than I do. But I'm gonna get his name for you. Okay, because I think that's important to know. We know his name. I know that I know his name, but I am just terrible. Terry Speth. There it is. A French sculptor. Hey, here's a great Reddit post about this. Here, check it out. You like Reddit? I know you like Reddit, you little Russian atheist chuckle fuck. Let me put some Reddit posts in the side chat. Here, probably banned by communists too, but you know what? I'm sure you can forgive them for the great reward. Here you go. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. There you go. There's all about that man.
Dude, talking to you is like talking to a deaf mute monkey. I am Leaf.
Oh, I'm
because
sorry
it's
about
so
that. Sorry, I
super
gave you
bullshit.
the wrong link. God damn. Lucien Rudal. That sounds more French. There you go. Lucien Rudal. Lucien Rudal. Or Victor Martin Malburet. And I know we got some French Canadians out there and that are probably just cringing at my accent. Why French Canadians? We got French Canadian flat earthers. But yeah, there you go. There's some names. If you're interested. And never mind, Joel Millet, the French freaking videographer from the early 1900s, made Trip to the Moon 66.6 years before the Apollo moon landing. That's right, A Trip to the Moon. That moon movie that shows the cannon shooting a shell and that shell cracking the moon right in the eye. Remember that shit? That's from like the early 1900s. Well, that movie was released exactly 66 years and 6 months, not 0.6, 66 years and 6 months before Apollo 11. What a coinkydink. All right, where's my retarded monkey friend?
He lives the French is too much for him.
Oui. Pepe Le Pew.
Is the original Pepe Troll Frog, huh?
Every time I want to go to speak French, like German wants to come out. It's not going to come out though. Because that's my other, like, was a near native language. Lost a lot of that shit. All right.
I don't even know about that one, bro. The carving one. That's actually funny.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, come on. At this point, like, all you gotta do is show me that, and I'm 100% on the FE train, bro. That's ridiculous. They really were carving out the moon there, bro.
Yeah, and they built a little train track so they can mount a camera to it and roll it around and do a lunar orbit with the camera. And they have they probably repurposed that track for the camera for the freaking indoor Space Mountain fucking roller coaster ride at Disney World. Or Disneyland, right? I rode that one at Disneyland in California, the space whatever mountain. That was fucking terrifying, dude. It felt like your head was gonna get yanked off your shoulders. Any Space Mountain roller coaster enjoyers out there? Give me some high fives, some love. All right. Where's my Russian friend?
I think
He's still
he
there?
crashed out too much. He's gone, bro. I think he's gone.
He got lost on the front lines of October Revolution.
He was lost in the sauce, bro. He was crashing out. That shit was hella funny.
Mon Dieu,
might
you're
be in-
there. You crossed his globe.
Oh, wait. I'm in rare form today. All right.
It's not on the Mama It's broken. It's too terribly.
I think it's possible that maybe calling him a little Russian atheist chucklefuck pushed him over the edge. I laughed at it, but that might have been the nail in the coffin.
Thanks for your vote of confidence.
Who put the freaking bro? Who put the freaking the fake Ronnie Rad down there, bro? That's actually funny. I'm a sinner. I'm a gloater. I'm a swim pool floater. That's so funny. Bro turned monster into that's actually funny, bro.
Yeah, 24/7, man. We got our moments, okay? They're not as frequent as they used to be. But, maybe we'll get back there someday. Maybe we'll get that pizzazz.
You cooked that guy, bro. That shit was hella funny.
Yeah, I forgot that I might have a sense of humor, so I'm gonna have to use it some more. But the problem is the sense of humor window is only open so big because I go from sense of humor to being drunk as a skunk really fast.
Oh man.
It's Friday. I mean, I don't know what to call it. Flat Earth Friday, I guess. I mean, we used to do this shit, Flat Earth Friday. Oh crap! Did I do the right one?
This guy cracked me up right here. This guy. I don't know why. He just looks like a liar. He's like,
He's got
dude,
the beady eyes.
Dude, have you seen the videos with him? He's like, it looks
Which guy?
completely black. And then this guy, the Leroy Chiao guy, bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like he's like it looks completely black, and then he just like makes that smile, bro. That shit makes me crack up every time.
Yeah, that's right. Then the Asian features that we know and love start to shine, man, with that great smile. That's wonderful. Well, his last name Chow kind of gives it away, though. I mean, but Truth by Proxy says, Yoder, I figured out you must have had a couple Friday warm-ups. I'm getting through my warm-up right now. I don't have any meetings except for one towards the end of the day. I've got all my shit done except for some administrative freaking convert your spreadsheets to PDF thing, and I'm like, I need a secretary or somebody. I need an admin. We had one. She was really good. But she left right when I came on board, and now we're doing a search, trying to find another. And so I'd love to pawn all this stuff off to somebody else, like to my left or my right, but that just wouldn't be cool. I gotta curry some political favor, so I'm gonna play that game, and I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do this myself. And you know what? If I do a few pre-game warm-ups before tonight in the process, that's perfectly fine.
What the heck?
Flat Wizard says Actronauts. We're seeing these pictures of our boy Leroy Chow in Actronaut suits. That's right, complete with the crotch assembly, the zipper. That's a 10 to the negative 5 Tor rated crotch zipper, so you can whiz your name on the on the moon. You can write in cursive. You can write in Latin letters. That requires very good control of your Kegel muscles. That's right. We won't get into detail what that means, but yeah, you can definitely write in Latin letters, but you can easily do cursive. And if you know Morse code and can write your name in Morse code on the moon as you whiz, well, that's just fancy. Like, you may as well just flex a ham radio license at that point.
You need to practice my dick calligraphy.
Oh yeah, dick calligraphy. There's a way to make a portmanteau of those. Dick and calligraphy. Dick calligraphy. Calligraphy. I can't even do it. It's a tongue twister. Can anybody out there make a portmanteau of calligraphy and dick?
It's dick calligraphy.
Dick. Morvis, I should expect that out of you. I really should. And I'm glad you did. Thank you, Morvis.
Dude, do you remember that old song by who was that? I can't remember that by Dick song back in the day. Anybody remember that one?
Oh boy. Okay. Where were we? Where are we going? Hello. It's going.
Things are moving. I still chuckling from Antonio Superat this morning, and it's over and over again. But he's going up slowly.
Not discounting the whole, history of discovery of Australia is weird.
Oh yeah,
right? Like,
yeah.
the Portuguese found it like 300 years before the British.
Yeah, and the Dutch as well. But they say when they found it, there's like maps of Australia with a sea in the middle of it, like that you could sail up through. And but these are what some of the maps say. And then if you actually go onto the map and look at elevations and stuff like that, we got this huge lake in the middle of Australia, Salt Lake. And if you follow the path where the old map is, it goes right through the middle of Lake Eyre and through the Eyre Peninsula in South Australia, and then goes into the Gulf up in the north of Queensland. So it's really fucking weird stuff, man.
Yeah. In America, California is depicted as an island with coastal cities on the inner part.
Yeah, yeah. And there are records of that being a sea there.
Yep.
Because that's a pretty deep depression, that area where it's supposed to be.
Right. I think that's the Wine Valley. I think that's like Napa Valley.
Is that the same area as the Salton Sea? Would that be the same area? Or is that up higher?
I should probably know, but I don't know for sure.
The Salton Sea is in a depression.
It is? Yeah, because that's all dried out now, right? Because there used to be fucking like water skiing and holiday homes and shit like that. I don't know what it's like now. I watched a documentary about it, how the land's just fucking dead. Because they stopped water from going into it from one of the rivers. I don't know. History's definitely not what they tell us, but
dude, we've got in America, we've got a history of Russian forts and land holdings down from not only Alaska, where everybody knows that used to belong to Russia, but down through California and even on the island of Hawaii in the middle of the Pacific. It was all Russian. Nobody talks about that shit.
Yeah. And then how do you how do you go about confirming any of this stuff, right?
Well, I mean, the old maps from Russia confirm it, but in American history books, they don't talk about it, which kind of makes me wonder. Like the American Eskimo Indians in Alaska, like a vast number of them are Eastern Orthodox Christians.
What?
Yeah, I'm not joking, dude. Going back hundreds and hundreds of years.
What's their language like? What's it related to?
I don't know. I don't know, but I mean, they know Russian. They know Christian Russian saints.
Yeah.
And there are churches going back a long time too. And there's like even today there are historical sites in California that are like old Russian towns and cities. And what's interesting is you got to understand, this is like way before the Soviet commie era. This is when the Tsar of Russia was in control. And like Moscow was the third Rome and all of that. Like there was a lot to Russia. And Russia's prominence has been totally diminutized since the Bolshevik Revolution for everybody in the world.
Yeah, they just wiped it all.
Yeah. I mean, the Bolsheviks killed 3 times as many Christians as the Romans did in like 1/30th of the time.
Yeah, but no one learns about that, do they?
Nope.
They only talk about, I'm not gonna say anything, but
I know it'd be great to talk about it.
Yeah. A portion of them, like a lot, okay, if we believe the numbers. But what about the rest of the people that died during those wars? Like, are they not to be a protected people. You know, like it's
Right?
weird.
Collateral damage?
Yeah.
Is there such a thing for when it comes to human life?
Yeah. What about the gulags and stuff like that as well? You know, like it's fucking millions and millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, just slaughtered. If we're to believe the history. Right? It's like another thing that I know I'm way off topic now, but China's population, right? How does a population grow so quickly when they have a one-child policy for so long? And there's only one generation since it's been lifted. How the hell does that happen?
Yeah, especially the Mao Revolution didn't do anything to help that country at all.
Yeah. So where did all these people come from?
I just don't think the Chinese know how to count. The abacus doesn't go that high.
Yeah, I think it's a fake population.
I'll tell you
I
where
don't
they
think
came
have
from.
any-
They were Cabbage Patch Kids.
Because you got to wonder, right? Because it's such a private place. Like, you know, we're just getting information from them, right? No one's going in there and counting their population and doing a census. They're just going, oh yeah, we've got 1.6 billion people. They go, yeah, okay, they've got 1.6 billion people. I always had this theory because we got a lot of Chinese people in Australia. I reckon that they send these people over with like say lots of Chinese money in their account, right? They come here, the Chinese just put digits in someone's account, and then what they do is they come here and they buy a property with it, transfer it into real Australian dollars, and then they rent them out, and then the rent money that comes from that gets taken back to China and laundered as real money, and they get real money from it, from fake digits in an account. How are we to know how much money's in their account? Like they're just bringing over digits and buying property with it and laundering it into real money, and we're the idiots that are letting them do it.
We didn't have
money
this
laundering.
didn't have this problem. We had gold and silver, because if you didn't have
Yeah,
gold
exactly.
or silver, you didn't get anything.
Yeah, how do you police anything, right? If China's got its own banks, they just create money out of nothing. I mean, we do it, so why wouldn't they, right? Exchange fake money for property. It's a really great idea.
I think so. It's starting to. It's going to be warm soon. Like freaking goodness. And like I'm going to be doing a bunch of observations. Yoder's going to be doing a bunch of observations. I think Matrix said he got a camera, so we're going to be doing. We're going to start. I'm going to start cranking it up. So I'm going to be cranking out content. So, and DJ. They said DJ used the last one I did against McToon, and McToon freaking spurred out or something. I want to hear that.
Yeah. I'm planning to do this. I'm planning to do the same thing. I'm planning to buy a camera that I can use for infrared and do observations to confirm my optical framework. So all of us are going to be doing some good experimentation that is going to fuck them up.
Yeah, I got plans to make a ton of content this year. I'm gonna be doing tons of just 101 stuff. I think there's a huge gap at the moment where all the when people come in and they say, "Oh, do you guys have some videos we can go and watch?" I don't know what to send them. because I don't want to
About
send
what?
them all any of the Eric DeBay stuff or the ODD stuff or anything like that. So I'm gonna, I'm just gonna make a lot of 101 stuff, just covering the basic questions. So the same 20 questions they all ask when they come in. So
Yeah.
different time lengths and stuff like that. Right now, I'm working on the McToon debate that I had yesterday. Just got some interesting ideas with that. I'm going to put together my own video where I put.
Where'd you have it? Where was the
What's
debate?
that? Oh,
Where
it
was the
in
debate?
QOps. Yeah, QOps server. It's
Because someone last night
like
sent me.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie Handsome sent me a link to that anti-truther live.
Yeah, that's where it was.
Oh, okay, that's where it was.
Yeah, I've got the replay. I've downloaded the McToon one, but McToon's audio was cutting out. His audio was cutting out sporadically, like the whole time. But the anti-Truther League one, the audio is perfect. So spliced. With
good.
Yeah.
So
But,
he was on his stream. He was on his. He was live streaming.
He was live streaming, and QOP was live streaming as well, and it was hosted on QOP server.
Oh wow!
And I was listening to it. I wasn't planning on debating him or anything like that. It was like I was sitting there. It was 5 a.m, and I was listening to him. He was kind of wrecking that. It was DeMarc and people like that in there. So he was just making fun of them, making fun of flat earthers in general. And I heard him saying a bunch of things that I was like, all right, well, he's made a bunch of claims, and if I go in there now with some of the information that I have, I can make him, shoot himself in the foot.
To the fire, right?
Yeah, because what he was talking about, I was sitting there listening, and he's saying, I did an observation of a sunset the other day, and it was perfect conditions where the water temperature and the air temperature were the same, so that mitigates the refraction. And then we got a perfect sunset because we had perfect refractive conditions.
Oh my god, what a setup, dude! He freaking T-balled it. He set it up like a T.
And
nice.
So I had to get in there. It was like 6 o'clock in the morning I was so tired, and I'm just like, screw it, I got to get in. So I got all of your stuff saved in my server for that 10-mile observation with the boat. So I jumped in there. And look, right before I jumped in there, he was acting like Mr. Nice Guy, because when he's in control, he acts like Mr. Nice Guy.
Of course,
right? He picks up his puppy dog and he's laughing and smiling. And what he did, he told everyone, I've just demodded someone from my YouTube chat because they weren't being nice to someone. It's like, everyone, you need to be nice to people. And even if people share different views, you just have to be nice, right? It's very important in life to be nice.
He was saying that dirtbag.
Yeah, he was saying that.
Wow.
Yeah, once I heard him say that's when I had to jump in, because I knew he was gonna spiral. He's never spoken to me before, so I jumped in. I was being super polite, super friendly, and I was just laying out the observation step by step. I stayed super calm, and I was just going over all the details. He was very patient. He was being very nice to me, letting me pull up all my files and go over it all step by step. And then once he realized he started to get cornered, right? Once he started to click that I had all of the things that were pointing towards it not working on a globe, that's when he just turned into this freaking globlin, man. He just
globlin?
He was yeah. Oh, it was crazy. It was crazy. Have you guys seen those foreshadowing videos?
No.
Foreshadowing? It's like a guy he's in it. Basically, it's a situation where someone's talking about doing something and it turns into an absolute disaster, and they start freaking out or something goes wrong, and it shows them talking, and then it starts showing clips of them freaking out while they're talking. It's called foreshadowing anyway. But I'm going to put that at the start of my video that I'm making right now, because he went to madness for no reason at all. I just stayed super calm and polite, and he was freaking out. He called me. He was just. Once you listen to it, I won't spoil it.
Oh, I can't wait, man.
Kind of fun.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it'd be good if we could we could just play it through the bot and listen to it sometime in here.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I listened to it. You're great. Like, you remained completely calm. It was, if someone didn't speak the language and they were just listening, you clearly won just by that, because you just remained calm and patient and in control, and you just sounded so much more confident. And he was slimy.
Yeah, he was trying to be slimy, and I made him contradict himself a bunch of times. Like, firstly, he said he had a gotcha, right, in your observation. He said, how come I can see a buoy off in the distance when the camera pans over to the left, and the bottom of it's missing behind the horizon? It's like the furthest one out. And I started saying, well, that's absolutely ridiculous, right? Are you saying that you can't have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface? And he said, yeah, you cannot have, it's impossible to have bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth. And like, he was just setting up for failure right there, because I started getting into sinking refraction. I asked him, do you know the definition for sinking refraction? He said yes. And then he laid it out exactly how it is described by the mainstream. And so I was like, okay, so that means that something could appear to disappear bottom up. Like, I read out a bunch of definitions. I said, so something could appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface, yes or no? And he just went silent. He wouldn't respond. It's actually, it's kind of funny. I won't spoil any more.
Oh my God. I've been trying to get them to admit that for freaking 10 years.
He admitted it. He said, so first he said it's impossible to have bottom-up obstruction, and then about 10 minutes later, he said you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth. He was forced into it. He couldn't go against it, because he would have,
How long till it's ready, dude?
Yeah, he's been trying to avoid that one for years.
Yeah, I'm working on it right now. It should be ready in a couple hours. But I mean,
take your time. There's no pressure. I mean, we're chomping at the bit, but seriously, no pressure.
Yeah. I mean, all of the audios, like, I got that right now. You can just skip to the part in the live stream and listen to the whole thing anytime. I'm just putting together a better edit of it, but I've got a crisp, clear audio version on QOps live stream, and we can just play it now if you want, or later or something.
I know. Well, I don't want to steal your thunder, man. Are you clipping it, or are you just gonna play it like?
Oh no, that's fine. We can just stick it on now. That's fine. That way I don't have to rush my production.
You didn't have to rush anyway, man. You be thinking about these guys. They're fucking on me. Gotta get this out.
I just want to hear him get fucked. Come on.
All right.
I mean, I have to grit my teeth waiting for, listening to Matoon's voice.
It's good. It would be better. Yeah, it's good to watch his expressions on his face.
Yeah, I bet.
It's kind of funny. But I'll just bring it up now. Here, I'll just check what time it's at. We can just seek forward on the bot, right?
Just remember, once you finish the video, once you've edited it and stuff like that, to let all of us know so that we can publicize it and let everybody know so we can watch it.
Awesome. I will. Yeah.
So can I make an animated clip out of it? I'll make McToon a goblin. A goblin.
Goblin.
Was it Reef you debated the other day? He fucking snuck off somewhere to that server. And
he ran away. He ran away.
That was good. That was good, man.
I didn't listen. I can't stand his voice, man. He's such a fake dude.
Yep.
I just get angry listening to him, man. Like, because I've talked to him a couple times, and he is intentionally deceptive, and I can't stand that. It's like somebody I'm gonna go in there, and they say it nice for some reason, because they're saying it in a quiet, mild, meek tone of voice, that somehow they're not saying something bad because they said it quietly. No, dude, you're being completely disingenuous, and basically stretching, manipulating, lying by omission in a nice voice. Like, just because you're not boisterous about it doesn't make it any better.
Yeah, it's like those annoying bitches who talk in baby voices and go, "No offense," and then say something atrocious, and you're like, you do realize
Yeah,
just saying no
exactly.
offense in the beginning doesn't justify the rest of it, you know?
Yeah.
You're going to get triggered at what they're saying at one point.
I'm already triggered.
You're going to get triggered at one point. Yeah, but then it gets.
Am I in it? Did they mention me? Did I get a cameo?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, really? Yeah,
It's all,
well, here we
it's
go.
all about you. Yeah.
Oh, fine, son. Then. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm just trying to find the exact point where it starts.
It made me so mad I had to pause it several times. So just be prepared.
Oh, dude, I love it. I love the hate boner, man.
Yeah, because I was listening to him. He debated QOP. Yeah, he debated QOP on QOP server, and I remember him saying one thing. Like, he was kind of walking over QOP because QOP's kind of new to FE. But he was saying how why are all flat earthers such pussies that they can't present single long distance observation and then go over it, right, and put the math to the test, put the globe math to the test. Why are we all such pussies that we can't do that? Isn't that what we do every?
Yeah, you told me about that. They said that. It's so ridiculous, man. Just it's like when they say there's no evidence for a flat Earth. It's the most ridiculous thing. It's like they're gaslighting.
Yeah. They have to be, right?
That's why I just asked them. I go, well, why do people used to believe it in the past? And what they'll say is, well, they were stupid. Yeah, but they still believed it based upon the evidence they had. It looked flat. That was evidence, right? That's what they based. So there is evidence. You might not agree that evidence proves the Earth is flat, but it still is a piece of evidence, regardless.
All right, I got it ready. What's the command for the music bot in this one? / or // works.
Yeah, it's /.
All right, and then I'll just start it, and then I'll seek it to 1 hour 32. A second. Work.
Sorry, I concede you win. You flat earthers are superior to my humble globe zealots.
You guys hear that?
Well, no, I just freezing temperatures. He probably has him muted. That might be the logical thing to do in those situations.
That's why.
Well, I have
time lapses, and so like the first time lapse is, an hour or so, and the second time lapse is 2 hours. So each time lapse gets longer time embedded in the time lapse. So all right, here we go.
Oh, so you can see the trails, but you can also see them moving.
Yeah. All right. I have it's on my Dropbox, but I have Dropbox off while I'm streaming. So I'm sorry, I can't pull it up right now.
Yeah. If I could jump in for a second, I don't mean to change the topic, but if we could maybe go back to the you wanted some flat earthers to present some observations that are credible for flat Earth.
Yes, that'd be good.
All right, I got one to present. Can you hear me properly? I got to speak quietly because it's 5 a.m. here in Poland.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll be quick. I'll grab the observation and I'll just present it. I'll present it in the side chat so it doesn't get lost in the text chat. If that's okay.
Okay.
All right, just give me 1 second. I'll present exactly what I was presenting in this debate in the live stream voice text. Near Boston.
Ah, dude, you're the best. Thanks.
All right, so I'm going to post the first image. All right, so this was taken from 15-foot observer height. Okay, this is a
So wait, you're
Nikon
putting it in.
P1000. In the
Where are
side
you?
chat.
Oh, there it is. Okay. All right.
All right, cool. So we got 15-foot observer height. We've got a Nikon P1000 with that's been infrared converted. Okay, and we have a. All right, just 1 second. I just paused it for a second so I can bring up my Discord on a different browser so I can just copy paste everything straight in.
Okay, just DJ, just to correct you, it's not an infrared converted P1000. It's a full spectrum P1000 with an infrared filter.
Ah, okay.
Now, an infrared converted would mean like they put the filter right on the freaking sensor. You can do that. You can get the film. So you take the infrared cut filter off. So the sensor has a film, an infrared cut filter film. They peel it off. That makes it full spectrum. They can convert it by taking an infrared filter and applying it right to the sensor, right? And then you have an infrared converted camera. This is a full spectrum camera. They just took the film off. I changed it into an infrared camera by putting a filter on a lens filter, instead of a sensor filter. There's no difference. I'm just saying.
Gotcha. I'll remember that for next time. All right. Just a second.
The good thing about it is that you have flexibility because I can buy any number of infrared filters, right? 750, 830, or 840 or something, or 850 and 930, and they make even 1100 ones.
If you do the internal conversion, can you still use it normally, or is it just infrared completely?
I think it's just stuck on infrared.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I'd definitely not do that.
And with the filter, you could cut like all the UV because the multi-spectrum it'll pick up the UV unless you cut it out. So you could get a UV and infrared filter that would turn it back to a normal camera, basically.
Well, Toon says infrared doesn't mitigate refraction.
That's their new thing, man. It has no effect on it.
All right, ready? I'll hit play again. Go. 15-foot observer height, like I said, and we have a ship track in the distance. Okay, we can see the distance markation on Google Earth, and then we can see the red line, right? That's where the geometric horizon distance would be. Globe.
Okay.
Now, all right. So now, right. Next up, we have the ship. All right. So this is the screenshot from the ship tracking. All right, just a moment. Here it is. Okay, so we have the coordinates here. Scarlet Isabella. And if you have a look, the coordinates match up on the Google screenshot.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Next up, we have a buoy that's basically between the ship and the observer. Okay, and the time that the observation was taken was around 3 p.m. And we have a reading from the buoy of the water temperature and the air temperature at 3 p.m. So I'll just post the data from that in the side chat. 1 second. All right, so here we go. There's that. And the temperatures. 1 second, it's the next one. All right, so we have air temperature 45 degrees, and we have the water temperature 45.9. Pretty close, right? If anything, it would work against flat Earth, right? We could have a slight bit of upward refraction, maybe. Okay, so now.
Well, how far up is the air temperature at the top of the buoy?
Yeah, so you can see a picture of Well, it's just it's reading the air temperature. Yeah, it's probably not too far up above. Yeah, I'm not sure how tall the buoy is. Could look up the height of the buoy. But
Okay.
yeah, it's the reading that would go onto the onto the weather report, that kind of thing for that particular area. Yes. Okay, so next up, all right. So here's just a picture of the clock. So a picture of the clock was taken at the location just to show you that the observation was done at the time that buoy reading was taken. Right. So the guy that did the observation, he specifically, like you did with your sunset, right? He waited to find a day that was going to have pretty much uniform water and air temperature, and he's using the infrared as well, which helps a bit. All right, cool. Okay, next up, just a picture of the camera setup. Sorry, I'm a bit unorganized with this, but in just a second. All right, here's the camera setup. All right, so now I'll grab this is just a GIF of the observation. There's a ton more footage than this, but this will be helpful just for the presentation. All right, so we got did that post? Oh, 1 second. All right, it's just uploading now. All right, so this is the observation through the infrared from that camera. And what we'll see is the ship that's 10.6 miles out. Okay, and you can see the whitewash on the bottom of the ship. The ship's 10.6 miles away. And we have the geometric horizon distance should be at about 4.6 miles. Now we've pretty much mitigated the refraction issue as much as possible here. If anything, the refraction works slightly against FE.
All right. What was the the distance to the ship? 10.6
miles. Right. So it should be about 22 foot hidden, something like 2 stories, 2-story building, a bit more than that.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Was the buoy also at 10 miles?
The buoy's in between the two. So if you scroll back up to the picture of the buoy, okay, with the data of the buoy, you can see the buoy just there. It's basically in between the ship. You can actually see it when he zooms in.
Could you who was the original source? Was this a YouTube video or where'd you get
No. This was my friend. You guys probably know him, Indio.
Oh yeah, I know Indio.
Yeah. What's up, Jesse? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
All right. So yeah, I can post Indio's video of it. 1 second. So this is his video. It might have a bit more footage than I showed. If you contact Indio, he can show you a ton more footage of it and give you a bunch more details. But here's his video about it. All right. So with that, water to air temperature, like we really, to have this work on a globe, you would have to have a refraction coefficient of something like 0.8. Right, like a huge amount of extreme refraction. We don't have the conditions. We don't have the meteorological conditions.
I get about. I got about 0.3 as a necessary refractive condition for that.
All right, so I'll just pop in a screenshot from Walter Bislands. A second.
According to Andrew Thomas Young, it takes about 0.13 degrees centigrade per vertical meter to have circulating rays. In other words, the ray of light matches Earth curve. So, and it wouldn't even need to be that much, since the observer was not at this. They were a few feet above, so it wouldn't.
Well, the observer's at 15 feet, right? And we have what would cause upward refraction. Okay, so it would work in reverse to that. So we're not going to get
But now,
light
why did you
bending.
put hidden 0?
Hidden 0?
Yeah, that's why it's got hidden 0.
Oh, that's
is what we
because
were
okay,
hunting
yeah,
for.
yeah. Okay, cool. So what I did with this one was I slid the refraction slider up until the boat had 0 hidden height.
Okay.
Okay, and that would have so to have 0 hidden height on the boat, which we see in the observation, you would have to have a refraction coefficient of 0.81. I mean, even if we put in 0, even if we put in,
I'm
Right,
I'm not seeing 0.
Okay, we can see the whitewash from the
yeah.
boat. Yeah, we can see the whitewash from the boat at the bottom very clearly. And to have 0 hidden height, basically you would have to have a refraction coefficient of 0.
But I'm saying I don't see that it's 0 or that everything is seen.
What do you mean? There's nothing obstructed, right? It would be obstructed behind the horizon. The horizon should be at 4.6 miles. Okay, we don't see a horizon in front of the ship that's blocking anything because we see the whitewash from the ship. And also, the horizon should be 4.6 miles, the geometric horizon.
So what would be the hidden height? Assuming
22 foot, assuming no refraction. With standard refraction, which shouldn't be possible in this case because we have what would cause upward refraction. So obviously we're not going to have 16%. We're not going to have that downward refraction. But so even with standard refraction, it would still be the bottom of the ship would still be hidden by a certain amount, and the geometric horizon wouldn't be much further away. Okay, it would be 14% further away.
How high was the observer? The camera?
15 foot.
In the boat?
Yeah, with standard refraction at 16 feet hidden. How high up on the boat does the whitewash go?
It doesn't look very high in the observation. I don't know, have another look at it again. I mean, it's probably not something you would be able to measure exactly.
Yeah, like, do you have a picture of the boat from fairly close that you can compare the two?
Yeah, I think so. Again.
So what we could do is, if we know the boat and how tall it is, we know how many degrees per pixel in the vertical, and so we actually could tell how high the whitewash actually is appearing.
Right. So this is a horizon test as well, by the way. This is a geometric horizon test. Okay, so you would have to say that, like, where are you seeing the horizon? You're not seeing the horizon in front of the boat because you're seeing the whitewash. The amount of refraction you have to have a horizon at 10 miles, okay, that would be 0.81 refractive index. We don't have the meteorological conditions present to have that of it.
Well, you have a very limited snapshot of the meteorological conditions. Just to be fair, you have one point of temperature above the surface.
Yeah, but it's in between
and you
point
don't
A
know
and point
the
B.
elevation.
Well, it's in between.
But you don't know. You don't have a vertical temperature reading, so you don't know. Is it colder another foot up? Is it warmer another foot up? You don't know that. You don't know even the height of the air temperature reading. So you don't know the meteorological conditions, so you can't say definitively that there is zero refraction happening.
Okay, well, what we do know is that we have warmer water than the air temperature. Okay, that would cause upward refraction. Okay, this is better than any observation from any globe earther that I've ever seen. We literally have a buoy that's giving a reading right at the time of the observation between point A and point B. It's not bad. Like this is a decent quality observation. Also, we're using infrared as well. Right?
I
It's
don't
not
care.
just it's not just
Infrared
an
is nice because infrared is nice because it's a limited wavelength. It not and it reduces chromatic aberration, which is really bad in the Nikon cameras. But it's not magic. Infrared isn't refracting less in any quantitative amount that's going to matter.
No, I get it. I just remember you were saying earlier that you had almost perfect conditions in your sunset observation because you had 1 degree difference between the water and the air temperature. I mean, you're doing that over a huge distance as well, where you could have a lot of fluctuations in the water temperature and the air temperature between point A and B. Okay, so this is much closer. It's only 10 miles. So, I mean, we're not seeing any sign of that geometric horizon. Okay, we don't see we don't see any miraging effects or anything like that.
Well, we do see a horizon, which is impossible on flat Earth. Number one.
Oh, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever.
You can't have a crisp horizon on flat Earth. It's 100% impossible to have a crisp horizon on flat Earth.
Horizons aren't very crisp.
You're talking about the horizon.
If you zoom right in on a horizon, this
horizon is crisp.
Yeah, it's called a vanishing line.
But the one you're showing me is crisp. You can actually. There's no such thing as there's no such thing as a vanishing line in reality. That's just an art class technique. But you can see the actual in your picture. You can see the waves.
You want to deny perspective.
You can see the individual peaks of the wave. No.
You can't have a horizon on flat Earth. That's the most ridiculous thing.
An art. That's right. It would be blurry.
It is blurry when you zoom right in on a horizon.
Nothing stopping the light from the 1,000 mile away, other than the blur of the air.
Well, you're kind of getting a little bit off track right now.
So you would never have a crisp.
You meant to be talking about this specific observation.
You said this is our
horizon.
No.
So now you've changed the topic. You've changed the topic from whether you can have a horizon on a flat Earth or not. See, now you've changed. Weren't you just saying you were just look? I'll mute you, dude.
Quoting you, dickhead. Quoting you, dickhead. Quote: "This is a horizon test." Unquote.
I'm going
words,
to mute you
dickhead.
Don't. I mean, you can mute pretty much everyone, but not make me stream.
Did you?
Hold on a second. Just for a second, right? I'm going to unmute you in a second, dude. Don't start screaming, dickhead. You just stop someone having mod powers on your server because you told him that you're supposed to be nice to people. I've been nothing but nice and respectful since I came in here, and now you're just screaming and calling me a dickhead and making yourself look terrible.
Go back to the part where you said you're over talking me, and you are the one that brought up the topic.
Me.
This is a horizon test.
Yeah, a geometric horizon test.
Did you not say this is a horizon test?
Yeah, for the globe.
Did you say that?
The geometric horizon test.
Got it.
Yep.
So we're talking about that. So we're looking at the crisp horizon, something that doesn't work for flat Earth.
It's nowhere to. This is a globe test. Don't worry about flat Earth.
So you falsified flat Earth in this observation.
How so? You're coping
the
hard
flat Earth
right
fails
now, dude.
this.
At least I made you spaz.
The crisp horizon.
I made you lose your shit by being calm and just showing you an observation. You started screaming out.
No, you were an asshole over talking me.
No,
you were an asshole over talking me.
Dude, you start screaming, dickhead, over and over again.
You brought up the topic of the horizon, and now,
thanks for the clip.
You didn't look at everything either.
You made yourself look like a fool in this.
To the left.
Yeah,
to the left of the boat, there's a buoy that's obstructed by the horizon. That's not possible in flat Earth.
Yes, it is. Have you not heard of sinking refraction?
No, it's not.
Have you not heard of sinking?
Oh, now there's refraction.
I've never said there wasn't.
Oh, now there's refraction. Oh, got it. Now there is refraction. First, there was no refraction. Now there is refraction.
No, I said you don't have the.
For you.
This is what I said. Right, so I said you don't have the conditions present to have the extreme refraction that would be required for this observation to work on a globe. I don't deny refraction. It's my favorite topic to talk about, actually. We could talk about refraction for hours if you like. But how come you can't be nice and just have a normal conversation?
Whatever refraction needs to do, it does it for you.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying here's an observation. I'm just presenting
you are. 100%. That's what you're saying.
See,
100%.
when you get cornered, you turn toxic.
No, you've falsified flat Earth is what you've done here.
Globe-Tard, you're making
Because you
really
can't have Chris Horizon, and you can't have that. You can't. I just said it, and you can't have a buoy blocked.
Yes, you can.
I don't know why you can't have a crisp horizon on flat Earth.
Yeah, you absolutely can, and you can
Because
have
there's
sinking.
nothing between you and the distance horizon, so you're just going to get the blur.
Can I explain this one?
Due to the atmosphere going. Yeah, go ahead.
So the horizon is the eye level with you. It's the center of your spherical vision. The hemisphere is above. You guys turned it into you guys took that hemisphere, the sky hemisphere, and you duplicated it, you mirrored it onto the ground, but beneath you. But either way, so it's a sphere. You see in a sphere. The horizon is a center point. So no matter what world you live in, that center point is gonna have a limit to it because the sphere is spherical. It's not a Euclidean infinite vision God mode. So because you're standing on the ground, because the ground is basically very close to that eye level horizon center of your vision. It being close to the horizon is going to cause things to disappear bottom up because the angle from the things farther than your limit are basically converging into. Yeah, I think converging would be the right direction. Converging, maybe. Either way, it's basically intersecting with that limit of where you can see, and optically you're getting basically a cutoff close on the bottom because the ground is already basically at the center of your vision. Therefore, the things that you can see below it are less than the things you can see above the ground because there's nothing in the air to really cut off things. So that's why when you go higher in the air, you could see farther.
I would also like to add, if you go on Google Earth, where the canopies where he's at, I put it in chat. It says 9 meters, so a little bit more than 15 feet. Just like last week. Remember that?
Yeah. Clearly, it's not 9 meters. And last week,
I remember that.
Yeah, so I looked that up. So in the forget the exact name of the channel, BLSM 69, whatever it is. Okay, that was done in 2019. Okay, and it said 8 foot on his Google Earth screenshot. Okay, now they change the data sets sometimes. Okay, and in coastal areas, it can change by a couple of meters. It's not uncommon for that to happen. So it showed 2.3 meters higher in 2026, right? So if they change up the data set,
how do you know that?
Because I looked it up. It's common for that to happen.
Hold on a second. No, I understand what you're saying. Are you saying that it read 2.3 meters lower last 5 years ago?
No, I just see that in his video he took the screenshot from Google Earth, and it said 8 foot. Okay, and now it says 5 meters, but that's 2.3 meters different. And they change data sets sometimes, and that affects areas close to the coast.
DJ, there's a comment less than 2 months later that says the exact same thing as I said. So you want to try that again?
Yeah. Post the comment.
Okay, sure.
Anyway, I'd like to continue talking to McToon because he doesn't seem to think you can have bottom up obstruction on a flat surface.
Why are you running away from your claim?
Well, I was talking to McToon. I logged on at 5 a.m. in the morning to talk to McToon. We can go over that after I finish talking to McToon.
Oh, but your claim you just presented has the elevation off again. The observer elevation is off again. Why is this a common theme with your presentations?
Well, you haven't showed the evidence for this, right? Show exactly. All right, let me have.
Yep, look at 46 after the hour.
Yeah, where's your marker? Where's your marker placed? It doesn't show it.
I don't know why I didn't capture my cursor, but
not your cursor. You should put a little marker there, right? So it's.
I'll go back and do that. But it's right over the canopies where he was taking the pictures at.
Which canopy? You need to put it on the exact spot that he was at.
Yep. Yeah, it's right next to the clock tower.
Right. So Indio was extremely careful with this observation as well. Like he made sure he even took a picture of the clock.
Yep.
Okay. He's not going to lie about the elevation.
Okay.
Dude. You know Indio is not a liar. Anyway.
Oh, he is a liar.
That is well done.
If you think
oh my God, that's so funny.
if you think that you can't have bottom up, if you think you can't have bottom up disappearance on a flat surface, that's ridiculous. Let's go over it. I got citations. I can show you demonstrations right now of bottom up disappearance on a flat surface. What's the definition of sinking refraction, McToon? What's the definition? Do you know it?
All right.
I can tell you.
It's where you've got an inverted index of refraction gradient.
And what would cause that?
And it can cause things to be lower than higher. That would be where you have a higher temperature air low to the ground and cooler temperature air just above it.
Okay, so do we have that in the observation? We have a degree difference. And then the buoy that you're talking about,
we don't know. We don't have the data.
We do have the data.
We have one air temperature. That's it. One air temperature.
Okay. Right. So the air temperature is warmer in the.
That's it.
So it is between point A and point B.
One air temperature.
Well, it's not the opposite, is it? So you don't have cooler air temperature than the water temperature.
But how high above the water was it?
I don't know exactly. It's the buoy that you can see in the observation.
Oh, okay.
right between the ship and the person. So the buoy in the distance. You just said you can't.
Is it 1 foot above the water? Is it 10 feet above the water? And what is 20 feet above the water? Don't know.
Look up the buoy. So you made a claim earlier.
You want me to do your work? You want me to do your work for you? Got it.
Hey. Notice what you're doing right now is you're talking over the top of me because
that's like DMOC.
You're too scared. No, you're too scared to have a normal conversation, so you have to keep talking over the top of me. It's pathetic. Great. So you claimed that you can't have sinking refraction over a flat surface, but you just said when you have an inverted refractive index, an inverted temperature gradient, you can have bottom-up obstruction, and that would happen just the same over a flat surface. Okay. The definition of sinking refraction is something that would normally be visible on the geometric horizon or geographical horizon, apparently sinks beneath it, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. So you lied just then when you said that you can't have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. I can show you demonstrations on a flat floor as well, where you add cool air up into the top portion of the room, and you just let me finish. Just let me finish. Just let me finish talking, and then you can clarify.
I'll not clarify then.
That's how a normal conversation works, right? I finish talking, and then I wait for you to finish talking, and we have a normal conversation that can be a friendly conversation. Okay, so if we have those conditions, we can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. Do you agree with that or not? Because you just said we couldn't earlier, so now do you still stick with that? Because you just said that we could, basically.
I'll let you finish, then I'll have my rebuttal.
I asked you a question. Obviously, I'm finished if I asked you a question. You got to answer the question.
Finish your presentation, then I'll talk.
I just asked you a question, and you went silent because you didn't want to answer it because you would have contradicted what you said earlier.
I wanted to clarify my point, but you don't want me to. You just want to ask me a question and then continue talking. Not going to happen. When you're done talking,
I didn't continue talking. I asked you a question and then I stopped talking, and then it was just a silence, right? Because you didn't want to respond, because you know the answer is yes, you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface, because you just stated that you could earlier when you have sinking refraction. I can demonstrate it on a flat floor right now if you want, and just show you that you can have it. But you already know that
All
you
right,
can't.
I will know. I guess I won't.
You sound like you're upset now.
Are you ready to let me talk? Are you ready to let me talk? Are you ready to let me talk? Mute yourself and stand by. Okay? Mute yourself and stand by. I'll wait for you to mute
question.
yourself.
Just answer my question.
I'll watch. I will
Answer my
watch
question,
for
or
your
you're just
icon
showing that
to
you're a
turn
liar
red
if you don't.
so that I know that you won't overtalk me. Just
All
go
right.
ahead.
Just
Mute
mute
yourself so I know you won't be overtalking me.
No, you can answer my question first.
So
I
you
asked you a
don't want to
direct
mute
question.
yourself.
Just say yes or
and
no.
So you won't let me talk.
Come
Got
on.
it.
I asked
You
you
don't
a
want to let me
question. Why are you scared to answer my
you
question?
won't let me have an. I'm not
Dude,
scared
you're
to answer your
you're
question.
so bad
You are
faith.
scared
Yes,
to let me have an uninterrupted response to you. That's what
No,
you're
you
scared.
can answer the question and then go on your
Go
rant
ahead.
with your whole
Mute
response.
yourself. Mute
Just get to the
yourself when
point.
you're ready to
Answer
let me
Just
talk.
Argue. Stop the
let
squabbling.
the
Get to the
tune
point.
go, please.
All right. To clarify my point about you can't have a buoy blocked beyond the horizon, because you were making it a point that this was a geometric test. If it's a geometric test, that means that you have excluded refraction, that you are not including any refraction conditions in this at all. But now there is refractive conditions. You've changed your story, and you do not have the data available to determine. So you're conjecturing. That's fine. You can conjecture. I can conjecture too when that's all we have. Now, it is possible in the right conditions to have something blocked on a flat surface, but it is a rare occurrence because you have to have the less dense air near the ground and the more dense air above it. This is an unstable condition, and you see lots of visible artifacts when this happens because the air wants to be swapping back into places. So you get layering, you get slicing, things like that, like you see in the claimed black swan. That is indicative of that type of. Oh
no, you would have the
your
opposite.
turn, I guess.
You would have the opposite refraction in the black swan. You would have to have looming in the black swan, not sinking. Right, so you just contradicted yourself, right? That was a silly thing to say. So you guys have to say in the black swan that you would have downward refraction, not upward refraction. So what you just said was pretty silly. Thank you for the clip, though.
Well, I was in the middle of talking, and you, being the asshole that you are,
well, you've been
jump right in
bullshitting.
again
Well, you've been bullshit. Everything you said is bullshit.
Over-talking me. Asshole won't stop talking over me.
You were screaming "dickhead, dickhead, dickhead" earlier, like a pathetic child.
You are a dickhead. You are an
Why?
asshole, dickhead.
Well, I've been nothing but nice.
You're pretending to be nothing but nice, but you won't let me talk.
Because
you weren't even listening to me.
Yeah, I was listening to everything you were saying.
You won't
it was
listen
all
to me.
bullshit.
You're just over talking me. You wouldn't let me finish. You had to jump in. Why don't you and D-Mock go and have a little parade of over talking people?
Funny how you turn into this freaking gargoyle type character when you get cornered.
I'm not cornered. You won't let me talk. You jump in.
You sound pretty triggered to me.
Well, why don't you shut up and let him talk?
Because he's bullshitting, right? He just said that in the Black Swan we have upward refraction, and he said in the Black Swan we have upward refraction because it's chaotic. Because
no, I didn't. Asshole.
Yes, you
I didn't
just
say
said
that. Asshole. I did not say that. Asshole.
It's recorded.
I didn't say that. Asshole.
You never said that.
He did. It's recorded. It's going to be clipped, right? This is a great clip. I'm enjoying this.
Shut the fuck up and let him talk.
Here's what I said.
You shut the
Stop
fuck up.
talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Okay, asshole? Stop talking. I said you get visible artifacts when you have unstable conditions, like in the Black Swan. I didn't say sinking. I said visible artifacts, asshole.
No, that's not all you said, right?
Now let's talk about your 9 meter observation height.
No, he hasn't. He doesn't know that that's the exact position that India was standing in.
Well, he put in right here.
No, when he put 19, When he put the 9 meter one, we don't
Look
even
at
see
that
the
pin right
pin.
there that he put in.
What is that where
And
India
over
was
here
standing?
we have the 9 meter.
Is that where India was standing?
I don't know. He got the picture
know?
there. He got the awning out on it.
That's the
How
clock.
does he know
right?
that?
That's the clock.
No, that's a
Picture of
clock that he. So he walked and he took a picture of the clock, which is in. That's not where the camera is, right? You don't know where the camera is. You're just guessing. You're
so
just
he
guessing.
walked 10 miles to take a picture of a clock, then walked.
Why
10
would it be
miles
10 miles? Why would it be 10 miles? Where are you getting that from?
He was
That's
in
just
a
ridiculous.
If you look at your picture, he's in a covered canopy area. There are 2 covered
Okay.
canopy areas around that picture.
But you don't know exactly where this one is. You don't know where this one is. You're just guessing. It doesn't look like it's 20 meters high from where he's standing.
We have to guess. We have to guess because he didn't do the detail. And it's not 20 meters. He said 9 meters is what he has in that picture there, right?
Yep. And there's 2 canopies right by that clock. There are other canopies up and down the beach, all of which range between 8 and 10 meters. So
Oh yeah, you checked them all, did you?
I checked 4 of them. Yep. If you want to find another one that's smaller than that, go ahead. That'd be weird.
All right.
If it was, but
Well, look. This is what I'll do, right? I'm not here in bad faith. I'm not here in bad faith. No, I didn't. I was presenting an observation. No, I presented an observation that someone did, and he had a screenshot from Google Earth that said that the elevation height was 8 foot. Now, you guys, you hardcore conspiracy theorists, right? You're saying that he photoshopped that in or something like that.
That's so good. Clip
Well,
that.
that's what you guys say now. These observations have to have been faked because they destroy the globe, right? So that's why you guys are coping about these things. You happen to say that the flat earthers are lying because you know these observations wreck the globe. So you guys have to say, oh, the flat earthers are faking everything.
Flat earthers lie. They do lie.
You lie. You just lie. You said you can't have bottom up obstruction because you said the buoy. Right, we can see a buoy way off in the distance.
But I was clarifying, but you wouldn't let me
don't talk over me. No, look who's
you don't
just
want to let
talking
me
straight over the top. Don't talk over the top of me. Let me finish my sentence.
You just want to make like I'm lying because
no, you cornered
it fits
again.
your narrative.
Hey, don't talk.
No,
let me finish what I was saying. Okay, so did you say?
I'm not going to let you finish what you're saying. I'm going to just talk over you like you talk over me.
Bro, you're going to get mute. I'll just mute you, bro.
You can't let me talk.
Bro, I told you.
I was talking.
Go ahead and mute McToon, bro. He's streaming. We're streaming. He's the reason everyone's here. Can't mute him.
Yeah, it's the Q up, right? He's just interrupting me. He's talking straight over.
I know Globers are annoying as fuck, but he's the show right now, so don't mute him.
All right. Well, I can just leave if that's the case, dude.
No, just
okay.
deal with it. I mean, you're both doing.
He's not. Yeah, he wants me to go. He'd love me to go right now because he's getting wrecked.
Are these debates always so pointless? Like with all the squabbling.
Okay. Thanks, feminist. That doesn't want to hear the debates between guys.
Hey,
I just think that like you guys aren't actually talking about the points. You're more talking theatrics around the points. Just get to it.
What you're doing is literally meta. What you're doing is meta.
I know. So get to it.
You are very ironic, woman. Good job.
What does being a woman have to do with anything?
Because you're being meta, and you're trying to talk about
Point
meta.
something out.
And women always do that. And
really
you guys
annoying.
actually don't. You want to hear guys make points because you don't make points.
That's not true at all. I just want to hear the actual debate.
This is meta.
Right,
Thank you.
Look, let's
that has
continue
nothing to do with it, though.
All right, McToon, did you say that the buoy, you said there's a buoy behind the horizon off in the distance, and because it's obstructed bottom up, that wouldn't be possible on a flat surface. Did you say that earlier or not?
Because you said there's no refraction happening.
No, did you say that earlier or not? You can't have bottom up obstruction on a flat Earth. You said that.
Remember when I clarified, but you weren't listening to me clarify? I'll let the rest of the people who were listening.
Did you say it?
Remember, they'll just go back in their head and remember what I said when I was clarifying.
It's recorded. It's all recorded. Everyone heard you say it, and it's recorded.
Go ahead.
So
yeah, you've said
anyone
that many
listening
times.
to it.
Go get the recording and play it. Go get the recording and play it right now. Go.
No, this will be all clipped and repeated.
But you could get it, but you're not going to get the recording. When you ask, do I need to get the recording? The answer is yes.
I didn't say do I need. I said it's recorded. I didn't say I'm going to go get it. I never said that.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah,
Now,
I'm busy talking.
when I was
I'm not gonna go do
clarifying,
that.
the people that were listening, they heard me clarify. You didn't. That's
Oh yeah, what was the clarification? What was the clarification?
If you'd been listening, you'd know.
You don't even know. What? Okay, so you said that you can't have. There's a buoy in the distance. Oh, look, it's hidden behind the horizon. You can't have that on a flat Earth. And then you said you claimed no refraction. I didn't claim there's no refraction. I just said the meteorological conditions, right, aren't going to allow you to have a refraction coefficient of 0.8, obviously, because we have almost uniform air and water temperature. Okay, it's going to vary slightly because it's
And I said,
things.
I don't get 0.8.
Okay, so Walter Bislin's calculator's wrong then, is it?
No, I used Walter Bislin's 0.3.
Okay, so what have I put in wrong?
27 foot observer height.
No, he's just guessing the location where Indio was standing. You can't just guess where he was standing. Look, we could continue this next time, and I can contact Indio, and I can get the exact location from where he's standing, right? And then we can work out if the observation height is correct or not. If that's what this is going to come down to,
awesome.
Then okay, then we can continue it another time.
Get the vertical temperature. Get the vertical temperature of the buoy, not just one point, but multiple points. That'd be great.
Okay, so the meteorological conditions for you to have this crazy refraction coefficient
makes sense.
What?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that could skew the data, so why wouldn't you want that?
Want what?
Vertical information about temperature.
Well, what we do have between point A and point B is a buoy, okay, that has the water temperature and the air temperature reading. Okay, so even in the like the transcontinental arc of the parallel, they weren't taking readings right up to a certain height. They were just taking one reading down low at half a meter, and then they were taking one reading at 2.5 meters. Okay, they didn't have a perfect pressure and temperature reading, the vertical refractive index reading. In fact, none of the Glober's observations have that. Not one that I've ever seen, right, has that. Okay,
but in an extreme case like this, wouldn't that be useful?
Extreme case.
Utility.
Well, how's this an extreme case? Who's this guy that I'm talking to? Thought I was talking to
Lush. Hey, hi.
You sound drunk. You sound drunk. I don't want to talk to some drunk. Yeah, I don't want to talk to some drunk guy.
All right. Later.
Later.
I don't know who Lush is, but that's a good name.
Anyway, McToon, it's been fun.
Oh man.
It's 6 a.m. here where I'm at, so I appreciate the conversation, even though it got heated, even though you kind of lost your shit a bit. You know,
hey,
try
DJ.
to stay a bit calmer.
DJ, you're a loser.
Yeah, there we go. Coping. All right, sorry. Okay, thank you, Sarah, for calling me a loser.
Yeah, that was very contributive.
Yeah, really, helped.
Talking the facts.
Just like pointing out I'm a woman is really contributing.
And now the other girl's going to jump in. Yap.
Yeah,
right,
because you don't have a point. You have to deflect the fact
Wesley, it's your turn. Yep.
Oh my god. So
you have no point. Deflect more, loser.
Yeah, so I'm not making hyper-specific claims here, right? So when globe earthers make hyper-specific claims, obviously you would have to have extremely accurate readings of the refractive index between point A and point B. I'm not making a hyper-specific claim. I'm just showing you that we see a boat that's 10 miles away. The horizon should be 4.7 miles away. We have roughly uniform air and water temperature. In fact, we have slightly warmer water temperature. Okay, and you don't have the conditions that would make this work on a globe. Okay, we don't have all of the data that would love to have temperature and pressure gauges all the way along between point A and point B, but you guys don't have any of that for any of your observations anyway.
You don't have the observer height.
Yeah, we do have the observer height, but you think it's a lie, right?
It's
so you have to say it's a lie. So look, that's what this is.
It's like
no, No, he's just guessing that. No, it's not me that's done it, right? I'm showing you an observation.
India was just guessing.
Yeah.
No,
India was just
Okay.
guessing. Yeah.
Dude, I'm looking at the dropped pin height at Revere Beach, and it's showing it at 2.9 meters, that exact spot. So somebody's just making stuff up.
Can you post that in chat? Because I'd like to see what you're using.
I'm using Google Earth.
Yeah, can you drop it in chat? Because I did the same thing.
Yo, is the Earth flat or what?
I see 9 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you know that's where India is? You're just guessing.
I did all the canopies that were around the clock. Okay. Just all you have to do is have Indio provide the GPS data of where he was, and then also provide the whole camera shot from zooming in to zooming out. That would be nice too, to make sure.
Yeah, he's got all of that. He's got a ton.
Okay,
He's
so it's
even
not in-
got
not
it in
in-
different wavelengths and everything. All right,
Yeah,
so
it's
I did post a video that.
Why do you talk over? Why and post the whole? It's not in his YouTube video.
He does
so-
that a lot.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, McToon, you're full of shit. You've been doing that the whole time, right? You've been over talking me. You're not fooling anyone. You're just fooling your little cronies.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear Wes. You were over talking. Could you stop talking? I want to hear Wes.
So I have the screenshot showing it at 2.9 meters. I can send it to one of you guys, but I can't post in this chat.
Travis. Hey, Travis, if you DM it to me, I'll post it in the side chat. Thanks.
Awesome, thanks.
Bet.
Why does he use the side chat? Just put it in the main chat.
No, the main chat gets chaotic and everything just gets. That's why I was presenting in the side chat, because people are posting and then what I posted last gets lost. Right, so that's the only rebuttal, is that Indio's lying. Okay, cool.
He's known to do that.
Oh yeah, what's Indio lied about? Name one thing. Yeah, name something. Name something that he's lied about.
Okay, so
check your DMs.
Indio was talking about on Twitter. He was talking about a star visibility problem that he thought existed. It wasn't a problem. That he was so it was. I don't think it was even. I think it was just some people that were out doing some stuff. They weren't anything in our vicinity, in our flat Earth, globe Earth conversation. And they're up on I think it was an island in the South Pacific. Not certain exactly where, but they were able to see stars that he thought was 100% proof that the Earth was flat, because they could see these stars. And I did the analysis, and I'm like, oh, from that elevation at that location, you should be able to see those stars. And he was gonna come back and reanalyze it, but he didn't. I don't know if that was really a lie. That was just him being wrong and proving the globe, which he's good at.
All right, so
But he never did come back.
Well, let's maybe we can next time I come back, I'll bring Indio with me. Okay, we can go over this whole thing together. But Travis has just put the location height in the side chat there. Have a look at it. 3 meters.
Can the gentleman who said it was 20?
Hey, Q-Up, can we grab Travis some image perms?
I sent him all the criteria he needs to pass to get the texture perms.
Awesome.
You got to subscribe to a bunch of.
We got a lot of YouTube channels that need some love.
So good, Q-Up.
It's really it's working really well for me.
Yeah, that's weird that his is a phone app and mine's the internet. I don't know why they're so far off. That's crazy. But yeah.
It's almost like you made it up and lied, I'm thinking.
You could see it in my chat. Go up and look. I didn't lie.
Yeah, go look at the side chat. It's right there.
All right. Well, this one fits, with what Indio was saying. Look, he said it was a bit lower. He said he actually added a bit just to add a bit of, grace for the Globers, because we can always afford to do that with our observations. Oh, look, who's talking over someone?
Pick the right one.
You're talking over me again. Why are you talking over me again, McToon?
I thought you were gone. I thought it was 6 a.m.
Oh, you would love me to go? Yeah. I mean, look, this has been great. Okay. There's no point continuing it with you. It's been shown, right? You've been shown to have lost your shit. When I'm being polite to you,
goodbye.
you
It
start
just never ends.
you start screaming out that I'm a dickhead. Yeah, because Travis came along with some new information. Anyway, yeah, I can keep listening. I'm going to put myself on mute, and you can keep straw manning me or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, bye, DJ.
Yeah, I can jump back in whenever I want.
It's so funny how QOP. It's so funny how QOP's on his own server is marked as a spammer. I don't know why that's there. That's the case, QOP.
Because he has nothing of value to say. There's no substance to any of his words.
Oh, how ironic. She says nothing again.
It's okay. You'll grow up one day, hopefully. Just a little bit of self-reflection.
Bulma, I want to debate her one-on-one right now. What's your globe proof?
Let's hear Bulma.
What's your globe argument,
trying,
Bulma?
We're trying, Bulma. We're trying to get him to
go ahead, Bulma. Say something smart.
So, what's your substitute for gravity? Are you a believer in the electric universe?
Downward dielectric acceleration. Do you know what that is, Bulma?
Oh, please enlighten me.
Oh, I have to enlighten you now.
Oh, please.
Bulma wants to learn from the man. You want me to mansplain for you, Bulma?
Please do.
You want me to say it in like a sexy voice for you, Bulma? So
I want you to get to the point. Can you get to the point?
QOP, you don't have a sexy voice.
When I get that feeling, I need sexual healing.
Mansplaining means
I think you're actually worse at singing than debating.
Something.
Yeah, I stopped it there. That was basically it. It doesn't get brought up again.
Yeah, that thing that he just brought up, that was a complete and utter lie. And he knows it was a lie, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I brought up to him, I went into, what is it, Earth Awakenings, when he was over there. And I mentioned it to him that he ghosted me on that thread. So he knows that he didn't answer me because I went and I got Stellarium doesn't what he said was Stellarium doesn't correct for refraction. If there was refraction in it, then it would work on a globe. So I went and got software that's used for aiming telescopes called C2A. Yeah, and it don't work on a globe either. So you can see the entire Southern Cross from 28 North, which is the Canary Islands. And in this program, you can add atmospheric refraction correction and the elevation of the observation, and both of which, when you do them, it's still you're not supposed to be able to see the entire Southern Cross, which the guy did, and he took a picture. So I did answer him, because I'm going to post the tweet right in the chat right now. Dude is just a compulsive liar. But DJ, that was phenomenal. Seriously, that's probably the best. That's the best takedown I ever heard of him, but probably one of the best I've heard in a really long time, dude. So thanks for taking my video and taking that ball and carrying it a little bit further. That was great.
Dude, thanks. Yeah, that wouldn't have been possible without your videos. Appreciate it.
Absolutely brilliant. That big laughing in the background, man. Especially when he started to implode and started calling you an arsehole over and over. Really flipped.
Because I could hear his voice change, man. He sounded like he was about to start crying.
Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite part was when he wouldn't answer the question of whether you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. He just went silent.
For a good 15 seconds, didn't say anything. And then it was just attacking you.
I just posted my answer that I didn't give him. He never answered me, so. And you did that on his stream? That's freaking awesome. Yeah, his audio wasn't going out, bro. He was like pulling the mic plugs, DJ, so his audience wouldn't hear him.
Yeah. He sounded like his head was buried underneath something at some point. If he's got anything about him, he must look back at that and realise that was really embarrassing for him. If he's got anything about him at all. I was kind of, I mean, I don't care, embarrassing himself all he wants, but you have to be some kind of stupid to not be embarrassed by that. He's trying to cover himself by trying to attack DJ the majority of the time. It's really weird.
Yeah, dude, that was awesome, dude. If I had a litter, dude, we'd all be carrying DJ around on it, man. Like, fucking seriously. Parading his ass through the street. That was awesome.
It's when he said on a flat Earth, a horizon wouldn't exist.
Dude, that's something they say on X, man.
That's just...
There wouldn't be a crisp horizon on a flat Earth. It would be blurry.
Well, okay.
But then I show him the sky free observation with the boat. I'm like, okay, so this is a flat lake. It has to be flat at this distance in the globe. Why is it a crisp horizon? Then they just shut up.
What was your observation height? Do you know?
It's about 15 feet. I think I got to go look it up. That clock is a geodetic marker.
Okay.
So I think it has an actual USGS elevation that was surveyed.
Okay.
I think I used that. I'm almost positive I did. Yeah, I did. I used a topographical map. Yeah, hold on, let me find it. I'll pull the map up. Just gotta find where I had it.
I just like at the end of the day, if you round up all of our together, it's you're all liars. Ninjo's lying, DJ's lying. DJ's a really nasty person and keeps over talking everybody. He's a liar too. Yep, everyone's a liar. Height's a lie, the distance a lie, everything's a lie.
The only reason DJ didn't snap out is because it was 6 o'clock in the morning at his house. He had to control himself. It had nothing to do with me too. And he was like, man, I'll get freaking murdered by the wife.
Yeah, she was sleeping just nearby. I was trying to be quiet, calm.
Thank the wife, dude. Man, she contributed.
Definitely.
Her rolling pin did wonders. Yeah, I think I use a geodetic control marker. I'm almost positive. I looked at a topo map. So on the topographical maps, they on the legend it has geodetic control markers, a triangle with a dot in the middle, and that's right at where the clock tower is, and it gives you the elevation. So this is a control point that you can set up your theodolite and survey from there using that as the 0 point. So if they want to say that elevation's wrong, then yeah, they got issues.
Well, they sent 2 screenshots. They said one screenshot was 9 meters and the other one was 20 meters.
20 meters?
Yeah.
First of all, 9 meters would be at the top of a 3-story building, and 20 meters would be what, a 6-story building? I actually have a photo from 6 stories up from the same spot.
Wow.
And I can see the tops of those pavilions.
Is this close to where you were standing? This one that Travis found here? Just popped it in the side. I mean,
here, let me scroll up. Yeah, it was about there. Yeah, I was more toward the wall because so it's a pavilion, right? And so there's like a wall on the beach side, and it's a picnic table right against the wall. I set the camera up on the picnic table. You can see the wall in the photograph of the camera I took. So he's off by, but it's the same. This is the same level. It's a concrete pad. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Underneath this, it's all the same height. There's nothing different.
Yeah, I think I stopped the video. I think there was a little bit more where they tried to keep going on about the height being wrong. And then Jesse, Path of Light, jumped in and said, well, he defended me and not them. And he said that where they put their marker for the elevation is detecting the elevation of the roof. And he said if you put the marker in a slightly different spot, it goes down to exactly 15 feet. And he said he thinks that Indio was correct about it being 15 feet, which shut them up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was pretty careful about that. Let me see.
It was a horizon test, so no.
It's a horizon test, and there should be no horizon on a flat Earth. So you lose. So stupid.
Yeah.
God, the desperation.
No, he was even more desperate by pointing out the bendy cranes and the black swan picture.
That was a nice aside he tried to escape down one. I like the way that he said that DJ was denying refraction, whilst for the majority of the time, DJ was explaining what you would need for refraction in a certain direction.
Dude, because all they have is their script, man. Literally, DJ knocked him off script. You know, all he could do is go back to it, right? He went back to the same old tropes that he uses, right? He just tries to use tropes and slogans and gimmicks and all sorts of stuff, dude.
Yeah, I'm really convinced that utilizing this the Walter Bislin calculator, right, where we can actually play with the slider and modeling our observations with that is killer, dude. Right, DJ, when you brought it was 0.8, right? Like, these are extreme cases, man. I remember I did the Black Swan one, and it was like a 0.9894. You know, it's almost one, man. So that type of stuff, I don't know. But great job, DJ.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, I like using Walter Bislin's calculator as a hostile witness because most of the observations you have to slide it up to, full, basically, right? And then we don't have any crazy distortions or anything off in the distance or miraging effects, and the meteorological conditions just aren't there for that to be possible. So it's a great hostile witness. I like using the Flat Earth Insanity refraction slider the best because it's called Flat Earth Insanity. It was made by an anti-flat earther, but it only goes up to 120%, which is still a crazy amount, but it doesn't work for any of the observations. You max it out and there's still a stack of hidden height. It's a funny one.
Is it 120% greater or a total value of 120%, as if it were like 20% higher? Because that sounds just about
no
like
100. 0% is no refraction. Yeah.
Okay.
And then like 16 or 14 to 16% or whatever would be 7/6. Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Just another globe. Just making the globe bigger and smaller, essentially.
Well, wait, hang on. If you think about it, if 17% on that slider is equivalent to like a 0.17 on the Walter Bislin calculator, right? I mean, that's like going 100% is going to a full 1 on the Walter Bislin calculator. Right?
No, a full 1 on the Walter Bislin calculators is flat Earth refraction level, like flat Earth level refraction. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So it might not scale 1 to 1 there.
Well, you got the two different types of you got the K factor or whatever. You got the refraction coefficient. I forget the technical terms for them both, but one of them is like 1.17 would be the same as 0.17 on Walter Bislin.
Right on. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. K value versus the refraction coefficient. Those terms screwed me up for a while. But yeah, it's context specific, and they're more or less interchangeable, but not really, because one scales non-linearly. Right, the K value, right? Like when it goes to 1, you've hit an infinite radius, so to speak, right? Gotcha. Yeah, it's a killer, man. Great job.
Yeah, so in my version of the replay, I'm going to put a bunch of clips of him saying certain things at the start, right? Like earlier in that same stream, he was talking about how if you have uniform water and air temperatures, then you can't. It mitigates refraction, basically, is what he was saying.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah,
so it's going to be like the beginning of a TV series, so later in this series.
Well, I just want to point out...
Series, he said this, and this, and then later in this series, we're going to make him say that and that.
Yeah. Just want to point out the blatant contradiction.
Yes. Brilliant stuff, mate. Yeah, can't wait to see the
contradictions on how you should behave, and contradictions about fraction, contradictions about bottom-up obstruction.
Well, you notice how much they were just throwing shit against the wall from Go, right? As soon as you got in and they realized what was happening, you got a better picture of the boat? How do you know those are waves? How are the waves on the side of the boat? Like, the shit that they were saying, just like, they just started getting more and more desperate trying to nitpick it.
Yeah. How high the waves were on the bottom of the boat struck me. So, a couple of foot.
Why would that matter? Like, why would it matter what the wake of the boat is? You're not supposed to be seeing a wake.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, we shouldn't be seeing that, and you're not at all.
Have you ever heard them scrutinize the globe earthers tests like this?
You mean like his sunset?
Yeah, like his sunset.
Where was the vertical temperature gradient measurements on his sunset?
Yep. I'm sure I pointed that out to him. Maybe I skipped. Maybe I stopped it too soon. But I did say that.
I think you said that.
Yeah, he eyeballed it. It was fine. It was good enough conditions, he said.
He licked his finger and he stuck it up in the air. He's like, yeah, it seems like inferior mirage.
Well, he said that because he had the uniform water and air temperatures, he didn't get a inferior mirage like normally happens. So he's also like, okay, so why are we usually getting an inferior mirage then? Don't you require the opposite? Because they say that you always have this downward refraction because you have it's deviating downward towards the denser medium downward. But if you're always getting inferior mirages, that's the opposite density gradient or optical density gradient. Anyway, he's full of freaking contradictions. Funny.
Hey DJ, when you make the video, make sure the closed captions are good, and then we can farm a ton of screenshots off of that and use them for memes.
Yeah, right. I will do that. I got a really funny thing to do at the start. I don't know if anyone's Jedi's seen the foreshadowing videos, but it's to do with that.
Yeah, I'm interested, man. Can't wait to see it. But I'm going to have to go to bed, man, so I'll catch it when I wake up. You enjoy the rest of your morning or evening or afternoon.
Yep. Cheers, Jedi.
All right. Peace.
Catch you later, man.
Yeah, DJ, I think we have a perfect thumbnail for your video.
Yeah. What's that?
Did you see what Logie posted earlier?
Oh yeah. The Globlin.
The Globlin, yeah.
I gotta. Damn it! I gotta scroll up a long way to find that.
Hold on, I'll post it for you.
Shit.
I saved it.
Oh man, I got a funny video. I gotta put it in the side chat. Check this out.
Yeah.
Gotta check this out.
There you go.
Check out this little robot dog. Tell me who you think it looks like.
What the fuck? Oh, come on. No kidding, eh? Fuck. I get mixed up between the two. There's fucking McToon. Then there's the other dude. What's his name? FTFE, there we go. I get mixed up between them.
They're both equally as pathetic.
One's got the British accent, though.
Yeah.
Alright, there I posted the other one there. That was from Karma. Put a little more love into it. Find that fucking hilarious, man. Loblin. God damn. I think Logie's is a little bit more, how do you put it? High res, for thumbnails and shit. And then the other one's perfect for like a meme or whatever. I don't know. Work in progress, but you spawned the idea, so good luck putting that back in the bottle.
I could put on my conversation with Ruhif if you want to listen to that one.
Yeah, put that on.
Oh.
Hey, Indio. Before you started, DJ, just a quick question.
Yeah.
You there, Indio?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm salvaging my honor, dude. Hold on. No one's gonna say I got the frickin' height wrong. I was dead on the motherfucking money.
Shit. I just wanted to ask, if we're gonna start, maybe doing some more stuff on the site. No, we were talking about it earlier there. And we, if we get more traffic and shit and more eyeballs on it, it just dawned on me. Do you happen to have like an anti-DDoS stuff set up on that, or is it just like all systems go, like nothing there?
Anti-DDoS?
Yeah, like some throttling or IP filtering or some shit.
No. The only thing I have is if you try to log in as admin 3 times in a row with the wrong password, that IP gets banned. It might be 5 times. It's 3 or 5. I can't remember. So you can't brute force. You can't brute force the admin password.
Fair enough.
The root password. Sorry.
All good. Okay, so we'll need to put some work into it. Because if that page gets out there and anyway.
Yeah, my VPS host is pretty good. They detect that crap, dude.
Don't you have to configure it to do that?
I've never had a problem before. I don't know. I
Well, if
mean,
we start getting like millions of requests per second, the thing's not going to work, right?
well, yeah, it's not going to work. But like my ISP is going to be like, "What the fuck's going on here?" Right? They don't just let shit run wide open.
Okay.
Come on, man. I pay $40 a month, dude. They don't want to pay more than that. Like, I'll be using too many resources.
I would hope so. I would hope so. That's all I wanted to ask.
Yeah. I mean, if you have ideas, feel free. You got free reign, man. Go for it.
All right. All right.
Just don't lock me out of the server by accident, man. Just
no.
I have a way in anyway. I can log in through the hypervisor.
Yeah, admin console shit. No problem.
All right, word. Okay, DJ.
Go ahead, DJ.
So that's from the U.S. Geographical Survey called Topo View. There's the pin about where I was, 15 feet.
Oh, awesome! All right, I want this for my my video, so I'm just gonna.
I'll give the link for the topo. Yeah, I'll give the link too. So
awesome, perfect. And I'm gonna clip you saying that as well.
Unlike McToon, I have honor to defend. That dude has no honor.
It says exactly 15 feet as well. That's excellent.
I knew I'd use the Geological Survey or something. I knew, like, I wouldn't use Google Maps because Google Maps is too fucked up. And they say, Google says that their vertical data is the worst. They said it could be off by as much as 30 meters. Now, they said this years ago, but I'm just going by that because they don't make any assurances to the accuracy of their product. They try to make it accurate because if it was wildly inaccurate, then people wouldn't use it. But they want to make it good enough so that people don't whine. So.
So can I use this site to find the elevation for different places?
Yeah, you can just click right on wherever, and it'll you can drop a pin wherever you want on the topographical map.
Yeah.
So they have if you go up, so if on this main page, right up in the top right, it says location. Type in the location. Of course, this is only in the United States. So you type in the location, hit enter, and it'll give you a bunch of choices of maps that you could download. But the current one they use for this topographical data, you just click on it, click on the point, and then in that same spot, right, will come up the elevation and the coordinates for wherever you clicked.
Awesome. Yeah, because I presented the 8-foot black swan, and they looked it up, and he put the little marker right where the guy was standing in the observation, and it said 5 meters. And they said that he must have faked his screenshot that said 8 foot. And then when I looked it up, it said that they changed their data sets, and it could change easily on coastal areas by a couple of meters. But he
was at Miramar Beach, California, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm there right now. Oh, where my marker just says 1 foot. I'll get his. Do you got the video handy? Because I'll just get the exact coordinates and type those in.
Yeah. Yep. That'll be.
Well, and that controversy. Make sure you make that dude apologize, or whatever. Say something.
Oh, I will. Yeah. They were bringing it up in the McToon debate as well, saying I screwed up on my last observation about the height, and now I've screwed up on this one.
And that's what they try to do. That's their gimmick. They try to find something that might be incorrect, and then because you were incorrect on one thing, everything you say for the rest of all of time is wrong. Because that's how they think, right? They're trying to this person can't be trusted. Don't listen to what they say, because that's how they think about the world. They think, do I trust this person? Oh, I trust them. Now I can do whatever they say is gospel.
Yep, tactics. All right. I've got
Mental
the
disorder
coordinates here. Yeah. All right, it's in this GIF.
Okay, I'll pull it. I don't think that GIF's loading. Open link. Oh, I got like a screenshot.
Yeah, I'll just grab the original video, post that.
Yeah, just post it. That's what I thought you were gonna do.
Well, I'll hold on. I'll just play the video. I'll take a screenshot and I'll post that of the coordinates.
All right. There you go, 7 feet.
Oh, that's awesome. That's the exact coordinates, is it?
Yep.
Ha ha ha. All right, thank you very much. That'll come in handy next time that asshole tries to bring that up.
Yep. Kind of funny.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll be bringing it up.
Think DJ's gonna enter the VC and it's gonna clear the VC. Gotta go make breakfast. Bye.
All right, should I hit play?
Yeah, let's rock.
Tell us about your satellites, Raiden.
Shall we agree?
Making such terrible arguments. You had him on just about every single one of those.
Come on, man.
Are you like half from Boston, half from Australia?
No, man. Oh, well, I haven't lived in Australia for years, but I'm from Australia.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You're an American now.
Dude, hold on. Wait.
Europe,
he outed you, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I never heard of a Boston Australian accent. What even is that?
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from at all. It's a bit strange talking to Americans.
Okay.
Yo, you guys were.
I hear the Australian accent.
We're officially streaming right now.
Cool.
Right, I got to skip forward.
What's the 3D model of it? Like an extreme 3D model. And like gradually bend the observer, pointing more backwards, leaning.
All right, so I wasn't even going to jump in at all in this conversation, but he spent the last 23 minutes bragging about how amazing he is and how stupid flat earthers are. Had to jump in.
Oh, like Raiden.
Hello, friends. Yes.
Backwards kind
of. Welcome.
Anyway. Yeah, sorry. The graph that I put in the chat. How good is that? So good. I showed that very briefly in the debate the other day. This is why we shouldn't bother. Well, FLIRFs shouldn't bother doing. We see too far observations close to the surface like Black Swan.
You had an argument with Mr. Nobody.
Right, but what if you were to... Okay, so obviously you do get more fluctuation in temperature gradients when you get closer to the ground. Okay, but that's not always the case, right? Sometimes you can get... Just say you have uniform air and water temperature, right? So you have 40-degree water, 40-degree air. Okay, and you've got some readings between point A and point B to show that you don't have that crazy refractive index that can vary a lot at low levels.
When you
I
say
agree with
point
that.
A and B, what are point A and B? Where are point A and B?
Well, let's say we're doing an observation over 10 miles and we're at point A, okay, and we're going to shoot a laser at point B from 1.5 meters height. Let's say we have 40-degree Fahrenheit water, 40-degree Fahrenheit air. Okay, and we have clear looking conditions, right? Let's say we can zoom in with the camera. We're not seeing any inferior or superior miraging or anything like that. We don't see any mirroring or anything like that. Okay, we don't have the conditions that would be present for there to be some kind of super refraction effect, right? Which would be, what standard refractions, 14%, something like that. Okay, now all of a sudden we would need, we're seeing something that would require 3,000%, for example. In the globe would have to be 3,000% larger rather than 14% larger to have no hidden height at point B. Okay, but we don't have the conditions present. We don't have point B, the target. Right, let's say we have something that's 1.5, don't even worry about the laser. Okay, let's say we have a 1.5 meter person at point A, 1.8 meter, a 1.8 meter target. All right, and we can zoom in across the distance. Let's say it's 10 miles for this thought experiment. Okay, we can see the person undistorted. Each person has a weather station. Okay, they're taking readings of the temperature, the pressure. Okay, we know the water temperature, we know the air temperature. Okay, so standard refraction is 7 to 16%, let's say. Okay, but we're needing 3,000% for this to work on a globe.
Who wants to talk about point A and point B being one side of the lake and the other side of the lake? Icy Spin? Hammer Eyes? To measure the refraction between point A and point B, where A is one side of the lake and B is the other side.
To measure the refraction, I mean, if you wanted to do it, I don't know that it's significant, but you would do it just getting the lapse rate, right?
Yes, vertically.
Vertically, yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't
I think
matter.
you might have had this argument with lanolin before, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've had this argument with everyone. It doesn't matter what the refractive index is on point A and point B across the lake. The only thing that matters is the vertical gradient.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, we're taking a vertical temperature pressure gradient at each point, right? We could have multiple points along the way, okay, but at the end of the day, the laser's hitting the target.
Well, that's a separate issue, but just refraction now. Are you measuring the refractive gradient?
Well, you're doing the best you can to measure it, right? So to measure it perfectly, you would have to have some extreme amount of tools between point A and point B measuring the vertical change in the refractive or in the temperature gradient. Like we can all agree that the temperature gradient is the primary factor that controls the deviation of light at low altitudes, right?
It's the major variable. It's the major variable.
It's the main thing. Okay. Well, it is the main factor. I mean, it's the primary
pressure
cause.
Well,
okay, but that's what's going to be controlling the optical density of the air. Right, that's measured differently than just with a barometer. Okay, we're talking about the optical density, which is what controls the deviation of the light.
Right. But how are we measuring that?
Okay, so the cause of it, right, is having a harsh change in the optical density of the refractive index vertically. Okay, that's what's going to cause the light to deviate up or down depending on where the cooler air is or where the higher optical density portion of the medium is, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so we don't have the conditions present to cause that change, like that extreme change in the temperature gradient vertically to affect the optical density gradient vertically. Okay, we have uniform water temperature, we have uniform air temperature. Now, if we want to have an inferior mirage or something like that, okay, we'd be looking down, say,
hang on. I'm trying to get you to tell me how we're measuring the gradient.
Okay, so we're doing the best we can. Okay, so we know the water temperature. Let's say we have a still lake, right, on a day with hardly any wind. Okay, we know the water temperature is 40 degrees, the air temperature is 40 degrees. Now, we're also using some weather stations, for example, to take some readings vertically that half a meter off the surface, it's X temperature and pressure. Okay, and then 2 meters height, it's X temperature and pressure, like they did in the arc of the parallel, right? That's pretty much what they did to account for
look at
to
some numbers,
estimate
though.
refraction.
Right, let's look at let's say we have the temperature at 0.5 meter and the temperature at 1.5 meters, right? Just assume we have that data.
Yeah.
Do we have any idea of the variance in thermometers?
What do you mean by the variance in thermometers? Them reading different temperatures.
So the hardware's out. He's a low life, isn't he?
Oh, okay, so well, I mean, I don't know exactly. It depends on which thermometers you would be using. You could use multiple, but it's roughly. I mean, okay, using buoy data, like government weather station data of, say, a buoy to get the water temperature and air temperature. Okay, so they're probably using some decent quality thermometers.
1/10 of a degree?
Yeah, we could use it. I'm not sure. What's the change?
The point. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's assume it's 1/10 of a degree, right?
Mm-hmm.
Over the lapse rate, therefore, if we've got a measurement at 0.5 meter and a measurement at 1.5 meters, so the span is 1 meter. If the variance is 1/10 of a degree, we have a margin of error for our lapse rate of 100 degrees.
A margin of error for a lapse rate of 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yes. No, Celsius.
What? Celsius.
The lapse rate is degrees Celsius per kilometer.
Okay, so what if we have so what if we have warmer temperatures down lower and cooler temperatures up higher?
Yeah, then you'll probably have an inferior mirage. Yeah, but we're talking about whether you can forecast refraction with such an absurd margin of error for your lapse rate.
Okay, so if you had some crazy refractive condition taking place, obviously there's going to be some destruction in the distance. We're going to get inferior or superior miraging, and those have
maybe not
obvious. Okay.
That's just this slime ball trying to make it unfalsifiable. That's all.
Superior mirage. It's obviously when we have a strong deviation of the light, right, into the cooler portion of the medium.
So the inferior mirage is when it changes from upwardly bending light to, either straight light or downwardly bending light. That's a change in the gradient, and it's basically the reverse of that to get a superior mirage.
Right. Yeah. So upward refraction, downward refraction for superior mirage. Okay, and then mild versions of those for looming or sinking.
Looming is just a uniform gradient. So it's downwardly bending with a uniform gradient.
Right. But okay, so looming and superior mirages, right? So looming is a superior mirage essentially. It falls within the category of a superior mirage. Yeah, it does.
No.
And sinking falls in the category of an inferior mirage. It's just a milder version of that. I heard you butchering this on the debate the other day, by the way.
And a superior mirage, right, involves an upside down image. Right, and that is
not necessarily. Not necessarily. You can have a superior mirage without an upside down image. It doesn't. You can have inverted images with superior mirages. Okay, you can have upside down, or you can not have that as well. I can show you examples of that right now. There are plenty of different forms. You know, a Fata Morgana is also a superior mirage, right?
Yes, but it's more complicated than that. Yes.
Right, it falls under the category of a superior mirage. So does looming. Sinking would be the opposite of looming. Look, dude, I've got American Meteorological Society citations for all of these things that I'm saying right here in front of me. You can post them in the side chat.
What is a mirage?
What? A mirage?
Yeah.
Okay, so a mirage is when you have the deviation. It's basically they all fall under the category of atmospheric refraction.
Right.
Okay, so here's the definition. Here's the definition. It's when the atmosphere acts like a lens, okay, and you have a deviation in the light as it travels through the medium, and it will deviate towards the cooler portion of the medium or the more optical dense portion of the medium. Okay, and then depending on how much it's deviating, you're going to get different miraging effects. Okay, you're going to get superior, inferior, looming, sinking, stooping, towering, and so on, right? Different variations of those, but that's the basic ones right there. Okay, there's the definition of mirage in the side chat. Okay, and it clearly says in that as well that the density variation is primarily dependent upon temperature. Okay, so temperature is what we're measuring.
My definition of a mirage is that it's necessarily an inverted image, whether it be an inferior mirage or a superior mirage. Right? That's not looming. Do you want me to find a definition of mirage? We can have dueling definitions.
Yes, so sorry about that, Ruhif. My wife was just asking me something. Can you just repeat the last sentence again? Apologies.
Yeah, I mean, I will find a definition of mirage that means necessarily an inverted image, right? And then we just have dueling definitions, which is pointless.
Okay, all right. Well, this is the American Meteorological Society, so this is peer-reviewed. Okay, it's kind of like the go-to glossary on meteorological definitions. Okay, it's basically the best you can get.
Should have said yes. Put it on the bus and let him go and get it.
I mean, we could use Andrew Thomas Young's definitions as well. He's probably the next best source, right? So you don't always have to have an inverted image. I mean, I can show you an image right now, and you want to show me where the inverted image is in this superior mirage, and if this isn't a superior mirage, maybe you could tell me what it is.
It's the definition thing, right?
Well, not really. This is just showing you. Okay, so what? Oh, that's not a mirage
at all.
That's not a mirage at all. Correct. Why is the ship floating?
Right, because the water is the same color as the water is the same color as the sky.
Oh, really? And why do we have the cutoff right there with the water? Clearly, we have total internal reflection taking place. This is my favorite. This is a superior mirage, guys.
It's called the Fresnel effect.
This is called a superior mirage.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
People go ask Andrew Thomas Young if that's a superior mirage. I guarantee he'll.
Oh
say
yeah,
no.
you go ask him. Yeah, you go ask him.
Sure.
Look, every single. Okay, just type in superior mirage and hit images. You're going to see these exact images. Okay, you can have different. You can have different versions.
This is, so wait, where do you guys think the horizon is? I think it's like in the sky, like I think the middle point is below that ship, and there's a Fresnel effect, a huge Fresnel effect happening there.
Right. See the cutoff between the red part of the hull and the black part of the hull. You can see the horizon.
Oh, see, yeah, I mean, Ruhif, so you think that's the Fresnel effect, right, Ruhif?
I don't know what the Fresnel effect is.
Right, it's because you guys don't account for the Fresnel effect in geodetic survey.
Where we're at, yeah. What I was going to say was, just because you type in superior mirage and images, right? People on the internet can be wrong, and often are wrong.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, and you're a person on the internet, right? And you can be wrong, and often are wrong. Especially when you were talking about, you were saying bottom-up obstruction would have to have the mirroring effect, right? You can't have bottom-up obstruction without the mirroring effect being an inferior mirage, where you can absolutely have bottom-up obstruction due to sinking, right? Which is a different type of inferior mirage that doesn't have the TIR involved in it. It doesn't have that mirroring effect, and they have different definitions. They have two separate definitions for those.
What appears in place of the vanishing zone?
The vanishing zone. Look, a horizon is a vanishing zone. What do you mean, a vanishing zone specifically?
I'll show you. One sec.
Because you guys claim a horizon is a byproduct of Earth curvature. I claim that a horizon is what the definition of horizon states, right? It's an apparent location.
There you go. So that red part, of that thing on the right, there's no path of light to reach the observer. So what do you see?
Okay, so let's show a real-world demonstration of this without any mirroring effect, and I'll show you what you see. What you see matches the definition of sinking refraction, Okay, something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And what you're seeing is not physically obstructed, although it may appear to be so. Okay, so I'm going to show you some examples of that right now. Sorry?
This will just remind me that Andrew Thomas Young has been wrong in the past as well.
Oh, okay. I'm sure you've been wrong in the past too.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, so I'm just using him as a hostile witness. That's all. I mean, I don't agree with everything Andrew Thomas Young says either. Okay, so Andrew Thomas Young, yeah. So I can give you multiple definitions. I mean, you could go to any source of sinking refraction. I mean, you don't seem to acknowledge sinking refraction exists. You think it has to be an inferior mirage. You don't think there's a mild version of an inferior mirage doesn't exist? All right, so look, I'm going to bring up an observation now that shows something that you can clearly see across a flat surface. Okay, all of a sudden looks like it disappears over a horizon that becomes apparent once the temperature is changed in the room. Okay, we have cooler air introduced up higher, and then all of a sudden we have a slight amount of upward bending light, which makes the objects kind of look like what we see in the Lake Pontchartrain, but without the mirroring, without the inferior mirage. Okay, and it looks like things are sinking behind the horizon, even though they're not physically obstructed by anything. So I'm just going to pop it in the side chat, and yeah, I'm just grabbing it. Sorry.
What's Ruhip showing? Non-existent, non-real things. Always some cartoon schematics of non-real stuff. That's weird.
Yeah.
All right, it's in the
And you think a diagonal line means a triangle is going to be more than 180? I think you're ignorant as fuck. So if I'm on the stairs, right, a stairway, and Bob's on the stairway, and we're both on different stairs, he has a line to him, he has a line to him, and they both draw a line to me, you fucking retard, that's still a triangle. You dumb fuck, and they're both on different levels. You dumb fuck. You fucking retard, Ruhif. You fucking utter retard bitch.
Can someone mute him? I'm doing
Retard.
I don't have mod.
Fucking retard. I can be on a cliff and Bob can be down on the ground.
Thank you, Demo.
Love you. Straight line. And both of our lines that go to the observer will be straight lines too. That's a triangle, you fucking retard bitch.
He's speeding up because he knows he's going to be muted.
Fucking retard. Retard.
I'd just like to thank our sponsors.
Or you gotta save this for the
last thing you said?
The end of the stream so we can get a nice send off for the Globies.
He say Ruhif Tard? Did you hear Ruhif Tard? Ruhif Tard's a good nickname.
He spits that fire, dude.
Yeah, Demok's the best.
All right, Ruhif.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it's in the side chat. Look. So all we're seeing is a small amount of upward deviation of the light. That's all. So it just creates a bit of downward deviation, apparent downward deviation of the objects in the distance. So all of a sudden, it looks like the blocks are now curving, and the red light that you could see in the distance, it disappears behind an apparent horizon, which is just caused by the by them changing the temperature in the room. Okay, they've got in the full video. They show they've got the readings, right? You can see the thermometer in the background. I think they take 4 different height readings. This is only over a small scale as well. So as soon as they introduce the cooler air, okay, we got warmer air down lower, and then slightly cooler air above, and then all of a sudden we get a little bit of upward refraction, which causes a little bit of sinking in the distance. It fits the definition. There's no inferior mirage taking place here. Okay, if just last thing, really quick. Okay, if there was if they were to be able to heat the floor up more than this, or add much cooler air, okay, then you would have that vanishing zone where the light would actually go over the top of the observer's head. Okay, and then you would get that total internal reflection zone, whatever you want to call it, the mirroring in the distance, where you just see a mirrored image of whatever's in the background. Okay, but we don't have that because we don't have enough deviation of the light.
Cool.
I mean, this matches with the mainstream.
No, I've got the source video, which is a bit better resolution.
Yeah.
For now, I will say it's interesting.
Okay,
but I'll have to get back to you on it.
No, I appreciate that, man. That's good faith. Cool. Thank you.
So hold me to it.
Cool. Look, I just want to go over I mean, if you have time, just 5 minutes, go over a different observation. You probably haven't seen this one. It's interesting. I'm just presenting it just to get your opinion on it. I'm not trying to, it's not like a gotcha. I'm not trying to argue or anything like that. But this is a cool one, if you want to see it.
If
Yes?
you're about to get wrecked, bro.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to wreck Ruhif at all. You know,
Wreck my whole day.
I look, I complimented Ruhif when he came in. He just destroyed Nathan Thompson the other day.
Dude, I want to debate Nathan Thompson. And is he a legitimate fighter?
I don't think he is. Skew.
Did you watch my videos? He's in my part 2.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch them. I've seen a bit of them. I haven't seen the whole things yet.
Yeah, part 2 is just about exposing all the fake flat earthers.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. We got a boat, right? This is just a random picture of the boat that's in the observation. It's called the Mandarin Arrow. And here is just the ship tracking, right? Just to show us. In the observation, the guy goes to the shoreline in the morning, 9:30, and he's zooming out at this ship. It's anchored, and it's, what is it, 12.4 nautical miles, just over 14 miles away, something like that. Anyway, all right, so in the morning, he zooms in on the ship, and we can only see the top bit of the ship, right? Obviously, most globe earthers would say, okay, well, it's absolutely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. It couldn't possibly be anything other than that. Now, what he does is he keeps zooming in on the ship over the next 3 hours. Okay, so I'm speculating. I don't have the measurements, right, or the data, the weather data, but I'm assuming that in the morning the water was warmer, right? Because obviously water stays a pretty uniform temperature throughout the night and day compared to the air. Okay, and that the air was much cooler than the water in the morning when he went there. And then as the air starts to warm up, as the sun comes out, blah, 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 more and more of the boat starts to become visible. So over the next 3 hours, you can start to see more and more of the boat appear, even though the boat's stationary. Okay, now we have the opposite effect. 3 hours later, we can see the whole boat, right? That's the same boat. Now we see a bit of stooping, maybe a little bit of looming, right? It looks like it's up a bit. It's a little bit hazy. But yeah, look, this is just to show that in the morning, it looked like it was hidden behind the horizon, and someone could cherry pick that and then take that and say, look, this is a ship behind the horizon video. Whereas what's happening is more likely what matches the definition of sinking.
Is there a source video for this one?
I've been trying to find the source video. I have this. Oh, damn it.
What is the first picture of?
The first picture is of the top of that boat. If you have a look at the very first picture I posted of the whole boat, you can see those little units on the top of the boat, and then you've got the whole hull underneath it. It's just those little sections popping out above the top of the horizon. And if you have a look at the bottom of it, we can actually see a little bit of an inferior mirage start to sneak in there as well. Like we can see a gap of what looks like sky right where the horizon and the section above the horizon meets. So it's a sign that there's an inferior mirage taking place, but not a full-blown one. And when he zooms out on it, in the image just below it, you can't really see that, right? It's only when he zooms right in on it. But
I'm looking at that big thing because it got smaller in the second one, and I assume it's not in the photo in the last one. Is that?
Yeah, it's actually squished. It's actually squished.
Yeah.
It's stooping. Yeah.
Okay, I see. I was like, how's that white thing turn into a black thing? No one else is saying anything.
It almost looks like it almost looks like a different day and a different image.
I get it.
But it's not. Look, I do have the I'm just going to go to my server quickly because it's the video is too big for me to upload here. So just a second. I'm just going to see if I can copy the link to the actual full video. So this isn't the full video. This is just a copy of the. It's like it must be half the video or something because it shows him doing the transition of the zooming in and out over the 3 hour period and that kind of thing.
That'd be perfect.
1 second.
Yeah, the bow's not in the first image. The first image zoomed in a lot, and the bow's not in frame. The second image, that's the bow in the middle of the photo.
All right, here we go. I should be able to copy it now. All right, copy link. There it is. Yeah, I will track down the original video for this sooner or later. But I do have plenty of other examples similar to this.
How do I download?
All right, just a couple of citations really quickly, just to go along with what I posted.
How do I download it?
Oh,
there we go. No, got it. Done.
Got it? Cool.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. All right, so yeah, I mean, sinking, Oxford reference, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And then Andrew Thomas Young, an atmospheric refraction can bend light rays in such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. And then we got Perkins David, atmospheric refraction in geodetic and astronomical observations. Refraction caused by temperature gradients near Earth's surface causes distant land, sea, and urban features to appear distorted or partially visible when they would otherwise be fully visible in the absence of such non-uniform atmospheric conditions. So, I mean, like, this is something that would be needed to take into consideration when someone presents a long distance observation and something is sinking or something is appearing to be hidden partially behind the horizon, to validate that we don't have this condition. I think it's much more common than what people say, because all it requires is warmer water or a warmer surface of ground, and then a cooler layer of air above it, which seems to happen quite often.
Nice.
Appreciate that, Ruhif. You got an interesting out of you.
Yeah, I'll look at that today.
Cool. Awesome, bro.
Where is he? Just trying to figure out where he is. 1 sec.
Yep. Looks like somewhere on the middle of the East Coast. Oh, that's Adelaide?
Plain reality. Yeah. Is it plain reality?
Oh, I have no idea. Maybe that'll help me track down the original video.
Yeah, it is too. He's at Grange.
Plain reality?
So it's definitely him. Yeah, definitely plain reality.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Cool.
All right. Thank you, bro.
I'll stick this video out and have a look at Sky Free today at some point.
Awesome.
Cool. All right. Catch you guys soon. See you.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Later.
Yo, Ruhif, wait, before you leave. Did you leave?
He just messaged me and said he wanted nothing to do with you anymore. Queue up. I'm sorry, dude.
I was coming to
he actually said he was. He said it was.
I had my envy. I had the goat. The goat is here, and he ran.
Oh, you were gonna ask him, Taylor? Dude, that guy gets in and gets out. He's like, all right, later, bye.
Not all the time.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. But yeah, I brought that up because I remember in Ruhif's last debate, he was saying that you can't have bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth. Wanted to call
what's his go with that? Is he just copy pasting from McClown Show?
I think they all sort of feed off each other, and they get their information from, anti-flat Earth sources and things like that. So, I mean, for someone that's been looking into it for so long, how can you not know what sinking is? It shows he's not doing his research properly.
Well, that's like when you were in the recording, you should have said yes, go and get your definition of refraction or looming or whichever one it was, and just to see what he does, just so he doesn't have sitting there making claims. Yes, it would have been about my definition versus your definition, but I wasn't interested in his personal definition. and that's what he runs off. And that's why he just uses that as a gimmick to see if you would pull it up. So yeah, next time he does say, oh, but it's just going to be my definition versus your definition, no worries, mate, I've got nothing but time. Let him go and do it. Let him go and do some research.
Yeah, you know, I didn't do that because I know that there are definitions out there that are conflicting with other definitions because they really don't know how this stuff works totally. And if you look at different academic sources, they contradict each other all the time. And
they're all over the place. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, they're all over the place. Like I've read some that you know are all over the place. So I'm sure that there are conflicting definitions, and you can get in. He was right when he said you can get into that definition battle, but my definitions were from like the peer-reviewed
AMS.
Yeah, exactly, and you know, like not just some rando definitions.
Well, I mean, it's confused. If you look at refraction from astronomy, and then you look at it for like surveying, and then you look at it from like, say, the academic literature, and then you look at it, say, in, you know, not like geodetic surveying, but like surveying of land. You know what I mean? Geodetic surveying is a little different. It's a different practice. Like typically surveyors don't do both. They can do both, but typically plain surveyors just do that types of surveying. And geodetic surveying is kind of work for like the government. That's just what I've noticed is that like regular surveyors, they survey building sites and, you know, property boundaries and things like that. And then the people that work for the government, they survey geodetic surveying where they're surveying interstate highway systems and that type of nonsense. But even that swath of literature, it should all be uniform what they're saying. And then if we throw in another thing, what's the textbook say? Textbook says something completely different than all of that. They all need to get their story straight if they want to make that, oh yeah, you don't believe in refraction? Oh, we figured refraction out. Well, you need to tell the people writing these books because they haven't figured it out.
Yep.
Personal definitions, though, dude, I would have flipped out, bro. What do you mean your definition? I don't want your definition. I want the definition. And then his definition, when you turned out, was wrong anyway because you showed him it was wrong, right? You showed him that mirage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he just how arrogant he was being, and how arrogant he was being in the debate that I watched the other day. It's the only reason I jumped in because he was just gloating, you know, calling us fluffs and fluffspective and saying all this bullshit. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bunch of slogans and nonsense, man.
But yeah, the way I approach the refraction argument is just not necessarily that I agree 100% with every single thing that I'm saying, because I know it's a lot more complicated than that, and they don't really know how it works. But what I can do is just use it as a hostile witness. This is what your side says happens on a globe. This is what your side says happens with this and that. And I can back every single thing up with a citation because it's what your side says happens. And they can't really argue against that because it's what their side's saying anyway.
You just made me remember the nonsense McToon said about chromatic aberration in the P1000. He literally just made that up, man. That was just all made up.
No, in Nikon cameras, not the P1000, it was just Nikon cameras. But it's specific lenses on cameras, and there's even a write-up. When I looked at Kalari Vision about getting mine converted over to infrared, there's a write-up in their pages, and they've got it there. For select manufacturers, certain lenses are worse than others.
Yeah, of course. But he was like, well, infrared is better because P1000s are particularly bad with chromatic aberration, and infrared takes care of that. shut up, bro. Like, just made all that up.
Is he high?
Yeah.
Always.
No, he was.
We figured out he had a correct app for chromatic aberration like almost 100 years ago.
Well, DJ was bringing up, he was talking about the infrared video that was taken, and McToon had to say something, and that's the nonsense that came out of his face. They were doing what Glovers do. They throw shit against the wall until something sticks, man. That's all it was.
His verbal diarrhea.
Oh my God. Well, you weren't in here, were you, for that audio? Did you just get here, Ray?
I got about half of it.
Oh yeah, his total like meltdown of just the nonsense that he was saying. What was it about Bislin's calculator or something? He was just jibber jabbering, just utter buffoonery.
And that's typical his style.
It was worse than normal. You should clip just that one part of him. Just he replied to something DJ asked him a question. He freaking vamped himself into a pretzel trying not to answer it. Then when he did answer it, that answer was just nonsensical word salad. Just absolute nonsense, the whole thing.
I was shocked when he just started screaming at me. I couldn't believe that was happening. I was like, what the hell? Does this guy not know how he would be perceived by people? I mean, obviously not by his own followers because they're like him. But by anyone else listening, they'd be like, what the hell? Why does he just start screaming dickhead over and over and over again for no reason at all? It's just
there was no reason.
Yeah.
Him saying that you're interrupting him, saying that, you weren't interrupting him at all. Not at all. He was just I mean, I hate this analogy, but he was he was playing. He basically, at one point, took the right to remain silent for fear he might incriminate himself. Literally, I'm not going to answer. Just wait till you're done, and then I'll answer. Yeah, because you don't want to incriminate yourself, man. Now, the audio on his side, he said it was glitching out. Now, did it seem intentional, or was it accidental?
Yeah, I have no idea. But if you watch his stream,
that's what I'm talking about. His stream.
Yeah, everyone's voice. It's like you say half a word and it'll glitch out. It's very, very difficult and frustrating to listen to. So a lot of people won't watch the stream for long enough to even get to that point because of the clipping. It's just clipping constantly.
That sucks, dude.
Yeah. But I've taken his footage.
Dude, he might have. Did you see if he streamed it on X? And see if there's. I'll look right now. I'll look and see if he streamed it on X because there might be a copy up there that it wasn't glitching.
You should have seen his side chat. His side chat was having a freaking frothing at the mouth. Just hundreds of them just freaking out.
I bet. That's what I mean. I wanted his audience to see him get freaking him behaving like that and getting sliced and diced, man. That's what I want. I want his people to see him, man. That's what I want. This is the dude you follow. This fucking lesbian. I'm sorry, I call him that, man. I heard another flat earther call him a lesbian. I think freaking, it wasn't Witsit, but it was somebody called him a lesbian in a debate, and I was cracking up.
He does look a bit like a lesbian.
I know he does. That's what's so funny about it.
So what I've done is I've taken his footage so we can see his reactions in perfectly, right? So and then I've taken his video footage, and then I've taken the good quality audio footage, and then I've synced that up in Premiere Pro. It's got it without the clipping. So you can see his reactions. Basically, you can see him melting down and looking worried.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, it isn't on X. It must not stream on X. Could have swore I've seen this stuff up on X though.
The amount of clown shows that you've got chasing you that worship him, you've probably just seen a whole heap of shit that they've copied and pasted for you. Oh, but McToon does this, and yeah, that's probably why you've seen a fair bit of it.
I also like that he said when you asked him any evidence I have a lie, and then he had the lie. That's hilarious, dude. And then he's like, I don't remember where. I think it was South America. Yeah, you remember. I did all this stuff and showed him that he was wrong. And then he didn't answer me. Bullshit, I didn't answer you. All right, boys and girls, I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
That was freaking great,
too,
DJ.
man.
I had a good time.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, appreciate it, Indio. Catch you later.
Yeah. Yeah, Augie. Matrix. Anyone else that's here? Relay. Logging off. Till next time. Tomorrow. Bye. Well, I'm going to rub it in. You missed last night in the home server. You're a square. It was freaking awesome.
Wait, what? I'm a square? Who's a square?
Yeah, you're a square, man.
Oh boy, what'd I do?
Anyone that missed last night, they're freaking square.
Oh, okay, yeah, like L7 loser.
Yeah. You guys went to bed too early because you're squares, man. You should have stayed up a little bit later. Oh shit, man! I love Nano Banana. So, what the fuck is it? Dude, we went over, DJ went over his, he debated McToon.
Yeah, I heard it. McToon got the gradient upside down. Like he was crazy.
Oh, you heard it? Oh my god!
Yeah,
man.
he got the gradient upside down.
Teacher, can I go bathroom?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You can't leave the class, so just go in your pants.
Thank you, teacher. Thank you. I love you so much.
Yeah, so DJ played it in the live stream, but he showed the slides that he used while he presented it.
That.
Yeah, so it was pretty awesome, man. It was basically like a replay or a rebroadcast. It was great, man. Man, I could hear McToon's voice quivering, man.
Yep.
Sounded like he was about to cry.
It's amazing, right? Like, if I were to say the same words that he says, I could not do it with a straight face. Same goes for pretty much everybody that comes in here that's like this. Like, if those words left my mouth, I'd feel like I'm lying. I would just feel awful and stupid.
I know the part where DJ asked him the question, he was basically pleading the Fifth Amendment, the right not to incriminate himself. And he wouldn't answer and said, I'll just talk when you're done. I'm not going to say anything. Yeah. And then when he eventually did talk, it was word salad gibberish with his concession sandwiched in between random parts of the sentences he said, dude. It was It was the most. DJ literally broke his brain, man. Broke his brain. He was so off script that he didn't know how to deal. Look, it's easy to debate when you just have like a bunch of cue card slogans that you're just going to say at different points when you get cornered. But DJ had him so boxed in, there was just nowhere for him to go without looking even dumber. Like he went a couple times and just looked even dumber. Now, the thing I'm disappointed about, I wanted that to be in front of his crew. He did live stream it, but DJ said the audio on McToon's screen is broken up, is just horrible. So we didn't even get the full glory of the McToon's L because like his sycophantic suck-ups didn't even hear all of it.
It's quite evident why he never comes by to seek us out and talk to us about these things. We'd just be bad for his viewership. And his viewers are also just as insufferable.
I know, but they won't like McToon has like the fake it till you make it thing. So that works. But eventually, if you get exposed enough or if you keep running into a buzzsaw enough times, it doesn't work. And his viewers will abandon him like a bad freaking haircut.
Yeah, like one of the things he said last night, McToon, was there's no such thing as a vanishing point in reality. That's that's like what? Yeah. Yep. I mean, he says these things. He just makes stuff up like this. I mean, it's so dishonest. And he also said, "Well, when I did this formula, I was able to back this into a refraction coefficient K factor of 0.3." And so he's cherry picking variables, cherry picking even methods and formulas, and then says stuff like vanishing lines don't exist in reality. How can anyone in good conscience do these things? And he's certainly smart enough to know better.
No, because he's a propagandist. That's all he is.
It really makes you start to wonder what we're up against. How much
I know
of this is organic?
I know, dude. There's some things that happen, and I really hate the FBI's on all the flat earthers. You know,
right.
I really hate that there's agents or people that are being hired or compensated to do this. But when, like, I think about dude is saying stuff he knows is dishonest. Okay. He knows that he's intentionally trying to deceive his audience and everybody listening. Now, there's some possibilities. Is it just the ego? Is it the ends justify the means? Or are you a fucking paid goddamn agent, dude? Like, there's only a couple possibilities. Because you can't accidentally do, like, there's certain things that can't be, like Professor Dave in his debate where he does like 800 logical fallacies. In an hour, how do you do that by accident? You know what I mean? Or just being irrational. Right. Like, how can you do that? No, you're intentionally doing that to obscure the truth. There's no way it can be accidental. Then it makes you wonder, why would they want to obscure the truth in the first place? Why is that your goal?
Yeah, and for this topic, I mean, I get it. Like there are ancillary issues connected to this topic that they'd be more worried about than the actual topic at hand. You know, and one of them is the undermining of the credibility of certain institutions and organizations. So I get that. We also know for a fact that there are people that go behind the scenes and put influencers on social media on the take in order to inject certain themes and ideas and steer conversations in different directions.
Yeah, derail conversations. That's what you know how it goes.
Yeah, like, hey, we have so we'll, the meeting could go like, hold on one sec. So like, you could easily understand a situation where one of these influencers like him is contacted. Okay, says, hey, I represent, so and so. Let's do lunch. And then so they go to lunch and say, hey, how would you like to have an extra, 100,000 followers, and we'll have amongst them subscribers. We can increase your monthly income by about $3,000. The only thing we need from you is here a list of agenda topics and timeline. We need you to be able to push these certain ideas through and be open to messaging, and we'll have somebody craft some ideas and language for you to help integrate into your broadcasts or whatever. And they say, yeah, okay, sounds good. I'll do it.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I have to wonder sometimes. I think the debate with DJ was just ego protection, maybe.
I'd rather resolve it at that level before flying off the handle. But it's true. I mean, you should wonder about.
I mean, wouldn't they fire them by now? That's the other thing when I think about them being agents, that they're so incompetent that what they're doing is not working. So why wouldn't they be fired by now and then hire more competent people?
I know. Well, here's the thing: like, who's the one determining what the measurements of success are for this? I mean, maybe their measurement of success isn't so much to convince us, but it's to keep convincing their fans and to keep that going, no matter how bad it looks.
This is almost like the liberal tactic where all they got to do is keep the 1% of the progressives rabid, right?
Exactly.
Yep.
Their job might just be to placate those few people.
The real hardcore people.
Right, because
the ones that tell us to kill ourselves and to drink bleach and not to procreate, and they send freaking autopsy photos in our DMs. Those psychos. People. Yeah.
Yep, the unwitting masses, the useful idiots. They're the ones that are affecting the real work. And it does sound kind of conspiratorial until it's not, because you can go read open source information about all this, like from the openly published JTRIG files out of the UK. Online influence operations.
Found out the other day that there's a guy, he's a professor of the university. I don't want to really bring politics into this because of this ongoing Iran thing, but I'll just say this. This guy is an Iranian scholar. And the person asked him, the people in Iran, did they see what President Trump said? He was like, man, there's more TV channels beamed into Iran from the outside than that are in Iran for Iranians. You know what I mean? He's like, we have all sort of Western stuff that are just beaming TV, radio, all sorts of media. Same thing we did during the Soviet Union with the, Radio Free Radio Free Europe, right? And we just broadcast our propaganda into their sphere of influence. He then said that in not Azerbaijan, what's the one right next to it? Armenia? Yeah. In Armenia, that the Israelis have a 4,000 person, basically a troll farm, to be online in Iranian online communities to push narrative, right? To manipulate political opinion and all this. Obviously, we're doing the same thing. Obviously. Why wouldn't we? It would be stupid not to.
Oh yeah, I mean you can peruse like open contracts for bidding. NATO contracts for online influence operations, information operations. And they'll describe what they're doing. Hey, we need a vendor who can basically provide millions of SOC accounts and manage them this way in order to to craft messaging that are politically, favorable. It's insane what's openly available and you can find.
Someone said, I seen this. I can't remember right now where I saw it. They said that the U.S. Navy was taking bids to refurbish and restore Sevastopol, which is the Russian naval base on the Black Sea.
That's funny.
The fucking balls on these guys, as they say.
Yeah. I mean, that alone is an information operation. Because they know the other side's watching this stuff. So they project full-on confidence.
Yeah, but how can you keep track of all the information that the other side generates? That's what I don't get.
That's a good point.
Right? Like we have stuff that's like in plain sight all the time. Like, oh, weren't you like they're saying this stuff right out loud? But it's like, like the Davos stuff, right? They come out and they say it right out loud, like what they want to do, and they've been saying it for 80 to 100 years, exactly what they want to do. They're not hiding it, like the things that Rockefeller said, like the things that William Casey said, like all the things that Kissinger said, right? They come right out and they say it, what they want to do and what they think about everybody. But like, who knows what else is out there, what else they've said that we just don't have the information as far as like the United States basically saying, yeah, we're going to try and take over Sevastopol and we're taking bids of how we're going to reconstruct it because we plan on destroying it. And plus, we use the empirical system and they use metrics. So we're going to have to resize everything.
Yeah, that is funny.
But what I'm saying is like, there's like before, especially before the internet, right? With the grants.gov or whatever it's called. Before that, like, how did anybody find it? And like, did the Russians have like, I mean, how would they have like the manpower to even go over all the paperwork produced by the United States? And how could we go over theirs? Right? Because they're producing freaking tons and tons of paperwork about what they're doing. Like, how do we, like, I don't even know how you would know. Like, this is too much. With the AI, though, on the other, but that's what's scary about the AI is that it can sift through data better than anything else, right? Really, all it is like data processing, data analytics, let's call it that. And it's really good at that. Really good.
Well, I mean, that seems to be the name of the game. And, these contracts for big data have been quite common for 20 years now in Washington. We need a Hadoop developer. We need MongoDB. We need this and that. We need people that can do terabytes and terabytes of rows and columns and do data transformation and flattening and manipulation, building ontologies and databases for databases of ontologies and so on.
Yeah. I remember right after 9/11, I think it was like maybe 2 years after, the government bought basically a giant fucking RAM disk that was like I don't know, I can't remember exactly what it was. It was at least a terabyte. Wait a minute. But this is like in 2000, right? So it was like a terabyte RAM disk. So that basically they wanted to be able to take a large database and be able to load it into memory so that they could read-write access it super fast, right? They didn't have to wait for the disk to spin.
Yeah, right.
This is kind of like before solid state drives, really. So they were making, and RAM is quicker than the NAND memory, right? So it's about 10 times faster. At least back then. I don't know what it is currently. The current state of that is. But they ordered 2 of these from, I think it was a Florida company. And, you know, back then they were basically duplicating the entire internet that was coming in and out of the United States at a couple of key locations.
Yeah, all that came out.
Well, I mean, the big fucking trailer plugged into L3 Communications that didn't used to be there. That was a big fucking clue. That was like right down the street from my house. So there's a block. It's Binney Street in Cambridge, and it's like it's indescript. You know, no one really lives there, but there's a couple huge buildings, and there's like a microwave tower, and it's AT&T. Well, back then it's Verizon. And L3 Communications, which changed their name to Cogent and then changed their, who even knows what their name now, their internet backbone provider. And Boston is, so all the internet that comes through the Northeast terminates in Boston. I don't know where it crosses. It might go up to Nova Scotia and cross. Anyway, they were basically any information that came through the Boston L3 building frickin' was just duplicated. They just made a copy of everything. They had their own like little private clone of the internet. Now my initial position on that was, I'll just throw so much information out there that they can't search it. That's the way to stay anonymous, right? Is just
obfuscation security.
Yeah, smoke screen. Just fucking absolute smoke screen. But now with the frickin' LLMs, man, I don't know if that works anymore. Though it might.
Yeah, the scary thing is just almost how good at statistics these engines are. And so they'd be able to quickly correlate data and find what is, separate the wheat from the chaff.
The only way to defeat, I think, is to do multi-level correlation to get to the actual substance, because they haven't been able to because you have stacked correlations, stacked inferences.
Yeah.
So if you have a small probability that inference is wrong, when you have to chain together a bunch of inferences to reach a conclusion, the probability that you're going to be wrong reaches 100%. Okay, I'm gonna have a black fucking helicopter flying around my house.
I was just thinking that I don't know how far we can go with some of this stuff.
I'm not going any further.
Hey, you know what? I never even thought about that before. They always talk about in quantum computing the probability of being right, but as a psyop, if you could make the probability of someone being wrong 100% of the time, imagine what that would do to somebody's life and ego.
Yeah, AI kind of isn't auto-correcting. Like the way human being reasons in a chain, we know when we're getting off target where it doesn't.
Right, so the users who trust it are going to they're going to be led down primrose paths, making bad decisions, and their bad outputs are going to be used to train AI iteratively. And that's the big problem with
magnetic field lines and to track migration of animal species. The bottom of the ocean, like it's all this stuff. It's all flat Earth models. They use it everywhere.
So I think AI is broke. I just Googled, is hot air more dense than cold air? And the response is yes, cold air is denser than warm air.
Yeah, yep, that's right. That's correct.
Yeah, but I asked the inverse. Is hot air more dense than cold air? And the response is yes.
Oh, it's contradicting itself. Yeah.
It should have said no, cold air is more dense than hot air.
Mm.
Of course it is. Cold air, hot air. Hot air has more energy, so moves further. Cold air has less energy, so doesn't move as far apart, so it's more dense.
Gonna say, do we want to grab a couple of those Flat Earth.ws memes and have another crack at them, or just for a laugh?
Yeah, go on then.
Alright, I just got to find the page. It's not exactly my first thing.
I like the name, by the way, Matrix. I'm going to try and get used to calling you Honey Badger, or just Badger. I don't like the honey bit, but I like the name.
Badger.
That's definitely suits you.
It's my spirit animal.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Remember all the memes years ago? Honey Badger don't care.
It's definitely you, like I said.
Now, where did we get to the other day? We got up to, or down
Did you not
to.
hear the suggestion for a website?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a beauty.
You know how we've got flatearth.ws? Well, the suggestion for the website is globeearth.bs.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a beauty.
I think it's great, isn't it? Now, did you guys continue on the other night when I wasn't there, or that was it?
I left. Yeah, I flagged it.
Oh, right. Because they were doing the category we're up to was Antarctica. So there was Qantas flights, and the next one was ETOPS. Oh, it's a video. Copy image. Paste.
When did that ETOPS meme come out?
The one I just posted, I don't know.
Yeah.
Does it have dates on them?
Because we've been talking about it for maybe 2 years, and I'm wondering if this came out after we started talking about it. So you know the guy that started that website used to be part of our crew?
Really?
Yeah, you used to be in 24/7, was one of us, and then something happened. He went bonkers.
Yeah, that's something I wanted to ask. At what time frame do people flip out normally? Just so I can take a holiday around then, so I can just bypass it. Because there seems to be
You're way past that point, man. You have already jumped off the cliff. You're in free fall. There's no reverse.
Oh man.
So.
Oh cool. Well, I'm good then. I'll just keep hammering Globers. Epic.
Oh, that's right. We're falling together. Laid back.
Hello. Hi. How are you? Is that too energetic? You're right. What's up? No. Okay. I'll put myself on mute.
Is that all? You just wanted to say g'day? Oh well. G'day, mate. How's it going?
Over fences, can you talk, please? It's at this stage of my life I've started to strongly consider.
So, anyways, the ETOPS thing. Get my singing voice ready. La 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 la. Right. ETOPS is a safety regulation that prohibits airliners from flying too far from the nearest diversion airport. A higher ETOPS rating allows the flight to fly farther, but has more stringent requirements, demanding higher operational costs. As of 2021, there is no flight route over Antarctica, and Flat Earth is used to prove Flat Earth. In reality, a reason for that is the lack of diversion airports in Antarctica, requiring aircraft with a higher ETOPS rating. Due to cost and the lack of market, no airliner considers it commercially viable yet.
Excuses.
Well, I wouldn't prove it. I wouldn't say it proves Flat Earth just because an can or can't land somewhere, dependent on the size of its or the amount of its engine, the fucking runway. That's other things. You can't fly across. There's very few flights that go across the southern Atlantic Ocean. It's usually crossed by the Ascension Islands. There's a runway there that can be used by the majority of aircraft, military aircraft and so on, but it's the only airport for like thousands of miles in the Atlantic. Everyone tries to go up north and stuff. This is that type of shit, right, where aircraft have got to be safe, so they have to be near an airport, depending on how many engines they've got and the length of the runway. Cool. But no flat earther says, well, no proper flat earther, real flat earther would suggest that anything like with regards to Antarctica is going to prove anything or not.
All right, so that one's pretty much wrapped up. What do we got next? Flying over Antarctica, airliner versus private flight. Ooh. Actually, I did that one. I remember, because the next one's the map. Actually, we go through these quick. Jedi can put his comment on these. Copy image. Paste image. Because he wasn't there the other day. So if you want to chuck your 10 cents worth on those, Jedi, you're more than welcome to do so.
Hold on. I've got to zoom in and put my reading glasses on.
Privileges of old people. Don't worry, young'uns, you'll learn. You know, I hate when you're trying to read stuff in the side chat. You got your glasses, you put them on, trying to read something, and then someone else posts about 4 things at once, and it just jumps clean off the page.
Again, this is just like flying to Antarctica and who can and who can't. It's whether you can or can't fly to this location or not doesn't prove the surface is curved or flat, unless you want to talk about the dynamics of aircraft and every type of like nuance along the way. But it on of itself, these arguments are just straw man arguments along the way, right? Flat earthers use this to prove, usually in a... Yeah, awesome.
Most of them are straw man. Like when we go down, let's have a look here. Grab that one, copy image, and paste it. Straight away, watch the straw man get ripped apart by a Jedi. 3, 2, 1.
My circle Earth. Oh dear. Matrix, can you read this out for me, please, mate?
Which one? The last one?
Yeah, the one that you just posted. Yeah.
Yeah. The Sydney-Santiago flight route is one of the southernmost passenger flight routes. Such a route is impossible if the Earth were flat and confirms Earth is a sphere. It is easy to verify the existence of the route from flight websites. And then down the bottom, on a flat Earth, this route should go across the US, but the duration of the Sydney-Santiago flight with a stop in the US is much longer than the non-stop route because Earth is a sphere and this route does not go anywhere near the US.
Okay. We don't claim a shape. There's a shape here. It just bugs me every single time. But I like it, though, because when we look back in the past, like 2016, 17, 18, 19, these were the type of things that were flying around, and the arguments, this wouldn't be possible on a flat Earth, flight routes, Santiago to Sydney, observation of a 24-hour sun, because Antarctica is a circle around the world. Antarctica isn't a circle around the world. These, again, are just straw man arguments. This flight, whether common or not, takes as fucking long as it fucking takes, and that's all we know. It's not placed on this map unless you want to utilize a specific map, and then you have to utilize it in a specific way because it's a globe projection and you can use it, but distances are derived differently on this map. It's like you don't draw a line from point A to point B. If you want to travel from point A to point B, you draw and measure a line from point A to the pole, North Pole to point B. You measure that distance, do a calculation, and there you freaking go. But ultimately, no, these are all strawman arguments. A flat earther only makes a claim, or should, like me and you, that the surface description of the Earth is flat. We don't make a claim to shape. So when they say on a flat Earth this would work, What? What do you mean it wouldn't work? Oh, in this conception of a flat Earth where you've put things here and that around there. Okay, but no.
Right, and it's not so much a shape as it is like points and distances between those points within a given radius, right?
Yes, exactly that, mate.
Curiosity, can I ask how, hey, real quick before we move on from that, out of curiosity for myself, how long are they saying that flight takes? And are they saying it stops in Los Angeles? The City de Santiago one?
How long are they saying it takes?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head.
On the picture, so we can only go off what it's got. Direct is 13 hours, 22 minutes.
Shit, I wanted to say 14, but I wasn't sure. That would have been close.
So it's 13 hours just direct from Sydney to Santiago?
That's the claim that's on the picture.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Thank you. I'll need that for Sunday, probably. Maybe. It might help. Thank you.
Yeah, cool. I'd really like to do a deeper dive into the whole geographic, coordinate system, the latitude and longitude versus in the directions that they say you're going versus what your compass is telling you, because that Max Kagan thing was very interesting, right? And I'd like to know what the compass in the cockpit is saying versus the direction that they actually think that they're going to. Because it seemed to be quite significant, the difference, right? Like one was saying southeast or southwest versus they're actually like traveling north, right? Like something like that. Or, maintaining a relatively direct east-west sort of heading. So whatever's going on, like with that, yeah. What do the pilots actually think? Which direction do the pilots actually think they're going? When the back of the seat for Max Kagan said that they were doing one thing and his compass told them they were doing another. Right? It would be an interesting deeper dive to take.
Yeah, some of these flights I think are completely and totally spoofed, and things are completely and totally backwards. So I think these flight tracker websites are like really inaccurate as far as the actual flight path and stuff and times and speeds and everything are completely fucking trash. Inaccurate, unreliable. We couldn't use them for an argument at all. That's not what I'm saying at all. It just is going to give me some idea of a few things. Plus, they also, the way they derive wind speed and ground speed, I think, can be largely spoofed as well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to have a look at maps showing wind directions and strengths and high altitude currents and whatnot. Just so we could, probably a deep dive into that one. T-Dub would probably be a good idea. Probably upset a few people. Anyways, let's roll on to the next one. Okay, distortion of Antarctica on maps.
What? Sorry.
Hey, but no, that's how some of them are. Actually, quite a few of them have made Yoda's crappy list. Like DJ was in the other day. Was it the second one? It just went, straight to the list. This is dumbassery. Yoda can have that and he can put it in the shredder. Anyways, Antarctica is the 5th largest continent, but on a Mercator map, it can appear larger than all other continents combined due to the distortion characteristics of the map. The shape and size of Antarctica projected on some maps if it is moved to different latitudes on Earth. So they're just showing there, Earth globe, Mercator, and azimuthal equidistant. So, flat earthers regard such size discrepancy as a failure of science. In reality, distortion also causes the huge size of Antarctica compared to other continents in the azimuthal equidistant map they falsely claim as the flat Earth map.
Okay. Well,
where do you want to start?
We'll just start right at the end. Yeah, no, we don't claim that map. So everything else you said before was freaking irrelevant. And maps. We see have we seen the videos on YouTube? This is one of the ways that I got into flat Earth. I might have watched the map distortion video a month or maybe 3 weeks before I found flat Earth. You know, when I talk about the Mercator and the political bias of the northern hemisphere sitting lower in the map and the southern continents being like lower down in the map and smaller and so on, Greenland being massive and America and Europe being huge compared to these areas just because of political bias and all of these things, right? Maps are just whoever's right in the map gets to dictate how big the squares are. If we look at like the middle map, those squares aren't equal, right? That you have to really look at these things. And when I say look at these things, even the AE map, like look at it, turn it around, read the instructions, understanding that these are projections of a coordinate system, right? Longitude and latitude lines, which are derived from the sky. And the projection of that spherical coordinate system onto a square or circular piece of paper, you could do it onto a triangled piece of paper, you could fit it on whatever you wanted to. But no flat Earth. You know, I get annoyed with this. As soon as Antarctica comes up and some kind of proof or non-proof that the Earth is a sphere or flat, whatever it is, it's a place that you can or can't go depending on who you are. Apart from that, who gives a shit?
Well, the only part about that bottom bit I didn't like, and I heard you chuckle, Jedi, flat earthers regard such size discrepancy as a failure of science.
I'm so glad you reminded me of that. Yeah, wait, what? Who? This isn't science. This is cartography. This is map making. It isn't
So that
a failure of science.
That would be a category error.
And they made an error there. The shape and size of Antarctica projected on some maps if it is moved to different latitudes on Earth. No, it's not moved to different latitudes at all. The latitudes, the coordinates remain the same, right? So, like, if one place is at 94 degrees, 170 degrees, like it's that. It never changes. What they mean is, what they should have said is, when the geometry of the latitudes is changed, is moved around or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So you could have them as squiggly lines if you wanted to. You know what I mean?
This is one of the things with like the Mercator projection or some projections that take this rectangular shape. Where the equator sits isn't always dead in the middle of the paper. Right, it's a little bit lower down sometimes. You have to really look at these things properly. All right, you understand where the equator actually lies. It's right across the southern middle of South America and Africa. Right, it's further down than most people think it is because of the way that maps are projected. The northern hemisphere usually takes up a larger portion of the map.
Right, but the latitude lines would change accordingly, right? They
stagger them out.
They wouldn't change like their actual like number of degrees. They just the geometry of it distorts.
What happens is, I'm trying to get the image in my head how to describe this. As you move north or south of the equator, the lines of latitude appear to get further and further apart, though the numbers stay the same relevancy, so 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. But they kind of elongate. This is Greenland being so big, for example. So again, it's more accurate around the equator. I can't remember most maps are, and less accurate around the poles. This is where you get the distortion of Antarctica looking so big. Yeah, look at the size of the flipping square.
The scale changes.
Exactly that, mate. Yeah, the scale.
Alrighty. I don't know how this one got put into the A to C category, but this is what's next. Magnetic dip. So if you get some crackers and you just... No, I won't go there. Anyways, a magnetic compass is less usable near the poles due to magnetic dip. One of the poles is much closer and affects the needle more strongly than the other pole. As a result, Earth's magnetic field pulls the needle towards the ground. Okay? Flat earthers claim that a compass is unusable only near Antarctica. In reality, the same also occurs near the North Pole. Magnetic dip can only happen if Earth is a sphere.
What bullshit is that? Magnetic dip. Yeah, so magnetic dip. So the needle is like being pulled down to the floor. Is that what we're talking about?
That's what the claim is, yeah.
You don't need to be a sphere to do that. The magnetic just needs to... Doesn't matter what shape. You could have a magnet in the floor. Doesn't make the floor now a sphere. You'd be living on a fucking Borg cube. If you're talking about where the magnetic influence is and the needle being pulled down because it's under, yeah, under doesn't mean sphere.
Hang on a minute, Jedi. So you're telling me every single time one of these globetards comes in here and says, but scale, it's so big and you're so small, we can't tell we're on a sphere. So if I've got my trusty rusty compass and it's so big that I can't tell I'm on a sphere, well, the result will be the same. It's still going to pull down. This has no relevance to the shape of the ground. Just like you said.
Well, the only relevance that you can have is when we have the convention of north, south, east, right? And how we describe the separation of the observer. And then 90 degrees to his right is 90 degrees, and the separation of those two straight lines. So azimuthal directionality, right? East, north, south, west. You can most definitely say that here you are utilising a flat Earth, right? Most definitely do that. The sphere comes later. You can imagine you're doing this on the sphere. But really, this is just 90 degrees and 80 degrees. Now, I'm kind of out of the idea of saying, welcome to flat Earth. But this is utilising the horizontal plane. In this instance, we practically use the Earth as horizontal to fucking navigate across it.
Yeah, my compass needle doesn't point 29 degrees through the ground.
No, exactly. Although there is this kind of straw man argument out there that flat earthers say that a compass wouldn't work on a sphere. If you've got a magnetic sphere and you put a compass on it, I'm pretty sure it's going to work. I said work with like quotation because there's a magnetic field that's going to influence the compass. So it's going to work. I don't know what you're talking about. But other than that.
Yeah. Yeah, off the poles will attract. Yeah.
Alrighty. So how that one got slipped in there, I don't know, but they better check their webpage. It's up to them. Right, the next one. This is Antarctic Circle versus Antarctica's ice perimeter. The Antarctic Circle's circumference is 15,909 kilometres, while one measurement of the perimeter of Antarctic ice is 53,610 kilometres. They differ because the Antarctic Circle is a circle, but Antarctic ice perimeter has a complex shape. So now for the good bit. The equator's circumference is 40,075 kilometres, and the 53,610 kilometre figure exceeds it. Flat earthers use it to prove a flat earth. In reality, 53,610 kilometres is a measurement of the irregularity shape Antarctica's ice perimeter, not the Antarctic Circle.
So this is in line with what is known in cartography as the coastline paradox. The equator is just a straight line. Let's keep it simple, like a latitude around the equator. But the coastline of Antarctica, which is wiggly, biggly, all over the place, not a perfect circle, goes in and out, blah, 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 has ice sheets which you can measure in certain times, and in the summer they're fucking gone. But this is the coastline paradox. The more accurately you measure it, the longer it appears to get, right? Whether you're using miles to then inches or millimeters. So this is just cartography. It's the same with the UK, right? Or any coastline, but in the UK it's a small line, but a coastline is in the, like, thousands and thousands and thousands of miles because of the intricacies of the coastlines, the inlets and the estuaries and all these types of things. It's the same thing with Antarctica, right? All of the inlets and estuaries, and then what, ice shelves and coastlines and so on. All of these wiggly, jiggly, jagged lines that you measure up and down, and you get a very, very long distance compared to the equator. I'm not surprised it's larger. And that's even if Antarctica's an island. And you don't have, just because the number is bigger, what now Antarctica's, the circle that is bigger than the circle of the equator, fuck off, it's a coastline. The longer that I've been in Flat Earth, the more I understand the intricacies and the straw men and this type of stuff. So 11 years later, you can just point at coastline paradox. It's not because Antarctica is a circle that's bigger than the fucking equator. It's just because of the coastline.
Yeah, I guess the claim of its distribution, how that coastline is distributed, and how it meets up with each other on the other side is the contention. I mean, one group is saying that it circles around a perimeter, enclosing, an area, right, like a radius, and then the other says that it's forming, like a landmass, like the others, right?
Yep.
But we wouldn't say neither here nor there, really, would we? I mean, it could be, one might be the other, might be something totally different. Who fucking knows?
Yeah, exactly.
I've got a totally different idea on it for Sunday, so I'm excited for you guys to put it together this weekend and show it to you guys. It's gonna be fun.
Oh, the foreplay's begun. Already tantalised and excited.
All right. Get the next one before D-Town goes to town. Okay, there's another one that must have slipped in. Sun Compass and Richard E. Byrd's flight toward the North Pole. So just so everyone knows, the category we're in at the moment is Antarctica. Okay? So just keep that in mind. All right. In 1926, Richard E. Byrd flew near the North Pole and used a sun compass for navigation. A magnetic compass is less usable near the poles as, number one, it points to the magnetic pole, not to the geographic pole, and number two, it points towards the ground. Albert Bumstead made this sun compass for Richard E. Byrd for his flight to the North Pole. A sun compass is the reverse of a sundial. A sundial tells the time from the position of the sun. A sun compass tells the position of the sun from the current time. The direction of the north can be determined from the observed position of the sun. Okay, now for the straw man. Flat earthers are too fixated on the stories about Richard E. Byrd's compass being unusable in Antarctica and use it to prove a flat Earth. They failed to realise the same also occurs near the North Pole, and Bird himself prepared for it. Well, never heard of the thing, so I don't know how I'm going to make stories of flat Earth with something I've never even heard of. So that's my 10 cents.
Yeah, this is just...
You mind if I put my 10 seconds in?
Go, get it in there.
All right, so my 10 seconds, and part of what Sunday and what Yoder was talking about was that the actual, on the magnetic declination maps that we have, that the South Pole, the magnetic South Pole, South of Australia, and the magnetic North Pole that we see up there are both dipoles that are going up, straight up 90 degrees off of the Earth and down. And so they, the compasses point towards north, and then once you get closer to like the magnetic North Pole, then they start to point down. You're like, why is that? It's because they're actual dipoles that are going up and down, where the geographic North Pole is actually straight farther north, well past the dipole magnetic North Pole. And the second South Pole that you see on the magnetic declination maps would be the geographical South Pole, which is part from the magnetic South Pole south of Australia. So we have two North Poles and two South Poles, and the magnetic ones are dipolar, while the other two, the geographic ones, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I've never heard anyone use that as some kind of FE proof. I've never even heard of the device.
I think that's proof. It's just some stuff I'm working on, some interesting stuff that I'm working on.
In the what you read out, Matrix, it said right at the end that flat Earth is used badly when we suggest the compasses can't work in the south. Not forgetting that they don't work well in the north. The reason why they're trying to say they don't work well in the south is because everything revolves around. From when you get out towards the south, it's no fixed point. So this is just another convoluted attempt to build that straw man around the AE map. Now Admiral Byrd we get this with Admiral Byrd as well, right? He went to Antarctica, and when he went south, he saw more south beyond the pole, more expanding and increasing circle around that point in the north. That's what Antarctica is. So it's just more fuel for that fire.
Alrighty, let's grab the next clown show. Slide.
Why is that? Oh, he's not here. He's not here.
Who's not here?
He was here. He was in the side chat too, I think. Says who? Because I'm sure if I'm sure if he was in here, he'd want to ask, about what the sun compass is actually measuring. And, I got a funny feeling it'd be measuring angles, right?
Yeah.
We don't have... Right.
Yeah. It's the same thing as a sundial, but in the reverse. So it tells you the position of the sun at your time. So in other calculations, you want to know your time, but so where the position of the sun is.
And that's not going to necessarily be a position in 3D space, right? It's going to be relative to the so it's going to be like that, that observer-centric thing again, with an infinite flat plane dome over the top of you, right? Yeah, all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah. There's something else in my head. It's right on the tip of my. But I don't know what it is. It'll come back.
All the flat earthers. Why are you guys scared to comment on the Globe Earth YouTube's videos?
We're not
Globe Earth YouTube video.
Why you don't stand on business? Why you don't stand on business? I want.
Hey, thank you, whoever did that. Hey, kid, start listening. T-Dub's trying to ask something.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell him something. We're actually critiquing a Globe Earth website right now, live on YouTube, bro.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. That's cool. But why don't you comment on the videos too?
We do all the time.
It depends which one you're talking about. Quite often, flat Earth get removed. You have this from official.
You're lagging. I can't hear you.
You're starting to break up a bit, Jedi. Do the old restart.
And I'm not gonna.
Yeah, Ghost Rider.
I don't.
When you said why don't we comment on videos? Can you be somewhat specific about which video?
Okay, for example,
post it in the side chat.
For example, yesterday I posted.
It's a YouTube video. Post it in the side chat.
Huh?
Copy the link. Post it in the side chat if you're talking about a specific video, so we can look at it. We know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So I posted it yesterday. And right now,
well, did you post it in here yesterday?
Bro,
listen, did you post it in here yesterday?
Stop talking over me, bro. Stop doing that. Stop talking.
Shut the fuck up. Did you post it in this channel yesterday? A simple yes or no will suffice. I don't need your tears. I just need an answer.
Yes.
So you know. This channel gets cleared every 6 hours, okay? Not by me, it's automatic.
Okay, and look, you flat earthers were there. They were there.
I wasn't here.
They saw the video.
I wasn't here yesterday. Yeah, that's great.
Bro,
post it again.
Why are you not letting me
post it again?
Why are you scared?
I'm not scared. I'm asking you to post the fucking thing again. It's not rocket surgery. Click on the link, post it, so those that were not here 6 hours ago can understand what your gums are flapping about.
Yeah, I got no idea.
I wasn't in yesterday. No one was here yesterday.
Wasn't yesterday. I don't remember him being in here.
We're over at English Hub. So grab your link, chuck him in the side chat. So now he's taking 10 seconds to cool off so he doesn't melt down on me. You're going to chuck your thing in the side chat for us?
Bro, hello? Okay, you guys hushed me yesterday after I challenged you.
Listen up, kid. I'm going to point it out to you. If you can't post in the side chat what you're talking about, you may as well run outside and go and yell at the grass, because it's going to be more effective than talking about a non-subject that you won't post up. Post it in the side chat, please, so we can all be on the same conversation level. At the moment, you're talking about some fictional YouTube shit. This is not useful to anybody, even yourself. Post it in the side chat.
For the second time, you guys hushed me yesterday.
I don't care if you were hushed yesterday, the day before, or even the day before that. That's none of my concern. You wanted to talk about a very specific YouTube video. Post it in the side chat, please.
Yeah, how do I do that while I'm hushed?
You're not hushed now. You can talk.
No, I'm not. I can't, bro. I'm talking about the side chat.
Listen, you're not talking to an AI that has to help you.
I'm talking about the side chat hush, bro. Are you good?
Sounds like you're not. So let me get this straight. The only people that get blocked in the side chat are those that post dumb shit. People that just post up a
Okay,
YouTube
so
video saying, "Hey, let's go through
prove
this."
that
Don't
No,
get
this is
side
what
chat
happened.
hushed.
This is what happened. I put the video on the side chat. I challenge you guys to comment and.
You haven't challenged anything.
But you, yes, I did.
Stop for a
Yes, I
second.
did. No,
Stop. Listen.
lying. Stop fucking lying.
I wasn't fucking. Yelling at me is not really going to do you a solid. So, this is what I'm going to do for you before you fucking cry and have some kind of fucking brain aneurysm or some shit like that. I don't know what you're going to do. I'm going to unhush you in the side chat. You are going to post up your YouTube video so we know what you're about to break down over. Okay? But I'm going to leave you on mute because you sound like you're going to do yourself a major mischief.
Hey, what's up, Matrix? Good morning to you in Aussie land.
Hey, Yoda. How's it going, mate?
What's happening?
Guys dealing with some miscreants coming through.
Oh, there's just one having a meltdown. Claimed that he put a YouTube video forward yesterday and to challenge us, and he's having a meltdown over it, and he can't repost it because someone hushed him.
I think I spoke to him. He said, "Why don't flat earthers comment on these YouTube videos to prove the YouTube videos wrong?" And I said, "What's that going to do?" I said, "We can run through why we believe the Earth, why we know the Earth to be flat, though, if you want." And he said, "Why are you running? Why are you running?"
What the fuck?
Yeah. So I had to.
They always do that. It's like you're in the middle of asking them to clarify their position, and they ask, "Why are you dodging?"
Yeah. I
we
said,
were
"Oh,
deep
if you
in the
want to have
shit,
a
dude. You and me.
Listen, we know as well as you do that if we would comment under this YouTube video that you are talking about, that nobody would at least listen or comment or make another video about it, you know?
Yeah,
So
you
what's
just
the
gotta-
point?
Yeah, you'd get into an argument back and forward, message after message for about a month, and it would only be like 10 messages, and you're never going to solve anything, right?
Okay.
That's right. Arguments on the internet is like retard fights.
Oh, yeah, it's like arguing with people on Facebook, Matrix.
Yeah, you can't blame the place where the structure of communication is differently structured, you know? We know how YouTube algorithm works, you know? So what's the point anyways? So here in Discord, we can much more forward point of what we are talking about. We can post YouTube's videos and then decline them for whatever reason. You know, it's like, let's go.
Right.
Hey, good to hear you, Ripcord. Welcome back, dude. Haven't heard you for ages.
Oh, it's Ripcord. Ripcord's been in the trenches, man.
Yeah, good to hear, man.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but I'm listening every now and then. So anyway, just go forward.
Cool, man. Welcome back to 24/7. Do you need any food, any water, any socks? You know.
You've been walking in the desert for a long time, man.
Yeah, sure that I am. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just trying to refresh everything. You know, it's like.
What about some Yoda's butt hurt cream? It's only $39.59 if you want to order it.
Nah, I don't know. I don't need drama.
Can't get enough of it, man. Bro, the globe earthers can't get enough of it. And you know what? They discovered they can eat it. And they discovered they can eat the butthurt cream off their friends.
Yeah, but let's just don't cream ourselves, you know? It's like... We're going to talk to Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider's
Thanks,
looking for
Jedi,
his
for
YouTube
making us
video.
mature again. Yeah, there's like you guys sound like a bunch of fucking frat kids. Come on, can we get back to the topic, please?
Yeah, Ghost Rider, that was him.
Meanwhile, like we're almost the same age, and I feel like a kid.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello there.
Is it me you're looking for?
What's
Okay,
up,
so yeah,
Ghost Rider?
so first of all, Lats lied on my name. I was here yesterday.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
when
right.
I shared, and
We
when
just
I
want the
shared
video,
don't
kid.
talk over me. See, look at that, look at that, look at that. Why are you talking over
I
me?
said I didn't see you yesterday. That's all I said.
Just let him talk, okay?
Ghost Rider, I'm going to
he
make this
posted it.
very clean. We're not interested in the meta. You made calls about videos that we haven't checked over. I'd like the video posted so we can check it over. So, go from there.
I don't know what you just said. What?
Yeah, we'll
Post
do
your video,
comment
bruv.
He did. He did.
What? What did you just say?
It's posted.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Can you? Yeah. What are you talking about, bro? Yeah. Okay. I don't know why you're like quiet now.
I thought you wanted to talk.
What'd you say?
Dude, come on. Come on, Globehead. Spurg out for us. Spurg out on the live stream. We're recording. We don't have all day.
Yeah, we do
What are you
comment on
talking
these
about, bro?
things.
What did he
a
just
lot.
say?
Yeah. I
Why
don't
is
know
he
what you're
quiet? Why
talking
is he not
about, bro.
responding to me? Why is he not responding to me?
We're trying to get some information about your video. What's so important about your video?
Brother, I messaged you in the same chat.
So then prove how the Earth is flat from that video, and also, yeah, why? If you're telling the truth,
So
if you're
I've
telling
got to
the
use
truth, why are you
tools.
not commenting that this is not proof for globe Earth? Like if you guys,
I need to answer this
if you
question
guys are
before you
so, if
repeat it.
whatever you're saying is so
Stop.
true, if it's so true, then why
Hey,
don't you
kid.
stand on business?
Jedi's trying to answer
Stand on
you.
business and comment on there on all
Hey, kid.
the globe
Jedi's
Earth
trying to answer you.
YouTube videos. Why?
Yeah, relax.
Jedi's trying to answer you. Just get yourself a glass of water and just take it easy, man. Jedi's not going to bite you. I might, but Jedi, I don't think he'll bite you, dude. So just chill.
I mean, if you're asking,
proctology exam.
if you're asking like why, like me personally, I'm not. I used to long time ago, like 2016, 17, 18, found me on Facebook and in YouTube comments, like making comments about certain videos and stuff. But it's a freaking waste of time. It's a waste of time because you get met by trolls, idiots, and your comments get deleted as well. So I'm not doing that anymore. I'm having like proper conversations. Other people have had a similar type of thing when you're talking about comments on YouTube. At the end of the day, we've probably done it, figured out there's no point to it, and moved on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no point to one-time responder, you know? Whatever good argument he had anyways. It's like if he doesn't answer to your Facebook post or whatever, then what's the point, you know? So I can truly understand the reason why we have a true conversation, because the person we are talking to, we try to convince or at least think about what their worldview has been so far.
Sorry, I didn't mean to groan through you, Ripcord. I do apologise. I just started reading the side chat. Ghost Rider's not listening, he's typing. And what he typed in response to Lats it just made me groan. I don't understand how he doesn't get this very simple point. Ghost Rider, instead of typing, do you want to speak?
Oh, I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
Yo, stop muting me. Stop muting me.
Right, dude.
Why do you keep doing that?
We're muting you
Look,
because we're
how
trying
does
to answer.
okay? Just because you have a video of it, like it doesn't care. I don't care what you can depict.
What?
How are you gonna measure it from the picture or video?
Okay, this is the point.
How are you gonna measure it? How are you gonna measure a planet when you have it in a picture or a video?
I get
That's what happened yesterday.
I get you. Right, let me try and answer it. I don't need the Right, let's not square up to each other. This isn't a fight. You might
I'm not
just
talking
miss
to you. I'm talking to Lats.
Well, I'm trying to fucking answer. If you don't want to take place, you can fuck off. Matrix, someone get rid of the cunt. Try
That's
and engage him, you
exactly
prick.
that's exactly what happened yesterday with me. I tried to have a normal conversation with him, and he kept on interrupting me.
It's just an idiot.
Talking about something else out of the conversation.
It's weak sauce.
Actually, I'm going to ask him one question. And Ghost Rider, please don't flip out because I'll just yeet you from the conversation. I'm going to unmute you. I don't want you to talk. I just want you to listen. What can the flat earthers in this room offer you that would convince you that it's 100% flat? What can we offer you?
50 quid. He says.
A map or something like a
map is a piece of paper. It doesn't mean anything.
Oh shit!
No. Like I want you to like draw out how a flat Earth looks like.
All right, draw a
from
straight
space.
line. Draw a straight line.
Like, yeah. You're laughing. Yeah, you're laughing, but like you're saying Earth is flat. So show me like how it's flat.
Yeah. From a place nobody's ever been.
Okay, so how do you know it's flat?
Yeah, hey, Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider.
Answer
me, bitch.
I wanted to.
Answer me.
Ghost Rider. Yeah, Ghost Rider. Stop spurging out. It's not going to help. This is the problem we've got. If we give you a photograph and says, hey, here's the flat Earth, how are you going to validate it from a place that you can't get to?
That's not my problem. You're making the claim.
That is your problem.
So how do you validate those space ones are real?
That is
how do you Hey, Ghost Rider, stop! You've given us a video, so how do you know that that video is accurate? How do you know it's not some bullshit CGI thing?
Okay, that's not NASA, so you can't blame NASA.
I'm not blaming NASA. I asked you, how do you know that video? How do you know that video?
How do you post that video?
Can you guys stop yelling at each other?
Fuck off, Timbo. Fuck. That's funny.
Regardless of where it's from, Ghost Rider, regardless of the author, how do you know?
See, the kid's come in here with a video, and we have to debunk his video. The video shows curvature. Why is he still talking?
It's not NASA.
We don't give a fuck who it is. It can be your nana.
Regardless. Yeah, I just said regardless of the author.
I went through this with him yesterday. I said, okay, well, we've got some images of a curved surface on a video, and then we've got some images of a flat surface, and also a concave surface on videos, right? So the best thing to do is go back to the ground and measure that. And I said, do you want to walk through it with me to see where we came up with these ideas and measurements and things like that? And he started spurging out and calling me a retard and shit.
So in your video, Ghost Rider, it shows the red thing. I'm assuming that's some kind of rocket going up into the sky, and you see barrel distortion, and it shows the ground, and it looks across to the horizon. Have you personally been in the same place that camera has to confirm that that is true and correct? Yes or no?
Bro, I'm replying to like 3 different people in the chat.
Well, don't then. Just concentrate on the conversation.
Yeah,
in the voice
sorry.
chat.
Okay, Lex. How do they measure Earth as flat? Show me. How do they measure Earth as flat? Show me.
With lasers and shit.
I'll tell you what, right? I got to speak. Right, Lats, if you want to engage him, like just engage him in the side chat. We're obviously trying to speak to him, and every time you type to him, he's engaging with you. My friend, if you want to engage with Lats, you can say in the fucking chat because you obviously don't want to talk to us. So that's the way it's going to go. No talkie for either of you. In fact, he literally distracted him whilst 3 people are trying to grab his attention, Lats. And if he's taken that opportunity, then he's obviously not trying to talk to us. So he can go to the chat room and we should stop trying to engage him.
We can just mute one or the other, like mute him in here, give him the opportunity to type, mute his type, hush him, then he can speak.
just like to point out that he's asking us to comment on a YouTube video. We have more important things to do. So our answer to him could be negative, Ghost Rider. The pattern is full.
Nice. Oh, wow. All right. Let's get back to our previous show.
Get him back, Jedi, and talk with him? You go for it, man.
And,
try and get his sense out of him.
If you want to try and pull him away from being distracted in the text chat and think that he's going to pay attention to you, then yeah, give it one more chance. But
No, I'd say if you want to, I tried yesterday. I'm not going to bother.
Yeah,
you can.
No.
I'm just going to have a wild guess why he was blocked in the side chat yesterday. I'm just going to throw it out there, but the wall of crap that he's putting out.
Mm-hmm.
Or for the listeners, it's better if we can engage him in voice. I'm driving right now, or I would, but I can't read the chat, so asking for a favor here.
Lats, are you available to speak to this guy straight up so we can get you out of the side chat? Or are you working? No, you can't.
If we're going to unmute him, we have to hush him. So he's not distracted. Obviously, he's a bit ADHD or something.
Yeah, I think good call. So I'll do the side chat bit.
Let's pick someone then. Pick someone to talk to him, and we'll all shut up. See
all
how
right,
that
side
goes.
chat fixed. Now, who wants to chat to him? T-Dub? T-Dub?
Jedi sounds.
Jedi?
T-Dub. Yeah.
Tag, you're it. Jedi? Sorry, mate.
No worries. Ghost Rider, do we have your attention, dude?
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. When we're talking with regards to the picture, like from space of the Earth being a sphere, and your response to that of, well, you're not going to be able to measure the entirety of the sphere. You've got a picture of it. What we're saying is, you see the picture, from any point along that surface, it is curving. You don't have to measure all the way around the sphere to measure curvature over, let's say, 10, 20, 30 miles. Now, the radius value of the Earth gives you that we should be measuring curvature in 5, 10, 20, 30 miles. So, no, we don't have to measure the entirety to validate it. We should be able to measure a small section that should have some curvature attributed to the radius. So when we try and confirm the image by measuring the surface to see if there's any curvature over any distance, we don't measure any curvature over any distance that we measure. We measure the Earth to be flat.
Okay, so you just admitted it's curving, and you're saying you measure it to be flat. So how do you measure it to be flat?
In the picture,
he said it's
from
yeah.
NASA.
Is this live?
Yeah.
Is this on live? Yeah, play it back like 2 minutes. You said it is curving.
Why would a
from the
flat earther
image.
say it's curving like a globe? That doesn't even make any sense.
He said that the picture, the Earth is curving. He literally admitted it.
In the picture, right, from
It's curving.
NASA. Yeah, from NASA or from a satellite.
Fuck NASA. I don't care about NASA. I'm talking about this guy, this YouTuber who uploaded the video. I took a screenshot of it, and we're talking about that picture.
You're full of piss and vinegar, mate.
Where's the flat?
Fucking thing. Doesn't matter what the picture shows.
You said it's curving,
dude. You're not listening to the entirety of the argument. You can give me any picture with any claim. Let's say the surface is curved, flat, or concave, convex. It doesn't matter. Whatever the picture shows, I should measure on the Earth. It's a picture of the Earth. I should measure it. When we go and measure the Earth, that's how we're going to confirm the picture's lying or not. That's all I'm pointing out.
Yeah, so you don't have a picture of flat Earth.
What do you mean a picture?
You
From like a God's eye point of
you said
view?
you measured it to be flat. Show me how you measured it to be flat, and show me a picture of flat Earth. Then back up your claim. Back up your claim.
So one thing, what type of picture would you like, and where from? Because I can give you every image from the surface.
That is not up to me. That's up to you to prove your claim. Then we can investigate.
Let's go with the laser.
Yeah.
Actually, just to be clear, the pictures of flat Earth was your claim, Ghost Rider, not Jedi's.
What do you mean? I showed a video.
Jedi. Let me explain.
Let's not distract him.
No, I mean that's fucking hilarious.
Jedi didn't make the claim of he has pictures of flat Earth.
He said the picture is curving.
He's talking about the image. You weren't listening. You've got to learn to listen. Yep, pause.
I am listening. He said the image
Excellent.
of flat Earth is curving.
Take a written one.
No, I haven't said the image of flat Earth is curving.
God.
I said
Ghost Rider, let's try again. You've got an image. You've got an image, right? It doesn't matter if it's concave, convex, or flat. So you've got your photo? Wait. You've got your photo, yeah?
Wait.
We don't care who took it.
Wait. Hold on. Why does it not matter if it's concave, flat, or curved? Why does the picture
Holy
not matter?
fucking shit, dude! It's back into the fucking retard squisher for you, my friend.
Why?
The reason it doesn't matter. The reason it doesn't matter is because when we go out into reality to measure it, the results don't match your stupid photo. The results of us. You're getting excited. Don't jump. Don't pee before your water comes. That's just, you're going to do yourself a mischief. You're getting excited because you've got a photograph. We're going out into the real world, testing the ground, and when the measurements of the ground or large lakes or whatever they happen to be testing don't match the photograph, that's how we invalidate the photograph. That's how we know it's not true and correct. So it doesn't matter what you present. It could be A, B, or C. When we go out and test the ground and it comes back as F, we know that A, B, C are incorrect.
Okay, so you looked at this like space image of Earth, like you saw this curvature, and then you went out and measured, like you went out to space and validated this?
No, we went to the Earth.
He's getting dumber. I'm sorry.
You went out to space. You literally said you're gonna look at the image. You told me that you're gonna look at an image of the Earth. That you're looking at that image, and then you're gonna go out and measure it. You're gonna go out. You're gonna go out and measure that same thing. How are you going to go out and measure the same thing? Can you tell me that Can you show me that you did this? Can you show me that you went out?
Let's explain it to him. Just one person.
Fucking retard.
In your picture, there's a fucking. You can see Denmark and Sweden. There's water between those two.
The retard.
That's water curved. But when we went there and we looked at the water between Denmark and Sweden, it doesn't curve because there should be 20 meters of curvature. Do you understand? We saw something in the picture, water curving. We go to that place, we check it, and it's not curving. Why can I see Denmark from Malmö, Sweden? There should be 20 meters of curvature between those countries. It's not there. Do you understand now?
Bro, you could throw a grenade. You could throw grenades from Malmo to Denmark. Right? You can go grab one of those boxes of grenades that's sitting on the side of the street in Malmo and go throw those grenades to Denmark.
Yeah, it's 10 miles, 16 kilometers. So there should be 66 foot of curvature between them. There is not. But the picture on the globe shows that the water is curving between the countries there.
Yeah, need to run through a bit of theory with you first, Ghost Rider, before you understand the practical side of it. We're not just looking at pictures. We're not just going to like certain altitudes to have a look and see what it looks like. We're performing measurements. That would be the comparison of the surface with a standard. right? And if you don't understand this terminology, no, that's fine. We can run through it with you. You just need to ask us, like, oh, well, what do you mean by that word? What do you mean by this word? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by this? Right? Like, just we need to have just like a calm conversation about it, rather than you just flipping out about photos, right? And about seeing the Earth as a whole from space and all that sort of thing. Just relax, man.
Bro, the immigrants are gonna bomb Denmark from Malmo. They can like see Denmark from Malmo. When they go get their rocket launchers and start firing that shit off, they can fucking hit Copenhagen. Earth is flat, man. The fucking migrants proved it.
Right. It's kind of like this, Ghost Rider. Like, if you showed me a photo of like a rainbow crystal castle on top of a mountain, right, and you said it's on, Mount fucking whatever, Mount James, right, and I went to Mount James, right, in physical reality, I went there myself to the spot that you said that rainbow crystal castle exists, and there's not one there, then I know that your picture that you're showing me is fake. False, right? There's no fucking rainbow crystal castle there, dude. This is what we're doing. You're showing a picture of the Earth's surface having curvature. So we go to the Earth's surface to see if it has curvature, and it doesn't. It's as simple as that, bro. It's not hard to understand. If you want to get into the technicalities of how we determine that, we can. You got to be willing to have the conversation, right?
Well, you know what, gents? There's always Minkowski space-time to resolve your curvature problem. You just adjust the reference frame and invoke a little bit of Einstein, and everything that's curved is flat. Your fucking pointing vectors are flat, folks. So I heard a guy come in the other night. I was replaying this live stream, and the dude was totally like speaking my love language, but he was a glober. He was talking about topologies and manifold and differential geometry and transport rates, and I'm like, holy fuck, why do these people come in at like 2 fucking a.m. in the morning my time? I need to talk to this guy right freaking now.
Nerd alert! Nerd alert!
Yeah, Nathan Oakley basically said the same thing yesterday when I was talking to him. He's like, you guys like to spend so long on the periphery. And I'm like, yeah, I know. He's like, well, okay, you can do that, but I'm not doing that.
You could just go straight to, well, flat measurement. Flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, like I have a ruler, therefore the Earth is flat.
Yep, it's flattish measurement. You fucking retard. The argument, right? Don't talk about anything else, right? Yeah.
There comes to a point in the conversation. Well, yeah, there comes a point in the conversation where, like, for example, if they've asked you, why do you say the Earth is flat? Right. So Nathan Oakley goes through all his his measurements that he likes to cite, right? And his methodology for like determining distances and positions, apparent positions of things in the sky, blah, 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 all that, right? Like, go through it all. Like, how we measure to the top of a lighthouse, gauge distance in a straight line, all that, right? All of it. And then they turn around and they go, well, what about eclipses?
Yeah.
You don't have anything else to like comment on what I presented to you? Like, is it valid? Like, what? Like, give me a response, right? It's like, no. Eclipses disprove that. right? You know,
Yeah, what about the sun?
what about the sun? Yeah, seasons and whatever. You know, wouldn't everybody see the same stars and all this shit? Is that, address what the person said. Like, you know, like, what's your thoughts on it? Like, is it, you know, what do you think about that? What I said, right?
I'm not a scientist.
Right. I'm not a scientist. Then why are you talking about things, other things that are in your mind are going to require understanding of science? Then, like, you know, eclipses in their mind, that's going to be a scientific, like, you know, subject, right? The cause of eclipses,
Not just
that's
an
scientific,
observation.
right? Right.
Yeah. Well, observations are part of science, so it's science.
Well, what they mean is scientists say, right?
Yeah.
Scientists told me on the telly or in the book.
My priest's dead.
That can be frustrating, right?
Saw it in a documentary.
I mean, I'm sure that, like, yeah, I'm sure Nathan would be willing to go into a, you know, in-depth discussion about, you know, like the methodology employed and like the validity of, you know, of it, and, you know, any flaws or, you know, whatever. Like,
I don't know.
If they don't want to talk about what he said, then he has the right to just say, "Get fucked."
Every time I hear him, he's just, you know, just, well, every time I've heard him, he's been in here, right? He's just fucking, just throwing shit around, like, and it makes him sound like an idiot.
Yeah, well, you remember that that little debate he went on with one of his Patreon members, right? His Patreon member had been invited to to a debate or discussion about it with these two other, you know,
Oh, I do
YouTubers.
remember that. Yeah, he looked good in that.
They had no idea how to respond to anything Nathan was saying. They didn't understand it. They wanted to deflect to other things, right? Like not what he was talking about, right?
Like
And make him defend their position, like, you know, make him defend his stance based on their position, their reasons for why they disagree with the Earth being flat, like not trying to address what he was talking about, right?
Mm-hmm. I do remember that. It was
about
4 years ago or something. 3 years ago, maybe. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, the two of them ended up looking like idiots. Well, from our point of view, right? Maybe not from the other point of view. This is what I don't like about debates, right? So you're going to have two sides. One side's going to go, yeah, the flat earther one. The other side's going to say, yeah, the global one because of information, right? And both sides are going to say, yeah, the information was better on their side, right? And then all they do is throw information at each other. They don't actually get to argue the other person's point because they go into this, they do an introduction, then they say, then they give their arguments, then the other person gives their arguments, but there doesn't seem to be any rebuttals to the arguments. And then they go straight into a Q&A from listeners. Right? Let's go, where's the argument? No argument. They need like a back and forth for like 2 hours. You can't just have a back and forth for 10 minutes.
Yeah. And in the end, they were like taking this like stance of like, oh, well, let's agree to disagree and maybe we could team up one day and do an experiment together.
Yeah.
Right. And then they can say that if well, we offered our hospitality, right? And if they denied it, then that's a concession. Right?
They offered a trip to Antarctica and he denied. Don't want to know the truth. now it's calmed down in here a bit. I'm going to let Ghost Rider off the leash and just let's let him talk, guys. All right. You're unmuted, Ghost Rider.
Yeah. Okay, so T-Dub said, in his example, he's gonna audit the picture of the Rainbow Castle and go and see it in reality for himself. Okay, but none of y'all can go to space and validate these space videos and pictures of globe Earth. None of y'all can ever do that. None of y'all have ever done that. Until you do that, until one of you do that and show me the Earth is flat, then all of these videos from NASA, from the YouTubers and the pictures, they're all fake.
Question.
I'll cash up all of you $500 and I'll concede to you and I'll be a flat earther, you know?
Isn't that our point?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, this is our point. You can't, we can't, no one is going to this place, whatever it is, and turning around and taking a picture.
Exactly.
The only way, this is, sorry, my friend, and this is where we step in, right? And we say, whatever the picture shows about the surface, we will measure that surface as the picture shows. So if the picture shows that the surface of the Earth is curved, over a distance, we would measure that curvature. We don't measure that curvature. What we do measure is the surface of the Earth to be flat, not like in those pictures. So we don't necessarily have to go to space to verify the pictures, although it would be nice. What we can do is verify the geometry that the picture shows by trying to measure the geometry on the Earth.
Okay, I disagree with you respectfully because you guys are saying these videos, all of these hundreds of videos, all of these hundreds of photos online are fake of globe Earth. You're saying the actual whole globe Earth is fake. You have to go and prove otherwise of that whole thing. You cannot just go to one part. You cannot just go. Hold on, let me finish. I let you talk. You cannot just go to one part of the land on Earth and measure this thing, and then you go measure this thing. You literally have to go up in space, like how these people did, and take a picture, just like how they did for a video.
Hold on,
and debunk that. I haven't done that, but you guys have to do that. Otherwise, you cannot. It's your burden of proof until you debunk that. Until you debunk it.
Hold on. When you say that all of the pictures are false, online of the Earth being a globe, we understand that's a consequence of the measurement of the surface. Right? You kind of jumped in and said that you respectfully disagree. All I'm pointing out is the logical consistency, step by step. Here's a picture of something. Now, when you go out into reality, it should be that then when you measure it. For example, the reason why we say measure is because it's geometry. Specifically, the Earth has a size, for example. So when we say it doesn't matter what the picture shows, the way that we verify it is by the measurement of the surface. That would be verifying the picture. It shows curvature.
Okay. Did you measure the whole Earth?
No, not the whole Earth.
Okay, got it.
Let's not jump up and down. I did answer this earlier, but I'll answer it again for you because, it was very hectic earlier. So we don't have to measure the whole Earth. You'll notice that in the pictures we can have a distance of, let's say, 200 miles. And that would still show some curvature. You don't have to go all around the circle to understand that the surface that you're on is curved, right?
You do.
So we can. So let's put it like this. I'll try and break it down for you.
What does the photo show? The whole Earth. There are photos of the whole Earth, right?
No, it doesn't.
Purple, right?
Okay. Let's say, for example, the blue marble. Okay, a picture of the whole Earth. My stance is still the same because logically you're showing me of a surface that curves. So when we go out and measure that surface, let's say when we build upon it, then we're going to measure that curvature and probably going to have to
account for it somehow, somewhere. We don't. This is what I'm trying to point out to you.
Yeah. Somewhere.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
So that's
Okay,
going to be
but
in the.
like, bro, you like
You
okay
understand
when you go
geometry,
measure a
dude.
piece of land, it's not gonna debunk the whole photo, dude.
Okay.
Like, listen. Your friend T
You
Dub said
see the blue and green
yeah.
marble. You see
Yeah.
the blue and green marble. What's the blue bit?
Water.
Cool. Now we're told gravity pulls everything, the water, towards the center of the Earth, forming
what I'm
a
told, yeah.
sphere. Forming a sphere.
That's what I'm told. Yeah.
That's what
Apparently, that's what I'm told. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're all told.
Yeah.
Right? Now, to confirm this idea would be to measure over a distance of that water to see if any of that water is curving. Okay, what we measure is water over distance 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 kilometers is measured to be horizontal. If we were to live on the sphere with the claim size that they give us, 3,959 mile in radius, then that gives us a curvature value on the surface of approximately 8 inches per mile squared. So after 1 mile across the surface of the Earth, you would have gone downwards by 8 inches from a horizontal. After 10 miles, because you square the mile function, it's 66 foot.
Can I cut you off, please?
Yeah.
Okay. From judging from a picture of the whole Earth, how can you know where is 1 mile? Like, even like how can you tell where to start the measurement from? How can you tell from the whole picture? How can you tell? Where to start?
Got you. Not from a picture alone. You need to know something else. And this is where we have the comparison of the globe Earth model with its dimensions, right? Radius, diameter, and circumference, and the rate of change of slope upon the surface.
Yep.
It's just geometry from this point.
Yep.
Okay, so if we add these two things together, here's a picture of a sphere, and we've got the dimensions of the sphere, then we can calculate the amount of curvature we should measure over distances. So, like I was saying earlier, with that radius value over 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of descent from a horizontal cast at point A. At 20 miles, it's 266 foot. Over 100 miles, it's 1 mile vertical drop downwards of curvature from a horizontal tangent that you can measure from your position at point A. This is what we should measure if the Earth is a sphere, like in the picture, with the dimensions added like we're told.
0 to 1,000 distance in miles. So zero. So within the 0 to 1,000, you're saying from the 0 going to 1 mile, we should see a curve, right?
Not so away from you, 8 inches over 1 mile, because you square the function, because it's a curve and not a slope, then after 10 miles it equals 66 foot. It's a curved surface, dude. It's just geometry from this point onwards. You have your radius, got your diameter. That's very simple.
Hold on. After how many miles it should be curving? You're saying?
Well, if you're on a curved surface, it's kind of straight away, right? But this is going to be in the micromillimeter value. But if we're going to be talking about, numbers that we regularly use, 1 mile, 8 inches. Keep going.
1 mile and 8 inches. It should be curving, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so have you guys done this measurement?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, can I see, please?
Okay, let me drop I dropped them earlier. I'll go back and get the laser test for you.
The imaginary ball Earth. That's funny.
You're distracted, dude. You're doing well.
I just want to know, what does NASA and all these people get out of all these years showing these videos? What do they get out of line?
Right?
What do they get out of line?
Because, well, Ghost Rider, because you got to be careful, because sometimes they actually preface that, or caveat that the cameras that they used are wide angle or GoPro or fisheye, right? So you got to make sure that there's an actual claim that's going along with the video. If nobody's saying, "Hey, look at this camera, it captured the absolute raw, true nature of the surface of the Earth, then you're just looking at it and with bias and going, oh, it confirms my bias because I see a curved surface in that image. Nobody while the author hasn't even specified what sort of camera they've used, or maybe they have. Maybe they've told you what sort of camera they've used. And if it happens to be a wide angle lens that they've used on their camera, it will distort horizontal lines depending on where it appears within the frame. So you got to be careful of these things, right? And if there's no claim attached to the image, then you're just looking at the image with bias, right? You're going, it confirms what I already believe. So you got to be careful with imagery. Sometimes they actually tell you, yeah, this is being distorted, this image, or you look at it and they'll say this is an artist's impression, right, with still images, right? You got to look at the fine print. Make sure you always careful not to, inaccurately, misrepresent the image.
Okay, I have a question. This is a lot of damn
Wait,
videos.
1 sec.
These are a lot of
Yeah. So save them, click on them, and then go into YouTube and say save, watch later. Right.
Oh, I'm gonna watch right now when I leave this call. Right now, I'm gonna watch and come back.
Yeah.
But I have a question. So, okay, I'm reading it says 9.5 mile double laser, 25 mile, 10 mile, 9.5 mile, 7.5. But I thought you guys said after just 1 mile and 8 inches, you were supposed to see a curve.
8 inches at 1 mile.
Okay, I want to be really clear. What I'm talking about with 8 inches per square mile is just the geometry. What you see is going to appear to you slightly different because your eyes are going to be at a height value above the surface of the Earth. What we would see would form a horizon. If you're on a sphere, looking across that sphere, obviously as it's curving up, down and away, that apex of that curve appears to you as a horizon. That's a countable distance if you know the radius and the height of eye of the observer. So yeah, you should see curvature if your eyes are 1 foot above the surface of the water, because we calculate the distance to the horizon with the calculation 1.22 multiplied by the square foot of the observer's eye height in feet. So if you are 1 foot, and you times that by 1.225, the horizon should appear to you if you're on a sphere at 1.225 miles away. This again is not what we observe. We can observe from 1 foot a horizon beyond 10 miles away, demonstrating that the geometry of a sphere isn't observed.
Okay. Forget about our perception. I want to know the actual measurement of the thing itself, the object.
It's in the lasers.
I want to know so the lasers can see there's no curve after 1 mile and 8 inches, right?
Well, yeah, over larger distances, because as we get further, there will be more and more and more curvature because it's a curved function, right? So when we use the laser test, we're trying to see if the laser has a direct line of sight to a target at, say, 20 miles away and is parallel with the surface below, whether it's a lake or a salt flat or whatever the surface is. If the surface of the Earth was curved and a sphere, the laser would act like a tangent. The surface of the Earth would curve at 8 inches per mile squared below that straight horizontal edge, and wouldn't hit the target because there wouldn't be a direct line of sight to it. This is what the laser tests show. We do have a direct line of sight to the target. The surface of the Earth is parallel to the laser, so therefore the Earth is observably and measurably flat, not like the pictures show.
Okay, yeah, lasers are, I guess, accurate. Is there anything else you guys have used besides lasers?
Observations.
So in all practicality, right, we will measure and treat the Earth as a horizontal rotational plane. For example, if you want to give me a direction, east, for example, east is 90 degrees from north. That's an angle measurement. An angle is two straight lines. If we want to navigate across the Earth, we can use angle measurements to talk about the angle of the star in the sky, and because of its position at time and year of the year, then we know our location. An angle measurement, again, is two straight lines. We can measure to the top of a mountain using simple trigonometry, which is angle measurements, again, straight lines. And to be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon, which basically means we get horizontal from the Earth itself, the horizon being the surface of the Earth that we see at distance, and usually it's water. So we get horizontal from water. Level is attributed to the Earth in all aspects of our daily life. The Earth is flat and stationary. If you want to talk about how we apply this, these laser tests that we do, think about who actually uses lasers really. Apart from the surveyors who measure upon the land, we're talking about militaries, early warning systems, targeting systems, and now systems that target and blow up your enemy. These are all line of sight targeting laser instruments, or early warning systems such as radar that work on a direct line of sight kind of process. Especially with radar, right? From the tower to the object, let's say it's a boat or an airplane in the sky, and then it has to come back. So that's two traversals. Some of the radar installations that are on the surface of the Earth have a radius value of 800 miles. Now imagine if that's picking up something at 800 miles away. That's a 1600-mile traversal on a direct line of sight, which is going to require the surface of the Earth to be flat. So, yeah, on a small scale, we can measure it, but practically, we're going to save people's lives with this type of technology.
Okay, I want to ask you something. Okay, yeah, like right now, I'll grant you these measurements and stuff. Okay, but like, let's say like, I do the same thing this YouTuber did. Like, I put like a rocket into space myself. Okay. And I don't use a fisheye lens. I use like a normal lens. It's supposed to capture everything in its like normal shape. And if I find out that it's a globe, what are you guys gonna say?
I still want you to understand what the horizon is, and how far are you going to get up in your balloon with your camera?
Say that again.
Because I want you to understand what the horizon is, right? And I need to know how high you're going to get your camera first. I'll give you got the best camera. It's not going to distort the image. Okay, but how high is the camera going to get?
No, I mean, like, I'm talking about it actually, like, barely touching space, so it's enough to see it, like, at least half of the Earth.
Okay.
You know?
Right, so from the International Space Station, so we're told that 250 miles plus above the surface of the Earth, they get to see about 3% of the surface. I don't think that you getting to a lower altitude is going to see more, do you?
I don't know.
Yeah, obviously not, dude. They have a higher vantage point, so we're told, than you would, not in space, you said. They are in space, further away. Remember, the further away from the Earth, we're going to get to see, eventually, halfway to the moon or whatever, like the blue marble type image. But not even from the International Space Station. And that also has like some conjecture in it, like the curvature that's on the live stream from the ISS, for example. One, mathematically speaking, you're still not far enough away to perceive this type of curvature.
But wait, sorry to cut you off. But how did the regular YouTuber, how come they were able to like go in space, like barely go in space and see half of the Earth?
Yeah, half of the Earth. We're going to have contention with that claim. They didn't. Half of the Earth. Yeah, they didn't.
So what if I do the same project myself and see half of the Earth?
Then you would have to go, if you want the Earth to be a sphere in your image, further than the International Space Station.
Wait. No, hold on. But if I see half of the Earth is curved, then what?
Okay. Do you understand what the horizon is?
Yeah, it's like the Like where you see the oceans and like the edge of the Earth or something?
No, it's the limitation of your view. It is literally a circle around you if you were to turn around. So let's imagine you're in a hot air balloon at altitude, right? And you are looking towards the horizon. You understand that that distance to the horizon is an equal distance every single time you turn around. So you look north, the distance to the horizon is, say, 200 miles. You look east, 200 miles. Look south, 200 miles. Same again when you look west, 200 miles. You are at the center of radius, projecting a circle of vision around you. That horizon being the limit of how far you can see across the surface of the Earth. So
okay, but how do you know the camera will have the same limitation of perception?
Okay, but that will still be in a mile radius value. It is still going to be an optic that when you turn around in a panoramic view is going to create a circle. It is still going to be a circle. The point being that even if you believe that you're on a sphere and you're at high altitude, for example, when you turn around, we must understand that the circle of the horizon is around you. No part of it is higher or lower than the other. So when you look forward, you think that that part is higher than the parts of the horizon that are at your periphery of your vision at the left and your right. They perceive to be lower than you. That's just the horizon, or the, let's say, to put it easier, the light rays coming into your eyes at the periphery, creating a kind of half hemicircle around you. If you were to keep turning round, you're going to keep creating that circle. It's not higher or lower.
Okay,
it's just a circle around you.
Okay, so these videos and photos, it's just the horizon illusion, you're saying?
Okay, horizon illusion. I don't know about that. It's going to depend on the optics. It's going to depend on the atmospheric conditions, right? And it's also going to depend on how high you are as to how you perceive it to be. But ultimately, it is always going to be a circle around you. If you've got a GoPro lens, it's going to make it look really, really curved. If you've got a rectilinear lens, it's going to look really like flat and straight, but still going to have to compress some of those angles of the light.
Mm-hmm.